to The Hurt is the Same. My name is Chantel Johnson, and each show is dedicated to my son, Christopher Johnson, who was the 109 homicide right here in Jackson, Mississippi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome to The Hurt is the Same. How y'all doing tonight? I want to get his phone number out to you first and foremost. 1-800-492-5186. I would like to thank you all for joining us tonight. How you doing? Man, it's a lot of topics. I don't know where to start at. So we just gonna jump right on in. You already know what's number one on this platform. These homicides. We almost close to 100, y'all. You know, 90-something is close to 100 for those who ain't following and don't know. And that's a problem. One is a problem. And I just wish that the officials would care more about those and realize those numbers are lives. Call in, get involved. The phones need to be ringing. I want to hear what y'all got to say. I've been looking up and down social media. Hey, everybody got something to say. Seem like all y'all acting like Miss Johnson now. So, first things first, you already know what's been trending around the city. It don't take number for somebody to know your business, and they talking about it. Lord, what's going on downtown at the district attorney's office? Can somebody tell me what's going on? And I got a few questions myself. How y'all doing? Come on, get them phones to ringing. 1-800-492-5186. What is going on? So the Capitol Police then went to somebody's house for a disturbance, and a report was made. But I want to know why everything on the report blanked out. All the important stuff to really know what happened, first of all. Second of all, I don't know if the allegations are true or not. But as I said on my live, sometimes you just don't put yourself in the predicament. You don't put yourself in that, you don't make that decision to even go there. But don't nobody know what really went on, so we ain't gonna speculate. But hey, from the outside looking in, it don't look good. It really don't look good. And when you call it like you see it, it really don't look good. So y'all call in and let me know what y'all opinion on it. What you think? Do you think they was over there to serve and protect and visiting a friend? Or do you think what the gentleman said that was true? Or is it false? Everybody give me your opinion on it and tell me what you think about it. Because we going to come right on back to it. Okay, this water. Oh, Gigi, this water. But I can tell you what, I want to thank everybody for thinking about us down here in old Jacktown in Jackson, Mississippi. Because, hey, them pallets been rolling in, baby. Everybody I know got water. Y'all got my people calling me from Maine and everybody talking about, y'all got... Man, listen, I tell them, that water system been messed up 90 years, man. It really has been messed up a long time. So, they just act like now, the whole pump system just to stop, like a sinkhole just took the whole building under. That's the way they act like now. And speaking of the water department, somebody resigned. So somebody resigned, and I heard that they just walked away. But sometimes when you got a conscience here, that's what you do. And I also heard that somebody else was forced to leave. So we in bad shape down there. The bottom done fell out down there, but hopefully we finna get some relief. But the only way we gonna get some relief, they gonna have to pay that money. They gonna have to come on with their money to fix it the way that it need to be fixed. Cause what they telling y'all now ain't finna do nothing but put a Band-Aid on it. Ain't nobody talking about spending them millions. They go ahead and get it all the way right. Other than instead of putting a Band-Aid on, we've been putting a Band-Aid on it 90 years. You know? So, I don't know, but y'all can call in 1-800-492-5186 and tell me what you think about it, because a lot of y'all got a lot of stuff to say, because I see it. I've been reading it. So, as I told everybody else, if you done lost a child, get in contact with Miss Felicia Marshall with Grant Me Justice. Come on a team where you can get your leak back. Call into the show. If you feel like they ain't did nothing, because they don't want to do nothing, they ain't got no resources, guess what? Call in the show. That's the problem. All of these homicides, and all of y'all still quiet about it. Moving right on ahead. Yes, we is. Now, Polo say he ain't guilty. Polo pleaded not guilty on y'all. What you got to say about that? So you know what, when he say not guilty, that means he taking it to trial. You know, all y'all that love all them songs taking it to trial, that's what he doing. He taking it to trial. Well, his trial gonna be in old Peterson courtroom, and they say it's supposed to be there in March, as my people know it. Okay, so no bond. He don't have no bond. So get what? Your money ain't no good. You got to sit right there, cause she said no bond, which I think that is suitable for the crime. Should now homicide have no bond, if you ask me? And that was before it came to my front door. Well, I tell you something else that Jack Towner did that's probably some good news to some and bad news for everybody else. OJSU done told Ticketmaster, thank you for your services, but we no longer need you no more. And hey, anybody that's watching their money and watching their assets and do business and got some sense, you gonna cut the middleman out. You gonna cut the middleman out. So, big ups to JSU for cutting Ticketmaster out. Because I think that was a good, smart move. A good business move, if not nothing else. So, all of y'all sports people, I don't know what y'all gonna do, because Ticketmaster ain't gonna be here no more, baby. You ain't gonna be able to go there for the season tickets or none of that. So I think that's a good thing. Call in and let me know what y'all think, because I don't play no games, nor do I watch them. But now, it was the news for the day. Call 1-800-492-5186 and let me know what y'all, how you all gonna be trying to get you some more tickets, because Ticketmaster ain't it, even though they got many, many different outlets. Hello, how y'all doing? Scroll up a little bit for me so I can see, friend. Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Lester, for sending the stars. I know when you're right, Ms. Mocha, I don't know who gonna help us, because you see what type of hands we in and what's going on. Hell, we living it. I don't understand why they act like they can't see it. That's a good question, too, about the water. But you know what? I said earlier, they must know something that we don't know, because the water is rolling in. I'm talking about from all across the world. I seen on the thing today, Jada Pickett's son. He's sending water. And they told me he live across seas. He ain't even in the United States. So he ain't even in the United States, and he didn't come back to the United States to team up with some people to send some water to Jackson, Mississippi. So, hey, you know, I don't know. They know something we don't know, though, friend. I can tell you that, because it keep happening. I know when you're right. And guess what, Becky? That's how it should be in every household. Every household should make everybody in their household vote if they old enough to vote. Because that's our biggest problem in the hood. That is our biggest problem in the hood. And that's one reason why they don't pay attention to nothing or our needs, let alone our wants. And you know, I said something earlier on my Facebook page. You know, everybody talking about the big thing with Brad Farr and Phil Bryan and all of that stuff that's going on with them. But you know what? I think outside of the box, and I always have. They could have never did that on our grandparents' watch. They could have never did that on our parents' watch. Our generation dropped the ball. And you know why? We dropped the ball, they seen a sweet lick, and guess what? They jumped on it. They jumped on. For number one, we wasn't watching our money. We wasn't watching nothing, because the money came. And you know, I was just sitting up thinking, I said, you know what? Our grandparents had 10 children, 8 children, 9 children, 12 children, 14 children, 17 children. Our parents had 7 children, 8 children, 6 children. You know what I'm saying? But guess what? They couldn't have did that on their watch because they watched their money. But in our generation, we dropped the ball for its materialistic stuff, trying to do better, trying to give our kids better than what our parents gave us. And guess what? We messed it up. So the lick was so sweet to where they was comfortable with doing it. Hell, we been up here all these years. We see these folks. These folks ain't even worried about the welfare money. That's why they took it. They took it because it was so sweet. And they knew it wasn't going to be no accountability. Why do you think it took for this other generation to get in that administration in order to be able to catch it? Oh, yeah, most definitely. Let me tell you something. Mississippi a long way for not having no money, baby. You sure right, Becky. We got everything we need. The thing about it is it's just going the wrong way. It's most definitely going the wrong way, and we see that. And we live in it. Everything. You know what? You are so right, me, because guess what? It's hard to find something good. It's literally like the schools. But you know what? I always say it's the citizens for me because they let it go on. And the few of us that raise hell about it, guess what? It's not enough. It's not enough. Some carry a lot of weight and some don't. But if all of us got together, something will happen in the hood, because if everybody in the hood voted, I'm telling y'all, we can do what we want to do by a landslide. That's just like the guest that was on last week, Miss Angela. Okay. All right, now we got a call. Hello, welcome to the Heard Is the Same.
Give me 1 second, I'm gonna plug in.
Hey, Miss Johnson.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
All right, welcome to the Heard Is the Same.
I just wanted to mention that
Hello?
I just wanted to mention that one of the things that was the most valuable to our parents and grandparents was the ability to own land. And land represented wealth to us. And now that land is no longer important to the Black community, and that's how one of the ways that we've lost our wealth is through the losing of our land.
I totally agree. Because, you know, as being the 4th generation, I have memories of my granny talking about land in the country and land that her parents had and her parents had. And by the time I got grown, I ain't know what they were talking about no more. But I remember. And I remember the neighbors and the community, you know, even though we lived in the city, a lot of them traveled back to their hometowns, Lincoln County, Edwards, you know, Laura, you know, a lot of surrounding country towns where their property was that was in their family. So I totally agree with that. And we lost it with the land and didn't even become homeowners.
I was watching a documentary, and it talked about how there are a lot of Black communities where families have owned 400 and 500 acres of land, and people have been able to come and steal their land from them simply because they're not knowledgeable about land law. And I just only wanted to mention that because we were talking about voting, and we were talking about the community being able to be the community that our forefathers called us to be. And we have to take full responsibility for that. We have to go and vote. I'm not talking about just go vote. I'm talking about but being knowledgeable of the people that we're voting for and for what they're standing for. Not just because they're Black, but because they can do the job. Our local government, we need to go out and vote for our local officials, and don't vote just because people are Black, but vote because people can do the job. Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling, and I totally agree. I totally agree with everything that you said, because we have to change the mindsets of our people. All right, caller. Thank you for calling in. And she made a good point about the land. You know, and even when we got away from the land, a lot of us didn't adapt to home ownership. We were so anxious to get up out of the house. We were so anxious to move and get our own place and with our own children and live our own lives until we wasn't even taught that we could have became a homeowner other than rent. You know, and as we got older, our parents started buying houses, but we wasn't educated on buying a home. You was focused on going to school, graduating from school, going to college, and doing the American dream way, the pattern way, you know? So, and surviving. Cause then it was gangbanging days. It was rough. You know, you probably come outside one morning and see a car turned sideways up. Well, the owner was trying to run off with some drugs, and everybody on the corner rocked the whole car sideways. You know, it was crazy. Yes, they are. They buying it back up now. You sure right, Mika. That's exactly what they doing. And if you don't believe it, look around the hood when they say, we buy houses. Right out there in the country, or go look on some of the board when the land come up for sale. They getting it. And half of it got shopping malls and stuff on it. There used to be pastors, farmland used to be for families. The new house is death and insurance policy. Life mean nothing no more. You sure right? Oh, it been the hustle. Oh, let me tell you something. They doing it just like a hog, friend. They doing it just like a hog. Just like they use every part of a hog, that's the same way that they doing it with what you talking about. The same identical way. They do a human body the same way. It is every part is recycled. Man, listen, it is beyond the wildest dreams. If you think these don't cost nothing, these cost something. Everything costs something. Everything on you costs something. But the thing about it is you don't get to You don't get the money out for it when they get rid of it. I totally agree, Angela, with the first sentence. Look, with the first sentence I read, that's part of our problem. It ain't part of our problem. That is our problem. Let me just go and break it down. It ain't part of it. It's all of it. You got to vote for the person that's best for the job. You know, let me tell y'all what happened to me today. Y'all know I used Facebook way before I got on this side. Everybody remember my struggle with Chris from Byron when I paid 3 bonds and nobody went by protocol of the criminal justice system and all the hell that I had caught over there. Well, guess what? I invited that judge to come on the show because I see that he running for a higher seat. And he called me today. He called me today behind some stuff that I had said on Facebook. And following up from my experience over there in Byron and surrounding areas with the criminal justice system and with the school system and fighting for 25 years for my people right here. You know, so I invited him to come to let you all know what he doing and how he gonna do it if he do it. You know, and I'm inviting the other candidates that's running against him to come on the platform and let us know what you doing now, what you plan on doing, and we gonna do our homework on you, and we gonna inform the public that do not want to know or ain't interested, but always have a listening ear. Because see, a lot of my people got a listening ear. They not going to look and see who doing what, when, where, why. But if you tell them, they'll believe it. And then they'll go look at it. Well, Mika, we going to pray because I stand on grace. I believe in the unthinkable. The mindsets are gone, but guess what? These humans ain't in charge. That's the beauty of it all. As I walk through this life, these humans are not in charge. A lot of them think they giants. A lot of them think they got power. But see, as I said on my Facebook page, I'm cocky like this because I come with a giant that sit up high and look down low. And he step on all the giants. So I don't have no fear of him, but I do have the grace that it's going to get better. I had a faith in the grace that it's going to get better, and I know it's going to get better because it's so bad now. When you hit rock bottom, it ain't no other way but up, and that's where we at now. We at rock bottom. We literally at rock bottom on everything, so it ain't no other way but up. And I believe it. And I'm going to work toward letting that happen and making that happen. You know, I look at it as the battle I already won. The only thing I got to do is stand on the battlefield. And we going to go to commercial, y'all. And y'all stay tuned. Call in. While y'all typing, y'all know I like to talk. And all this light in here for y'all that really know me, y'all know the eyes just pretty. So call in so we can talk. All right, take me to commercial.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David. Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
The Mississippi Link is an African-American female-owned newspaper with a trusted voice that is highly respected throughout the city, state, and nation. Our motto, keepers of the knowledge for people who speak the truth, since 1993. Link significantly influences the thoughts, attitudes, and buying decisions of its readers. Call us at 601-368-8481 for your advertising needs. If you would like to receive a newspaper in the mail each week, our annual subscription is only $52 per year. That is only $1 per week for you to stay informed regarding many stories that you can only get in the Mississippi Link. Sign up today at themississippiLink.com and click on Home Delivery.
One. All right, welcome back to the Heard It's the Same. Y'all know telling the truth ain't snitching. So if you know anything about a case, call 355-TIPS and get you a bag. I keep trying to tell y'all that. If you know someone who has lost a child, or the parents have passed away and the siblings are living, let them stand in the gap. Get in contact with Miss Felicia Marshall with Grant Me Justice. It's very important that you do that. You can look at it on my page. Hey, you hear me talk about it all the time. Come get you some love. And guess what? You ain't got to pay like you got to pay for that other stuff to get involved. How about that? Okay, moving right on along. I also want to inform y'all, Heavenly Hands Cleaning Service. You already know we one phone call away. Been on referrals for 30 years. And as I told you, I'm OCD, ADHD, so I'm in my right field. Let me see what else I want to talk about. Man, Cracker Barrel finna leave. Cracker Barrel gone. Cracker Barrel is gone off 55 due to the water crisis. What y'all gonna do now? You ain't gonna be able to rock in them rocking chairs no more while you sit there and think about your childhood. You ain't gonna be able to do that no more. You got to go on up the road somewhere, because they ain't wasting no more money fooling with Jackson and this water. And let me see what else I had to tell y'all about today. Greyhound, they leaving. They moving on. They done left too. If they ain't already gone, because they been said they were leaving. So, and then, let me tell y'all business is something that I heard. And y'all, it was in the news too. FEMA applications are available for the businesses of Jackson who has been affected by the water crisis. Now, that don't mean no resident where you cooking food out your house and doing all that other foolishness out your house. It ain't for you now. It's for the real businesses. They got commercial water bills and commercial light bills. It's for them. It ain't for you got no commercial on a house stove. Okay? So don't try it. Because I'm telling you that he ain't playing by Mississippi money. If you try, he gonna come for you now. All right, we got a call. Hello, welcome to the Heard It's the Same.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can. How you doing?
Okay, I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. I really enjoy your show. I wanted to know if you could elaborate on the FEMA. Is that for like restaurants? Is that the money that they got for restaurants help because of the water crisis in Jackson?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I've been told. I've been told that it's for the businesses of Jackson that was affected by the water crisis.
Okay, do they need to, because I have a couple of friends who own clubs there, do they need to go to the FEMA website, or how would they get the information to apply for the funds?
Well, if FEMA got the money, that's who website you got to go through to get the money. You know, yes, ma'am. You have to go on FEMA website, and it should have all the information there for Jackson residents. And
Okay,
not
great. I'll
residents,
go
I'm
through
sorry, Jackson businesses, because the residents, it don't apply for. It is only for businesses and companies.
Okay, I'll tell her to go there now. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Bye.
Uh-huh.
Call off.
Yeah, they say it's for the companies and the businesses only. That's what my resource telling me. They told me it's not for residents or nothing like that. Which I think the overwhelming help for the residents and the citizens, I do want to give you all a big round of applause because every hood around Jackson have really stepped up for their community. You know, I have really been seeing everybody that I know that's able to lift water, they've been lifting water. Everybody with organizations, they've been helping out. Big up to the churches. I've been seeing y'all. The unity that we have really shown here as Jacksonians in Jackson for this water crisis, I must say, we did that. You know, they say a lot of bad stuff about us, but that is one good thing that I have seen. Each community, and they've been getting it to our elders. They've been getting it to our disabled. You know, a lot of people from the neighborhoods, you know your elders, you grew up over there, you know they not waiting on nobody to take them nothing. They getting the water and they taking it to them themselves. So, hey, big ups to that. Because at the end of the day, that's really our basis. That's really what we was raised on. We were raised on honor thy neighbor. Treat people the way you want to be treated. And I also see them trickling it down to the young generation. I've been seeing a lot of young folks out there helping with that water. Big ups to them. And guess what? They got their pants pulled up too. Yeah. They able to walk with that water, and they got a belt on. Oh, let me tell you something. I've been riding around checking y'all out. Yeah, and hey, I love it. It warms my spirit, it warms my soul, and everybody see me at the red light like, what's she so happy for? I be like, yeah, we getting it, you know. One step. I don't care if it's one step, and guess what? God got a way of bringing all of us together. And this water, it buckled us. Just like Katrina. It brought everybody down to one size. Yeah, you know, like them African clothes, one size fit all. Yeah, it brought us all down to one size. Because see now, people who ain't never said, oh my God, or Jesus. Yeah, see when you got the water, you got the trash, and everything just piling up on one another at one time. It'll make you say that. But only this time, the whole city said it. The whole city said it. See, now, it used to be bits and pieces saying it. Now, we all saying it now. People who ain't never even spoken, when this water and all the stuff start coming on, guess what? You spoke it. Oh, my God. What we gonna do? Now you thinking. And that's what we need to do as citizens. We need to get concerned. So, when it's getting time to vote, I can't talk enough to y'all about voting because this judge's race is very, 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 very important. All the races are very, very, very important. You should just want to vote. You should want to feed your soul, your spirit. To me, it's like you're winning at the boat. When you cast your vote, it's like winning at the boat to your spirit. And for those who can't, make sure it's somebody in your household or next to you or people that you affiliated with. You make sure you take them. And then you see what you got to do to reinstate yours, because many laws have changed. And it's a lot of people that getting their rights back to vote. And majority of those folks that got those golden seals, if I'm not mistaken, laws done changed for you all tremendously. You know, you done paid your debt to society, and you should be able to start back voting. You're going to have to just check into it and make sure. But we got to get out and vote. And you got to vote for the right people. Stop voting for the people who just look like you. And the people who you think go do something other than doing a little homework. Yes. Miss Felicia said and do the same thing for the murders that's affecting our city. Because look like none of our officials really care anything about that. You know, when the national spotlight was down here last year, you know, everybody acted like they was concerned. But now it's in the 90s. Do y'all not know 90 is close to 100? You know, it's crazy. Sure is. You know what? I wish it were possible for everybody to get fired. Everybody. Just wipe the whole slate clean. From the governor on down. We just start over. Because right now, it's hard to believe anything that's coming out of any of them mouths. They like the little boy who cried wolf. Everybody cried wolf. So when the wolf really comes, we don't believe it. And that's about how the water administration felt at the same time. Them folks been telling these people about this. They been telling their bosses about this. But at the same time, it's like a care. They don't care. Because half of them, they don't live here. It is not affecting them. Homicides do not affect them. And the people that it do affect, that's in their house, that's they loved ones that live over here in Jackson, they ain't getting nothing but break-ins. They ain't gonna, and when they carjack them, they don't hurt them. They know not to. That's why I told y'all last time, they cannot be the same thugs that go right there to Bellhaven, Fondren, and Eastover and rob and carjack and then come right across the bridge and kill. That let you know they know what to do, when to do, and how to do. And where and how to do it, where at. Yes, ma'am, Becky, that's what I said. Everyone. Because like I said on my Facebook page today, this is revealing season. And if you don't believe it, you just watch the events that the Lord have showed you since January. This is revealing season. People that you thought you knew, you don't know. Things that you thought you knew, you don't know. But now he's revealing. He's revealing, and they can't stop it. They can't even stop themselves, and they don't even know why. Because everything done in the dark come to the light, and guess what? The light is shining. We are seeing these people, souls and spirits and real characters. Scroll back down for me. Exactly. And with all them ingredients right there, Mika said, in a city where it's so comfortable with drive-by shootings, assault rifles, use drugs, scamming, fraud, and hide hands for the criminals, over with. You know what? They hands been exposed. I've been telling everybody, it is revealing season. Anything, you ain't got to get caught with your hand in the cookie jar, because guess what? He opening the whole cookie jar up. He leaving the lid off of it. And the air getting in. And it's coming out. I'm telling you now, it's like a genie, they can't hold it. They cannot hold it because it's revealing. He is really revealing everything we need to know. Per individual. He ain't even grouping them in. He doing it per individual.
They hung up.
I'm talking about he's showing up and showing out. He's showing us exactly who these people are. If you thought you knew, you don't know. And the only way you don't believe what you see now is you got a blinding eye. Okay, call back.
Here they go.
All right. Hello, welcome to the Heard It's the Same.
All right.
Hello.
Hello, welcome to the Heard It's the Same. Hey, it's me, Becky.
Hey, Becky, how you doing?
Hello. I'm all right, hon. I want to talk about everything. I want to talk about it's what, February, months ago.
He said, cut your radio down so it won't echo, and baby, you got the flow.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. But that's why I'm telling you, we talked about this in February. All these people not doing what they're supposed to do. They just riding off taxpayers' money. Don't even know who you are. You done lost a child. They don't care about it. They ain't called and checked on you. But soon as the spotlight comes, all we doing that. It's the citizens' fault. They not telling us. Ain't nobody helping us. Okay, we understand that we don't have enough police officers. Not my problem. Wasn't my daughter's problem, and whoever else child got murdered. That's not our problem. The mayor had enough money to hire people. Okay. Second of all, we don't have enough detectives. Okay, that's not my problem either. Okay, again, they were awarded funds, federal funds for that. They've done nothing with it. Okay, so I'm not in the limelight. I don't have podcasts, but I know who to speak with, and I know what is going on. And everything from the jail on down, they started with the jail. It's going to be a whole federal takeover because they have done nothing with money they've awarded. And then our crazy governor, mad because he about to go to jail and send funds back to help people, homeless people. When people don't have no other resource to go to, they rob, steal, and kill. So the problem ain't going to end till they fix where it started. I'm angry as hell. I'm angry at all of them. But I do one day at a time, one thought at a time, and I write my letters and I talk to who I need to talk to from Washington, D.C. all the way back down to this rotten city. And people are being quiet, but I'm not. People killing the significant others and getting away with it because it's not what you know, it's who you know. People surviving off the system, getting burned because it's not what you know, it's who you know. I ain't being quiet. I know who to tell.
I totally agree, and guess what? We just two mothers who lost kids. But look at the statistic. What the rest of them at? The rest of them, they won't say nothing. They won't do nothing. But get on the phone and tell everybody around the corner, but won't drive downtown or won't get with mothers like you and like me and try to hold these people accountable. And then when we go down there, they look at us like we crazy.
Yeah, like it's our fault. I passed out paperwork. I passed out applications, everything. I said, this ain't going to cost you a dime. Come to this group, and they can help you. Stop calling and asking me. I'm not the resource lady, and if I was then, I'm not now because I'm fighting a whole nother battle. When someone is taken out of your life, it's a whole domino effect. My grandbaby grieving, my son's grieving, my mom grieving, and I ain't got a damn card. Do you hear me? Not a phone call. So now I ain't gonna walk in your office. I'm gonna walk in your boss office, and if your boss can't help me, I'm gonna walk in the other boss office because I know people too. Since this entire city is built up on not what you know, but who you know. So I'm gonna use it too.
Okay.
I'm going to use it too, just like everybody else. I'm going to use my get out of jail free card too, because that's what they doing.
In our face.
They be having the facts. Know who did it.
I totally agree.
Okay.
You know.
So guess what? I'm a grieving mom. I'm not a bitter black woman. I'm a grieving mom. It ain't gonna never stop. My entire life has changed.
And nobody don't even care. They going on partying about their ways, all the city leaders. They at every party, every game, every tailgate. And then look at you like you nothing.
Yeah.
So guess what? From the governor on down, they won't be here no more. And you're right. People are walking off the job because they not going to take the file for you no more. They not taking the file for you no more. Why ain't nobody tell nobody that we supposed to be at the Children's Museum signing up for the class action lawsuit for this water? Why nobody told them that you could be awarded $17,000 a child? Why they didn't put that on the news? Because we over here worse than Flint.
Oh, yeah, because see, well, you know, the news station down with them, too. That's their buddies. That's why I thank God that we got platforms like this right here. You know, that's even when I was fighting mental illness. Before it even came to my front door, I kept telling everybody, trying to get on the news, trying to get on. They like tragedies. They don't want to do nothing positive. Oh, no, not one time had they aired a chance and a choice handing out water. The radio station handing out water. Oh, guess what? First Jackson Church gave out filters to go on your sink and water. What was that at? They didn't tell nobody about that. But somehow, our infamous DA made the news. I guess that's what's important now. Yeah, that's what's important now. Anything but the
water not important no more.
No.
Okay.
No.
Don't ask me to speak, because I'm going to drop the mic on their butts every time. Every time. And they know I'm getting all kind of text messages right now. I ain't going to stop. And I'm going to do just like Otha Kane. I'm going to be just like this. It ain't gossip. It's journalism and communication.
And boundaries. It ain't beef.
And okay, it's not what you know, but who you know. They ain't answer the damn question for me.
What they forget is,
Becky, ask me what the case number is. But you know how I rock. Yeah. I ain't got to say nothing. I'm going to show results. You already know.
Well, they forget his body's in that ground over there. That's something we can't forget.
Yeah, and him too. Let's talk about that. They don't care. The count's still going up. It ain't them. It ain't them. That's why it ain't their folks. But when it's their folks committing the crime, and I ain't necessarily talking about relatives, I'm talking about friends, people that work for them. Oh, I said I'm a killer, and I'm going to do it, and I'm going to get away with it. It happened right in front of our face. But now let's see. Now that the Fed's here, on your butt, let's see what happened now. I would like to know. Let's see who else gonna quit. I bet you a few more quit this week. I bet you, from the detectives on down.
Well,
it's been going on too long.
This is revealing season. I keep trying to tell everybody, this is revealing season.
I thank God for discernment.
Me too, because I prayed for revealing season. I already knew it. I knew it back then when I was fighting mental illness, and when I got on this side, I went on this side 24 hours when I made that live on the news a day after I lost Chris. I knew then what time it was. I knew then that my fight was against them and them demonic spirits that floating around up in there. I knew it. I felt it. I knew I was being lied to from the door. My child wasn't even gone 24 hours and I was being lied to. So I knew other mothers had been lied to. I had just got on that side and I knew I was lied to. But they want to persuade you that they helping. That's why I say
I appreciate
it's so many different
grant me justice. I appreciate Miss Felicia from Grant Me Justice. I appreciate you for reaching out to me, because when it happens, you don't know what to do because you don't expect it to happen. And these people don't care. And then guess what? If you don't go ask no questions, they ain't going to call you. If you don't show up, they ain't going to call you. I went about 25 times, I know. And I said, this is now I got to call the upper hand. Now I get phone calls. Now they want to give me, but it ain't helping me. It's too late. See, I don't put my pen and paper down, and they know what's to come. You ain't got no answers for me. And if you did, it's still like what I want to hear, because it's a damn lie. Just like you said, it's a lie. That's why I ask no more questions, because they still gonna lie. But I bet you, if I go down here Friday, I know where they all gathered, like they at worship service. Yeah. And you know, as soon as I get where I won't be quiet no more. I pray for all the mothers. I done lost a niece, a nephew, a cousin. I'm talking about to gun violence. Those people not in jail. The person that murdered my daughter is in jail, but has he went to trial yet? It's been a year and 4 months. You think I'm okay? I'm not, and I'm going to show them. I just do things differently. I ain't got to be in the limelight all the time. I put some black and white, some paper, like my white friend showed me how to do. I'm putting it in some black and white. And now we can't go back and forth, because you ain't going to get to tell me no lie, because that means you just said it. If I ain't got it in paper, it never happened. They been showing me that. Oh, yeah. My daughter got killed on May 19th. On May 20th, 2021, they been showing me they was about their own life. They weren't about ours. So now the tables are turning. And everything I told somebody, I mentioned it in February, what they was doing. Nobody believed me. I said, they don't care. I believe you. They don't care. I believe. But now everything I say is showing up. Boom. I ain't got to lie. I ain't never had to. Baby, I told you. I don't fake support nobody. I don't fake friends with nobody. If I don't like you, I just don't deal with you. But when it comes to grieving about my daughter, that's all I care about. I don't care about nobody else's business. I don't care who over there, if she said this. When it comes to Ricardo Janicia Brown, she will not be gone in vain, ever, because she didn't deserve that. My daughter went in no street, a nursing degree, her own house, in the comfort of her own home. And I'm so sick of everybody talking about, was it her boyfriend? No, it wasn't. But if it was, does it make it right? Okay. She wasn't related to him. He was nothing to her, a bum in the street. They don't even get it, man. They don't even get that we can't even, you can't hurt us. Like, you literally cannot hurt a mother who have lost a child with nothing but another loss. Nothing but another loss. And that ain't gonna happen. And that ain't gonna happen. You got that ain't gonna happen. Okay, friend. You know what to say. Listen, I done took up all your time. No, but y'all keep pushing, keep fighting. You say what you want to say. And guess what? And keep talking, baby. I called all the way to Portland, Oregon. Them people sit down here, 3 18-wheelers for the elderly people, because it's where I stay, the nice assisted living home. They didn't have no water. They didn't have no water, and people weren't seeing about them. Them folks ain't got no family. That's my job. I'm a hospice care nurse. I'm seeing it in my face. So I called some people that know some people. Bring some 18-wheelers down here. That's what they did. And we thank you for sending. I'm gonna step in if I can. Right. I'm a step in, because guess what? My mama older too. I got aunties and uncles in Jackson too. They can't get nowhere. They needed help, and these people didn't care about nothing. That you knew it when the governor put his own water tanker in front of the governor's mansion and didn't care about none of the business around it, not even the bank. Okay. But I ain't going to keep on telling them, because now they see it. Like you said, it's revealing season. It's revealing season for everybody that's throwing the rock and hiding their hand. Oh, everybody going to get exposed. Everybody. And I'm going to be sitting right here watching. Everybody going to get exposed. Faking and shaking and playing both sides is about to come out. I'm glad I'm who I am, and I'm glad I got favor, and I thank God for it. Because I would have been lost my mind. That was my only daughter. Only a few of them community outreach program, hard work here in VC himself came out and helped me. Anything, they volunteered to babysit my grandsons for me while I go to work. That's love. Ain't nobody else except besides Grammy Justice done checked on old Becky. But that's okay. They say I'm a strong one. I'm about to show them how strong my left hand is, because I can write with my left and my right hand, put some paperwork, and see what we can get done now.
Well, I tell you what.
But that is all I have time for.
Well, check this out.
I just got, huh?
Well, check this out. I could call you a psychic, baby, because you foresee this.
Didn't I tell you?
You a psychic, baby, and a visionary, because you foresee this.
Okay.
And that's why I said back then, he got a season for everything. And this right here is revealing season for all of those. All of those.
Yeah. I never lied on nobody.
Oh, yeah.
That's the word right there. They got to look in their own mirror now. That's the word.
That's what he
and
doing.
Anybody else that's doing it, they got to hold their mirror up too.
Yeah, baby.
Stop throwing rocks and hide your hand. Either you on this side or that side. That's it.
That's it.
It ain't no in between. I can't straddle the fence. Don't do that. I'm for the good. I'm for the good. I always have been. Even though I'm hurting, I'm still for the good.
Me too.
Sometimes people get hurt and they go left. But I got hurt and I'm going to go right. And that's for my children and everybody else's children and all these grieving parents.
That's right.
I'm going to do the right thing. And they going to see me. And I bet you they know my name now. They used to say, what's your name? And I used to say number 53 because that's what the number for my daughter was. But now they know my name. When they see me, they say, hey, Miss Kathy, how you doing? Okay. They know now.
Well, you know they know Miss Johnson.
And they'll never forget it. Okay. You there every day.
You know they know me.
You there every day.
And big shots up to Mr. Young at the front desk. Mr. Young need a raise, baby. Because Mr. Young is all right with me. He don't serve no two guys,
yes,
baby. He don't serve no two guys. That's why I love Mr. Young to death. He don't serve no two guys, baby. So, Becky, we gonna get there.
That's right.
We gonna get there, and I'm calling out all the other mothers.
I appreciate all y'all. I'm gonna let another caller get to you, honey, because I know your line blowing up now. Because you know when I speak, everybody listens.
Baby,
so I'm gonna let y'all go. I love y'all.
Thank you.
Keep pushing.
Yes, ma'am. You too. We
You're
gonna
welcome.
do this together, baby. Yes. Yes. Thank you for calling in, baby. And like I said, you a psychic. You a psychic. But that's the word that they understand. But I'm going to say that God showed it to you before it happened. Because we talked about this in February. Literally, and everything that we said have come to pass. I want to thank y'all for tuning in tonight. I want to thank y'all for listening. Get involved. Tell a friend and tell a friend. We will be back on. We on Fridays now from 7 to 8 p.m. Hopefully, y'all can get involved. Let me know if you want to be a guest. Just know one thing. We talk about what you want to talk about. This platform is for the community. Just come in. Like I said, if you call me at 7:45 and say, Red, I want to be on, I'm going to drop that location and let you come on. Thank you all for tuning in. On my son case, 1 down, 3 to go. As you know, I'm still looking for you and I'm still coming for you. Every day, 365, baby. And for the other mothers, y'all get involved. Get in contact with Miss Felicia Marshall with Grant Me Justice. Come on, get your lick back. Y'all also tune in to my homeboy show where you can take your lick. You already know the slogan. Y'all have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. Love on somebody and spread some love and go read some damn brochures so you can see who to vote for. That's the most important thing of the night. Thank you. Say his name.
Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Hey everybody, welcome to the buffet with Tony Yarber. The table is spread. How are you doing? I'm so excited to be back. We missed last week, but nevertheless, it is a great time to be back in the studio, taking the opportunity to give you some of the best information on current events, both local, state, and national. The buffet is spread. The table is spread. Y'all let everybody know. I want to encourage you, if you would, share. I'm going to encourage, if you would, to like, and I also need you to help me to reach my star goal. So I want to encourage you, if you would, star me up, like me up, share me up, and let folks know that the buffet with Tony Yarber is live. I'm in the studio, glad to be back. Dexter, man, I hope you all right back there. All right, Dexter has, for those of you who don't know I didn't get a chance to say out loud, I don't think, but Dexter has taken over the reins in the back. He is doing, there it is. Well, you better hype yourself up. Dexter's in the back handling things. A very professional brother. Love the fact that the man is aboard. So appreciate you, man. And I think we're gonna do some real good stuff around here together. Now, I was out last week, and y'all listen to me. I had COVID. And I don't know what kind of COVID folks been getting. I don't know what kind of COVID. The COVID that make you cough and go home and sit down for a little while, and the kind that make your nose tingle and itch. I ain't had that kind. I had the bubonic plague kind, I think. I think I had the bubonic plague version of COVID. Lord have mercy. It is, I don't know, listen. I think it should be like a survivors support group. I believe it needs to be a survivors support group for people who make it through COVID. 'Cause Lord Jesus, I tell him thank you. That's all I got. That is all I got. It was crazy because I had COVID right smack dab in the middle of one of the worst crises that's ever hit the capital city in the state of Mississippi. I was down with COVID. Folks were calling, trying to deliver water to the church, trying to organize giveaways, and I was sick with COVID. But I am telling you, I was still in tune as much as I could be. Had a great opportunity last night to be able to sit down, have a conversation with former Mayor Harvey Johnson, Mr. Otha Kane on his show. Today, I want to take some time to take some of the stuff that we talked about last night on that show, and I want to move that conversation into today just a little bit. Today, I ended that show with Otha Kane last night by saying something along the lines of, we're going to have to change how we think. We're going to have to change how we approach this stuff, because here's the fact. The fact is that the state of Mississippi swooped in last week to quote unquote save Jackson. Now you look at how you want to look at it, think about how you want to look at it, but the narrative that is dying to be told is the state had to swoop in. Republican leadership had to swoop in. White leadership had to swoop in and save the capital city. Now that's the narrative that particularly people in the space that I'm in Twitter, that a lot of them want to push. Paul Gallo from the Gallo show on Super Talk, he posed a question. He said, why is it that a Republican governor can go in and make things happen in a Democrat city with all Democrat leadership? And I responded to him. I said, that's a great question, Paul. What do you think the answer is? Paul, that's a great question. What do you think the answer is? Hey, everybody, I want you to get engaged today. 1-800-492-5186, 1-800-492-5186. We're talking all things Jackson and the water issue, all things Jackson in this crisis. We got a lot of people coming in to help, too. A lot of folks been coming in to help. I saw the EPA administrator has been in town, a brother. And because he was in town, I think it's a real good time because this has come up. I've had this conversation or been asked this about by maybe 3 or 4 folks, 3 or 4 reporters. And what they've asked me about is this idea called environmental racism. I don't know if y'all ever heard anything like that, if you're familiar with anything like that, but they call it environmental racism. And environmental racism essentially says we are going to create situations through policy and systems, and sometimes it's not intentional. Okay, I want folks to understand that it is oftentimes and sometimes not as intentional as we think. However, whenever the impact is going to cause degradation to the quality of life of a certain group of people and not another group of people, then that's a problem. And that's where it becomes racist and racism. That's what when the outcome, when what's wrong, when it affects one group of people or a minority group of people or a disenfranchised group of people, that's the problem, folks. That's the problem. Well, how? Glad you asked. The reservoir is a place where the O.B. Curtis water treatment plant is associated. The O.B. Curtis pulls water out of the reservoir, okay? Well, anything that is, once that water is clean, that water has to be reintroduced to the water source, and that's typically the Pearl River. Well, if a water treatment plant, center, facility is not functioning properly, and any of that stuff is being introduced into the population, it becomes an environmental mess. It becomes an environmental mess. That's one of the reasons why we were under the Safe Drinking Water Act back in the late 90s with the Department of Environmental Qualities. It's one of the reasons why we ended up having the consent decree with the EPA for wastewater. So we got to do better. We're going to have to figure this out. What do we got to do? We're going to have to desire and want good information. Okay, we're gonna have to desire and want good information. We don't. Good information is what keeps us from making bad decisions at the polls. Good information is what ensures that even if we're in our feelings, we're gonna vote the best. We're going to vote in the way that best benefits and suits us. It's a lot of problems. It's a whole lot of stuff going on, but we got to start asking better questions. We got to start asking questions that actually matter, that impact what we got going on, what our quality of life as a citizenry. Those are things we got to do better. See, elections, they got to start back mattering because they got consequences. Elections got to matter because elections have consequences. And if elections don't matter, then most of the times we are the folks who end up bearing the brunt as it relates to the consequences. So now in Jackson, we've got state involvement and we've got federal involvement. Let's talk about this a little bit because in just a little time, I'm gonna go run over here to my Twitter real quick, but because I wanted to share with y'all in just a little amount of time the kind of congressional assistance and ask that we're having an opportunity to fill. Okay. All right, so let's look at this. What's our what is the lady's name? Cindy Hyde-Smith. Cindy Hyde-Smith in just a few days has asked the Biden administration in its ask for money, because, you know, all of us got an issue with the fact that the Biden administration can send billions and billions of dollars over to Ukraine, but we're down here drinking water out of bottles and taking whole baths. And so anybody should have an issue with that, Republican, Democrat, Independent. Well, Cindy Hyde-Smith has requested, I think, around $40 million for Jackson in this ask. $40 million, Joe. $40 million, Joe Biden. $40 million. That's an ask. We need it. Michael Guest, Congressman Michael Guest, he's made an ask. He has. Let me see. I want to make sure I'm saying exactly what needs to be said. Hold on. All right, here it is. U.S. Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith is urging the Biden administration to submit a new funding request to Congress to help resolve the ongoing water crisis in Mississippi's capital city. This was a post made by Super Talk Mississippi. Now, you know, Super Talk, they're going to pump that up. That's great, Super Talk. But y'all should have been doing this kind of stuff, Super Talk. You can't promote the Republicans swooping in, saving the day because they made a general ask. Come on now, y'all playing. Stop playing. Stop playing. We need the kinds of solutions that don't simply speak or respond to a crisis. And that's what's happening. That's what's happening. So, mayor, council people, whoever else, they need a plan. They don't need engineering data. They don't need specs that the engineers have drawn up and a money a price put on it. They need a plan. But not only do they need a plan, those of you who are in places where you can see appropriations happen, they need your help. They need your help. State involvement. We also have state involvement. Now, here's where you guys are gonna have to start asking the right questions. All right? Because there's got to be accountability all around the block. Ask your state rep, what bills have they authored or sponsored that relates to Jackson's infrastructure issues? See, you got to ask that. You got to ask it, because if you don't ask it, then folks will be off the hook. You let people off the hook and then everything's the mayor's fault. Oh, Chokwe ain't doing this, and Chokwe should have done this, and Chokwe should have done that. Leave Chokwe alone. Leave him alone. Leave Chokwe alone. He got enough to deal with right now. He got enough stuff that he got to deal with. Leave Chokwe alone. There's some other folk too. Okay? There's some other folk who we're going to have to say out loud, what have you done for me lately? Is there legislation? Is there legislation with your district rep who represents you at the state legislature? Where is it? We got to ask the right questions, and we got to ask them of the right people, because those are the folk who are down at the state house. See, we got to make these asks, and then we got to make these folks tell us no. We got to make these asks, and then we got to do it. We got to do it just like the white boys do it. We got to make the ask, and we got to use those same standards that they use, so that when you tell me no, I'll know what your no is really all about. See, we've left too many. There are too many loopholes for squirmy people. Too many loopholes for folks to be able to squirm their way out. After this break, I'm coming back to that 1% commission, because I got word that one of the members of the 1% commission was on next door talking noise the other day, like he's done something to benefit the city of Jackson. Boy, I'm gonna deal with you after this break, because you playing with us. You're playing with us. You're playing with us. We got to start asking these questions. We got to start challenging folks who declare that they represent us. We got to start challenging these folk who declare that they are for us. Man, I got, I literally said, before I got here, Dexter, I said, you know what? I'm gonna maintain my cool. I ain't gonna raise my voice. I'm gonna just be real chill. But the more I think about this, the more I look at folk who are literally sitting around pointing fingers and blaming other folks. And my question is, what are you doing if you're not a part of the solution? If you've not written in the legislation, if you've not sponsored any legislation, if you've not co-sponsored any legislation, if you've not signed on to some legislation, you are not help. You're not help. You're not help. You ask your congressional delegation. I don't care who it is. I don't care who it is. And we're gonna have to stop this stuff sitting in DC waiting on the little people from the small towns in the district that you represent to come up there and kiss your ring and bring this and bring that. No, we sent you there to bring something back. We sent you there to bring something back. We sent you there to bring something back. And we've got, we're going to have to get focused on what matters. And right now, I'm just not seeing that. I'm not seeing it. I'm frustrated with it. It frustrates me because I actually, well, maybe I shouldn't tell this because that would be a lie. I want to see the city do well. I want to see the city do well, but the city can't do well. The city cannot do well until we hold folks accountable for not playing with us. Till we start asking them the kinds of questions that demands the responses and the answers that gives us the confidence that you're working on our behalf. So I'm looking for, I'm expecting, I desire to see us really start moving ahead on collaboration that is about the people. Collaboration that is about the people. Okay? Because the more it becomes about specific constituency groups, the worse the problem's gonna be. I see you up there, Miss Shoemate. Cindy Hyde-Smith and Tate Reeves both said Mississippi will always stay a conservative state. Tate Reeves told Biden Mississippi doesn't need his help, that Mississippi can take care of itself. Him and Smith and Trump and Trumpsters. Reeves has turned down federal money before. Not only that, he also sent money back about 2 weeks ago, the rental assistance money. So that's the only point that I'm making. That's the only point that I'm making. We got to stop making it seem like we're doing stuff that benefit the people when the people ain't even in the middle of the room that you're talking about. It's only you and what you want to do. Listen, y'all, 1-800-492-5186. Get engaged. We're going to get back on the other side of the break. And when we do, we're going to pull y'all into the conversation. I'm taking questions today. If you got questions, put those in on Facebook, and I'll be fielding those the best that I can. You kind of want an idea about some historical stuff. If I can provide information on that, I'll do that as well. Get engaged with me. Stars, send those stars. As we get ready to go into the break, I'm encouraging those of you who are looking for an opportunity to showcase your business. This is the place. I'm looking for sponsors to join Meet Mason. See y'all on the other side of the break.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David. Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
COVID's pioneering coronavirus protocol firm, SGE COVID Solutions, is paving the way forward for a safer city government, delivering cutting-edge biosecurity and biosafety protocols which have been developed internationally by top virologists and scientists, using an all-natural cleaning solution that kills COVID-19 on contact like no other product on the international market. Let SGE COVID Solutions provide innovative, rapid facilities testing and world-class, state-of-the-art biorisk safety protocols for all of your coronavirus needs.
Hey, welcome back to the Buffet with Tony Yarber. We are having conversation around all things Jackson. Specifically today, we're talking about the water crisis, the water situation. I'm giving you guys an opportunity now if you want to join in the conversation, some questions or some things that you want to ask, get some clarity on. While you're doing that, I want to address something. I told y'all that on this side of the break that I was going to talk a little more specifically about the 1% Sales Tax Commission and what I believe is their role in the negligence, what I believe is their role in being obstructionist, what I believe is their role in being a part of the problem. And let me tell you how and what I mean. There's been, and I want to go back just a half a second, and because I don't want to dwell there. But that commission has a task of creating and seeing the implementation of an infrastructure master plan. All right. Well, Mr. Pete Perry made a comment in 2021 at a Rotary meeting. He got up and he began to give a report. Yeah, Pete, I went and looked you up. I watched the video. I make sure that what I say is what you said. And so Pete got up and Pete said that the mayor at the time, Tony Yarber, that was me, had agreed that the 1% Sales Tax Commission would not deal with water. I don't know how that boy ended up coming up with a lie like that, but here's how bad the lie is. The lie is so bad that one of the first projects that Mr. Pete approved on his time on the commission was a water line project on Wooddale Drive in South Jackson. There were no water lines on Wooddale, which meant that they did not have, I'm sorry, that's not true. The water lines that they had on Wooddale were small. They were too small to run fire hydrants. On a street that was almost a mile long, there was not one fire hydrant because there was no water. Guess who paid for it? The 1% Sales Tax Commission. I am sick of folk playing with us. And it's crazy because you playing with folks that's got degrees. That's insulting. It's insulting for you to tell a group of people that you didn't do something because the mayor, that is a lie. Let's keep talking about you and lying. Let's keep talking about you and lying and how that 1% Sales Tax Commission is complicit. There's no reason why everybody should be around here asking the mayor for a plan. No reason. There's no reason that everybody should be asking him for a plan. Why? Because the 1% Sales Tax Commission should have been able to produce a plan as soon as the question was asked. Why? Because the legislation says that you have to have a master plan. There's no reason. Antar, Chokwe, Lumumba should have been able to call over to the 1% and said, hey, send me a copy of this plan so I can send it to the governor, so I can send it to the lieutenant governor, so I can send it to the District 2 representative in D.C., so I can send it to all these people that's asking me for a plan, but it's not there. It's not there. And it's not there because a plan would then alter some of the things that folks will want to see have happen. We ain't got long. Stay with me, and I'm almost done. I think I got about 3 minutes left. Check it out. This plan, the plan, if there was one that was publicly influenced, one that had public comment, one that gave folks an opportunity to talk about what they wanted to see in their communities. If that was actually something that was out there, a living document, then that was changed some of y'all's plans. That would have kept the last expenditure report that came out from reflecting that Ward 7 and Ward 1 got the most amount of money spent in it from the 1%. Hey, Pete lives in Ward 7. Can Jackson create new programs to fund our infrastructure needs? That's a great question. The issue with the creation of programming is that there's got to be a tax base that supports it. And Ms. McGee, we are no longer a population of 250,000. We're not even a population of 175,000. That's what we boasted almost 10 years ago as the population. We're at 150,000 people now. And so because we're at 150,000 people, the tax base, you, whoever it is that lives in the city of Jackson, we're asking you to shoulder the responsibility of an entire metro with 150,000 people, where the average income, the average household income doesn't even look close to being above the poverty rate in most cases. So, you know, programming that's available, I'm not real sure about a lot of it right now. I don't know how because most of the programs are kind of piecemeal. And at this point, Jackson needs more than piecemeal, because anything we do now, it'll generate a little, $1.5 million here, $4 million here, $5 million here. Jackson needs a big deal of a financial package. Like Jackson needs a big deal of a financial package. The water plant infrastructure problems is just about older than the mayor. That's right. The infrastructure problems are likely older than the mayor. But we got to get our mind wrapped around a way to go and a way to move forward. Well, I was talking about that 1% sales tax commission, and that 1% sales tax commission, one of the things, even the late Chokwe Lumumba, as well as myself, that we talked about doing, wanted to do, planned to do, proposed to do, was to leverage the 1% sales tax money. Okay, so what that would look like is as that money accumulated, we can take that money, use that money for matches, for grants, use that money to go and leverage other pockets of money. Because a lot of this money that's out there, they're in the form of grants and they require a match. And if you don't have a match, so for example, if there's there may be a $25 million grant that's out there, all right? And if there's a $25 million grant, and let me give you an example of the lies that were told by that 1% sales tax representative. The city of Jackson, we achieved a Tiger grant back in the late 2000 teens, and a part of the Tiger grant required a match. Guess who supplied the match? The 1% sales tax commission. Guess what was a part of that Tiger grant? Water lines. Water lines. Yet this man is telling people that the 1% doesn't have a water infrastructure responsibility. It's garbage. And I can't believe people are letting him get away with that garbage. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Well, listen, I'm gonna get ready to let y'all get out of here. We're at the 3:30 hour. Here's what I want to do. Here's what I think I'm gonna. I think next week we're gonna pick up, and I'm gonna bring a guest on. I think next week, so that we can have a little bit.
involves children of all ages. Your daddy's home. I gave the her son passed a couple of years ago, I do believe, or
last year.
Last year,
yeah.
But I mean,
Jason, I believe.
Yeah, first class woman, always very professional, very respected in the legal community.
In the community.
An asset as a public defender, and she should get that raise because I mean the Hinds County public defenders are overworked and understaffed.
And you know, with the Capitol Police coming in, they gonna really be working harder, you know, just like our county attorney.
Yeah.
You know, those cases are going to be going to the county attorney, and the people that can't afford a lawyer, you're going to have a public defender.
Well, let me go ahead and hit you with this. I got some criticism that you and I were probably to pump up Gerald Mumford to run for DA.
Man, you know, someone called me.
Of course they did.
And said the same exact thing.
Probably same
And I was just speaking about a justice court case.
Somebody was a couple of people were asking me if we were supporting him. I was like, no, Mumford's a friend of mine.
Yeah, well, I hadn't even thought that for ahead. But I can say this right here, that we living in some times that I never thought I would see.
Okay, hang on. Let's get back.
Yeah.
Public Works.
Yeah,
First of all, my understanding for the public defender, Judge Green could fix that in a moment. Once, and there's been issues. I think Yazoo had an issue. Once a judge signs an order, it goes off a creditor. A bill on the Hinds County Board of Supervisors, and it becomes a judicial expense. And then they can't deny it if Judge Green signed an order. I haven't looked at it in 10 or 15 years, but there was a big issue in Yazoo where Judge Lewis Blackman, another class act of the judicial community, she got into it with the Board of Supervisors about the thing. Well, they don't want to, they think that having a defense is warranted. Now, you don't know this, and this is me. There's a friend of mine going to a court trial right now in Vicksburg in Warren County. Bruh, they done whipped out, after discoveries closed on the ag assault case, they done whipped out a confession. They done whipped out a couple witnesses. He's calling me up like, dude, I ain't seen it this bad in quite a while. I thought I was back in 1982. So, I mean, having a good public defender system, it keeps us all on our toes.
Oh, yeah.
And keeps, and to me, it educates prosecutors, educate cops, educate judges, because unless you're getting someone to appeal and defend, you get a lot of people get lazy and they get away with murder, and no one wants to, rule for the criminal because it's not politically correct.
Not politically correct.
But you don't want someone doing 20 years
that didn't do the crime.
Yeah, I mean the guy. I don't know if you watch. Are you a podcast fan?
Yeah, but I have time.
The guy who did.
I work so hard, man. You
work a whole 20 hours.
That's what I know. And then in the evening time, we answering calls with EOC, going to volunteer fire calls after hours.
Okay, but Public Works, are they on strike? Because Mississippi, you can't strike, can you? They walked off that day, though, right? What did they do? What happened?
Well, let me just say it like this. Yesterday, there was a vote taken.
Okay.
Supervisor Archie made the motion to give, and I do want to say this, that Director Sims say they hadn't had a raise since 2016, and I think it was $100 all the way across the board raise, which is not a lot of money. And if you look in your phone, there's some information on there tell you how much they make a month. I want you to read what do a official.
Well, let me ask you this.
I want you to read it, okay?
Well, let me ask you
when
this.
a white man said, people believe it.
Oh, wow. The white man.
You done heard that before, right?
Oh, yeah, I really
So the white man ice colder than the black man.
I got a lot of stroke being the white man around here. But how has the numbers of employees maintained the same, or have they gone down?
Well, so many people, you can't hire nobody. Everybody on drugs, so they don't work. No one can pass the marijuana test. They come get and that's something Mr. Sims always say, hey, we calling people in to hire people in the county, but can't no one pass the new drug, these drug tests. Yeah. So that's a big problem in county with Public Works Department is people cannot just pass the drug test. But yesterday there was a vote taken. Supervisor Archie, he said that he wanted to ask the board to vote on giving each Public Works worker $300 a month. Now, let's get that right. Not a week, but a month raise. He made the motion. Supervisor Bobby McGowan, he spoke and said that, Public Works is his heart, and he believed that Supervisor Archer was right, that he believed these guys ought to be paid more. Supervisor Graham made the second on the motion, and then Supervisor McGowan, Supervisor Calhoun, and Supervisor Vern all voted against giving these guys a raise, $300 a month. Now you see.
I don't see what they were making. I don't see.
All right, the Public Works Department in Hinds County, they make the sum of $1,000. Well, let me look at it right. 1,000. What is that? You read that number right there.
$1,743.63.
All right, so if you make $1,743 a month and you take
is that net or gross?
That's the gross.
That's gross.
Yeah, so when you take $350 out for your PERS, your retirement, they take you down to what, about 14, right?
Yeah. And then
when you pay your taxes, and if you got a child support, you may bring home $850. One guy said today he bring home $818 a month.
I would say.
Do you hear what I say?
1,000.
Huh?
I was gonna say 1,000.
Yeah, but you up under that 1,000 line.
Yeah.
But that's and what the guys are saying is that what supervisor was proposing, Archie, that 300 would at least get them at $2,000 a month, where they could see neighborhood of $1,300 to $1,400 a month.
Yeah.
So some of the guys decided today, and it was well over 100 out there. We didn't know anything about it. We got a call this morning. Supervisor Archie he said it on TV that he received a call from the Public Works Director stating that the guys were saying that they was not going to get in the equipment and go to work today, that they wanted to let the world know and the supervisor know they were displeased with them not voting for the $300 raise on yesterday.
For those who do not know, what does Public Works do?
Public Works is responsible. Let me say this too. In the county, the Public Works Department is responsible for the rural.
Okay.
Cutting the grass, potholes, cutting trees down. When trees fall on a like when a thunderstorm hit, ice storm, they're the cleanup crew in the county. But the city is failing so much that the county spend more time now in the city than they doing in the county, which is not fair to the rural people. Yeah. Because Pocahontas don't have a mayor. Learning, you ever heard of Learning, Mississippi?
Yeah.
They got some good steaks down there. So when you think about these little small towns, don't have the resources or don't have what it takes to operate. When you take the county and put them in Jackson, because Jackson Public Works guys are sitting under the tree with their legs hanging out the truck.
Yeah.
So what did that do? They MIA in the county.
Yeah. Now, is there any grants or anything like that they could get for the guys and women? I'm sure there's some ladies.
I don't think we have a grant writer right now in the county.
Okay.
I don't think. I know the last one I knew about left, so I don't know if the person been replaced or not. But I do know this right here is that these guys deserve to be treated like human beings. They deserve for their families to be able to eat more than pork and beans after the 15th of the month when money's low. So I believe that. And if I was on the board of supervisors, 300 wouldn't have been enough. I would see could we at least got them 5 more hundred and say, hey, now this 500 gonna last 4 more years. Now we're not gonna do this every year, but gas done went up, the cost of living, inflation done went up.
Yeah.
Everything has went up.
Well, you know
how much light bread costs, man?
Well, see, I'm trying to cut
a gallon of milk.
I'm trying to cut carbs. Man, I ain't had milk. Milk goes straight through me. I had to give milk up. But no, the thing about it is, you've got to put them on some sort of schedule where they'll get a raise to keep talent there.
That's right.
And it rewards seniority. Now, you don't need, it's got to be a pyramid structure, so you don't need all quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I have a debate all the time whether I would have paid Aaron Rodgers $50 million.
Yeah.
Because I think you have to spread it around.
But you got to have somebody to block.
Yeah, exactly. You got to spread it around. But then, but you do need a coach, you do need a quarterback, and to get good people, what we've got to learn in Mississippi, especially whether it's part-time city council members, part-time legislatures, if we can complain, but until we pay for quality, we're not going to get quality.
That's right.
And that's what's so infuriating for me is that we've got this 1 point. Do you think Tate? My prediction is this: Tate's not spent the $1.8 billion. He's waiting for his gubernatorial run.
Then he'll spend the money.
He's going to spend half. And then he's going to wait to that second 4-year run as governor. And then he's going to spend the money again to announce his Senate campaign.
But that federal money may be returned before then. You can't hold that federal money 8 years, Brent.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just saying, what if they put it in a improvement fund? What he
can hold it.
Hold it.
Yeah, well, you're right. But let me ask you a question here. What is your take on the water crisis now? Since the water's back running, and I don't want to go there all the way. But I want to know what's your take on it.
I mean,
are you brushing your teeth with the water now?
Yes, I am brushing my teeth.
With Jackson water?
Yes. Are you? No.
Man, no. I wash my hand with. Look, I got a rash. Let me show you. You see, I had a little rash right there from Jackson water.
See, I'm brushing my teeth with it. And I was debating whether to do that or not, but that's it. I'm drinking bottled water. I don't drink with it. I don't cook with it. I throw away so many bottles.
Yeah.
Oh, Aquaman would be mad at me.
Wow.
Jason Momoa, he hates plastic bottles.
Yeah, I saw something about
shaved his head and all that stuff.
When the water was coming to Jackson. Hey, what are they going to do with all other bottles when they're empty?
Goes in the garbage.
They're going to go in the creek in Jackson.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I mean, look, until I get behind the scenes, you got to give the governor some credit, which I can't stand the governor, but he got the water going.
He got it back
now,
going.
But EPA's there. I know they brought engineers from Florida, Alabama. They had a whole crew of it.
Yeah.
But what's so disappointing to me is the things we didn't know.
Yeah.
The ammonia leak. So many things not working. And I don't know why we just can't get transparency out of city government right now.
Well, if you listen to the city council members, they hadn't been able to get any transparency since the administration took over. I was at a meeting the other night, and something come up, and Angelique Lee was there, and they asked her a question, and she said first she heard about it was on TV. So
we can't have that.
But no, it's the truth. But that's the truth.
I know that. But I'm just saying
that's what she said.
Yeah,
and Stokes man saying it all along that they votes and don't even know what's in the bank. Because when they ask for, that's what they saying. So I can only repeat what they say.
No. Look, and I'm not disputing that. I just don't understand how you're supposed to function as the capital city.
Any city, man.
Yeah.
Bolton got to have some kind of. Yeah, they got to have something.
But and then I want to, as a business leader or as anybody who's handled any money. I want you to check me. I want you to verify. I've got an accounting degree. I don't want to be the main person. I don't want to be the only signature on the bank account. I don't want to be the sole decision maker, because what's going to happen if that money comes missing?
It's on you. All eyes on you.
But if I say, no, Malcolm's got to sign off on this, or y'all vote. Look, you don't know how many times, just as practicing as an attorney, dear client, Mr. Johnson, the deal is this, or the settlement authority is this. Please verify in writing, because I just CYA, and that's what's so bad about it. That hang on,
Tarita Jones said the water is not a safe bread.
Well, the board is saying, well, Miss Jones would be happy with me brushing my teeth with it, because she's always blasting me. But thank you for watching.
Stay on it, Miss Jones. Stay on it.
But no, the whole thing is, I mean, we've got, to me, I predicted metro government. Metro government's coming. And it's not a bad thing. One, as you know, when we wrote our Constitution, it was 1880. We have too many counties, we have too many cities, we have too many municipalities, we have too many junior colleges, high schools. When 1880, when they wrote the Constitution in 1880, it took you all day to get across the state on horseback. Now we can get through there 2-3 hours. We need to realize to come together. That means some people are going to have to give up some seats. But we have to work together, because, I mean, we're finding out. It's still, what's your opinion of Millsaps, Belhaven, and Jackson State talking about basically going back to a well system, right?
Yeah, I heard about it. What you really want to know?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I support the hell out of it.
Really?
Yes, I will. You know, Belhaven, Millsap, Jackson State, and I'm going to say this too. Hines Community College. If they got a Jackson branch, it may be the right thing to do, because you can't continue to close these schools down, brother.
Well, I know that, but that's going back to 1970.
It can go back to 1770, Brett. It's something got to be done, sir.
Well,
they got one at the state fairgrounds.
Yeah, I know.
And guess what? They say the state capitol now is running their lines to the fairgrounds lines.
I mean, I mean, you know this. You drive through Jackson. I had to get to Jackson.
Love Jackson to death.
At 4:00 in the morning, and I was just driving. I had court, and you're driving around, and you just see what it could. You see what it could be, or I was like, you know.
But it used to be.
Yeah. Bustling, hustling. Man, Hines County Circuit Court is so sad right now, because there's nothing going on. And it's not the judges. I'm not saying that from a judge's standpoint. I'm talking about from a litigation standpoint. You used to go in there and there'd be these New York lawyers over here, or these lawyers from LA. Nothing. And it's because of all this tort reform. And we've allowed certain people to control our state without getting out and voting. And people do not understand how this works. If you're a Democrat, you got to support lawyers. If you're a Democrat, you've got to take care of the people who take care of teachers.
That's right.
You got to take care
of public
works.
Public defenders.
Public defense. You've got to take care of certain people, because they'll take care of you. And you tell me what happened to the Democratic Party in Mississippi, and how to fix it.
I'm gonna tell you what really happened to the Democrat Party. It didn't just happen in Mississippi. It started nationwide. And this is just my belief. It's a lot of black organizations that start misleading people about the Democrat Party.
How so?
They would say, even back when Joe Biden was running, you would hear people call radio shows and say, you don't need to vote Democrat. You need to vote for Donald Trump, because the Democrats is the white people that did this to us. You start hearing these attacks on the Democrat Party. And you don't know if Republicans had these people doing it or who had them doing it, but you heard it a lot.
Is there one name out there?
And you know Donald Trump is the worst thing that ever happened to America since Pearl Harbor was attacked in Hawaii.
Okay, stop. 9/11 was in there somewhere.
9/11 had nothing on Donald Trump.
The recession was in there somewhere. The pandemic was in. Well, see, here's the problem. I mean, I can't tell you, are all of them like Trump and he just doesn't have a filter? Or
Trump is not a Republican.
No, he's a
Tea Party. He's a Tea Party clown.
But what I'm saying is, how many presidents just are like Trump? Do you have to be? And he just doesn't have a filter.
Well, he don't. He's not a conservative.
Okay, but that's not what I'm saying. Personality. Well, okay, name the 5 sins of Trump. What is his 5 biggest? Let's name them.
Lying.
Okay.
Lying.
Okay.
Lying.
Okay.
Lying.
Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton.
No. What I'm saying is, did Bill Clinton lie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think Clinton?
I think everybody lied.
We all are
Yeah.
sinners. But what I'm saying is, you got to remember, Trump was invited to Chelsea Clinton's wedding.
Yeah, I saw the picture.
And he was a huge Democrat. He whatever he is, he didn't change.
Yeah, he supported big money.
And I don't. Did you see where the Suns owner got suspended?
Yeah, I saw that.
And I'm shocked. And I told someone, I said, what do they think a guy worth $10 billion? How do you think they act? Yeah. They get away with anything because no one. Who's going to tell a $10 billion guy, hey, you can't say that in office?
Nobody, not many.
No, nobody. And that's what I'm saying. Those egos.
Trump don't pay his taxes.
No,
he got a casino in Las Vegas that is the Trump Tower, and they came and gambling there. Guess why? He lost his license because he wouldn't pay his taxes.
Ex-wife on his golf course for tax purposes.
He did what?
You didn't hear this?
Say it again.
Ivana Trump, you know, she had a tragic fall and died. Yeah. She was buried on one of his properties, and by burying her, there's a theory, it has not been confirmed, that it becomes, as a cemetery, it's non-taxable now.
Wow.
And what I'm saying is, well, let me ask you this. If someone asks you that he buried her for the tax purposes or he buried her for emotional reasons, which one would you go with?
I'd say tax purposes because he got a wife now.
Yeah, tax purposes.
He got another wife.
They didn't, well, but maybe that was a wish, maybe there's a will. But then two, you know, Mississippi's famous for these little cemeteries popping up, and it's just so sad to me when, you know, they developments grow around them and you're looking at them. But that's what I'm saying. Was George W. Bush like this? Was Herbert Walker like this? Was Reagan like this? Was Obama like this?
Everybody had their own seeing, their own way of doing things that was a little different. Reagan was an old gangster in the 80s.
Yes.
George Bush's father was a gangster.
Well, you can't run the CIA without killing people. Okay. Let's be honest.
He was a real gangster.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, when Junior came along, I thought, you know what? One night I prayed, and I said, Lord, George Bush, I'm talking about Junior.
Yeah.
I thought he was the worst president in the world because gas was $3.75 a gallon. Do you remember that?
Well, okay.
Damn, it's $7 a gallon now.
Do you think W ran his administration?
Oh, yeah.
No. Cheney.
He ran it with a big stick.
Cheney ran it.
Man, Bush was man. He was the man.
W?
Yeah.
No.
He was the man.
I think you're forgetting Dick Cheney ran that
Brother, you must
administration.
forget, when they bombed on 9/11, what did he say? You will not get away with this. Whoever you are, we will find you and America will deal with you.
But they must have lost a map to Saudi Arabia because those are the ones who were behind it. Iraq wasn't behind it. But, I mean, okay, but back to the question. Do you think I don't think DeSantis is much worse than Trump. I don't think... I think they condition better. I think Trump has something. He's on the spectrum, or he can't keep himself quiet.
Yeah, I think he's on something.
What? No, I just think there's something missing.
I think he's on something, brother.
Well, I mean, I ain't gonna.
I think he owns something. I think he owns something, and it ain't no blonde hair.
No, what I'm saying is, you could have the same situation. Like I said, when he pulled out, when he brought up those women at the debate on Clinton.
Yeah.
Or when Clinton's sleeping with the intern, or when you see men of power, they have that, like when Tiger Woods is sleeping with people in the Perkins parking lot.
Yeah,
you know, that's just not a rational decision. And you're sitting.
He maybe had a fantasy.
Stop.
I mean, he could.
Stop. Man, stop. Ain't nobody sitting there having a fantasy of Perkins at 9 o'clock in the morning when you're worth $1 billion and cell phones are walking around. No one, no. And that's why I'm saying at some point.
Hey, man, have you ever saw the girls that play tennis? Serena Williams?
Yeah, the Williams sisters, yeah.
But I mean, you know, look at her, man. You get the
How did we get there from Tiger Woods?
I'm just saying.
Are we
fantasy.
But no, the point is, when you're sitting there and you realize, like, I don't know if you read, I once read the biography of the Rolling Stones, the worst people in the history of the world. And they say the reason is they haven't heard the word no
in their life
since they were 19 years old.
Wow.
And somebody said, look, Mick Jagger is as nice as Mick Jagger can be. Transitioning, when you're the president of the United States, you are literally the most powerful person in the world.
Yes, right.
You know that, I mean, okay, what's your position on Hunter Biden? Did he break the law, yes or no?
Yeah, he broke the law. That's why the only way you can investigate after something be broken, right?
Are they keeping it from, or the media ignoring it?
No.
Oh, I completely disagree. They're ignoring it.
Man, you watch Fox.
Oh, Fox isn't.
Oh,
But
okay.
when I'm talking about the major three, because everybody has that relative.
Well,
Neil Bush.
when Trump was in there, they ignored his children.
I'm once again, everybody.
Yeah,
and what I'm saying
that's
is
just the way it goes.
That's the price of doing business.
That's right.
There's the law, whatever that law is, that says, okay, I can't hire your immediate family.
That's right.
They go hire the first cousin.
Nepotism.
They go hire the first cousin. We got to take a break. I don't know what the hell we're talking about. We'll be right back at this break at the Brent Hazard Show. I said we got to take a break.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David.
Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
Hi, I'm Q Talicia Garrett. I am here to introduce our New South Development and Training Outreach Hour every Tuesday at 2 p.m., giving you information on how to become a part of the programs through USDA and Farm Service Agency. We can be reached at 678-779-9468. We can also be found online at newsouthoutreach.com.
It's the Brent Hazard Show. Welcome back. I'm Brent Hazard, joined by Malcolm Johnson. Now, Malcolm, while we're talking about leaders,
Yes, sir.
we just had the Queen of England die.
Oh, wow.
Okay, and see, I've been intrigued by how many different people, because to me, the Queen of England, I go back, I guess in the 80s, I remember a little bit.
Yeah.
But my current memories is while, she hugged Michelle Obama, and they were, saying that protocol, but she was supposedly so impressed with the Obamas.
Yeah.
And she always seemed to be, whether it was moving her grandchildren along or whatever, or outspoken critic of Trump. She put supposedly in a will Trump could not come.
He didn't go, did he?
No.
Well, that ought to tell you all you need to know. It wasn't no suppose in there, brother.
Well, I mean, some of that is the grandmother role when you get so old, you just don't care.
Yeah.
But what is your opinion of the royal family or the Queen?
I think the royal family, number one, they are a family of royalties. They worth a lot of money. I did see that.
I did not know. I always thought they were in the 800 millions, but I did not know the king was it 21 billion?
Yeah, it was up there, and they didn't want. I don't think they want Prince Charles to get none of it. One of the young Princess Harry or somebody to get none of the money. They tried to stop.
Harry left because of his wife.
Yeah, his wife.
Well, see, have you kept up with that?
Oh man, do I?
You can't marry. That's like me marrying into the Kardashians and then getting mad at them for having a reality show. Fool, you know the deal.
You know what you was getting into when you married.
She knows.
That's
as
right.
a black woman from America,
Yeah.
she knew what she was. One, she ain't marrying Harry the plumber.
No.
Let's be honest. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Harry ain't wooing someone.
Harry the radio host.
Exactly. I know. Harry the lawyer ain't getting a date with Meghan Markle. Okay?
Hey, look, she wasn't marrying Ken Wade.
No, they ain't marrying Britain Hazard. Let's be as honest can be. But when you marry into that family, I mean, they are literally the oldest.
Yeah. Family over here.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you either walk up to grandma.
Act like you like it.
Come on in here.
That's right.
Or you don't do it because you know you're not going to have a normal life. You know you're going to be hated.
Yeah.
I'm not going.
You never saw her like going on those shopping sprees with the queen.
No.
Or pretending.
Yeah.
You know, you're supposed to fake it.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If you, one, we all have to do it on in-laws.
That's
but
right.
two, if you don't want that kind of money, I mean, it doesn't matter who, if you or I marrying, you know, pick the Waltons.
Yeah.
Man, that ain't coming for free.
Oh, Lord.
You're going to have to jump. You're going to have so many haters and so many people talking about you got to sign this prenup and stuff and do that. That's just business. But the whole thing about it is
don't make me laugh, Brent.
No, I mean, but
it's just business.
It's business. At some point, marriage becomes people don't want to talk about. You know, people want to romanticize weddings. People are forgetting in 1911, you could leave your wife at the city square and auction her off.
Yes, right.
There's cases of that.
But Brett, did you see what I saw?
What?
The queen horse was brought to her funeral, and the horse was crying.
Yeah.
They had her dogs there. Yeah, the horse, they showed the camera, and the guy on the TV say, this is her horse, Monty Rod.
Do you think the royal family should get back the money for reparations?
Well, that's a hard question. I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about it to make that decision. But I know one thing.
Okay.
They should have a trial before other England's people in the royal country, in their country, to find out if they have done wrong.
Well,
put it like
India,
yeah,
Australia, right now the people are still connected to the crown. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, I think India, they might have ended it. A lot of the Caribbean islands.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, one, do you believe anybody should be, okay, Bill Gates, he quote unquote earned his money by ripping off some people. I think the last time I saw it, $80 billion.
Yeah, he's loaded. He's loaded, brother.
Should any human being on the planet be worth it? Here's the catch-22. They'll tell you, I'm not worth $80 billion. That's what my stock's worth.
Yeah.
The moment Bill Gates sells that stock, it's crashing.
Yeah.
Because everybody's like, what does he know? What does he know?
Yeah.
Do you think we should have taxes on a level, there should be a cap on people accumulating so much wealth? Because, I mean, here's the deal. When you're talking about...
Well, you know the trick to that?
Go ahead.
The real trick to what you're saying.
Okay.
Bill Gates is an American, right?
Yes.
But if he got his money in Honolulu, in Honduras...
He got it in America. He got it... you're talking about...
Some of it here.
Currently.
Yeah, currently. Some of it here. And so normally what people do in stages like that, I believe Michael Jackson done it, was had so much money in other countries and other areas that America couldn't really tax it.
Yeah.
You know, they say no taxation is no representation.
Yeah.
What are they going?
Going back to 1776.
Yeah.
No taxation without representation.
Okay, so what we have is people, when they get so much money, they have people in other places that tell them how to move the money and hide the money. And so that's what you have.
But the argument was, or the arguments I've seen, or theories are, back in the day, when a king accumulated $21 billion, very easy to take it.
Yeah.
Go in there and kill the king.
Yeah.
And because
throw him in the fire.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we can't do that anymore. So since we can't do that anymore and have a true revolution, the people like the Hiltons, the people like the Waltons,
they don't die out.
But that money, you almost have to be an idiot. The Waltons will never lose that money.
Oh, no.
So what I'm saying is, should the government, I think what made America great, or one of the things assets I'd like to see us keep, every 200 years, all corporations have to start over. Because I don't like this too big to fail. I don't like these right now that Google and Apple have more money, and then maybe Facebook, than the United States government.
And Amazon too.
Does that not concern you?
Well, I'm finna bring it up.
Okay.
The guy that owned Facebook, Zimmerman.
Yeah, Zuckerberg.
Man, where I get Zimmerman from? But Zuckerberg was giving money to count. He had so much money, they just started giving it out.
Correct.
Yeah, so that you got a problem.
But see, and what I'm saying.
And now Mississippi changed the law saying that, hey, that I think, is it Mississippi Federal, that now you can't take money from private entities for public elections or for public things.
They're always trying to.
You know, that after the Republican lost, and they want to change the rule on it.
Change it on contribution.
I just brought it up because we're talking about money.
No. But that's what I'm saying. Should Zuckerberg have as much? Okay, let's change it a little bit. Should Google, Amazon, Walmart, and Facebook, those are the four. Should they be broken up just on pure size?
No. This is America.
Yeah.
You should have the right.
But isn't America a competition? Because let's be honest.
Yeah, but you know, you when you telling me, it's like a lawyer.
Okay.
Tort reform is wrong because what you're saying is that when a person is suffering, right? Listen to me now. A cap, $450,000. You can't say that I'm suffering just for. I got $450,000 worth of burns on my body.
Yeah.
You can't. I don't believe that's right.
But
I'm going to tort reform.
But yeah.
Then guess what else I know?
Go ahead.
It's not fair to the attorneys that stay up all night and prepare for those trials and go in there and only can get not even a slice of the pie no more because guess what? You got 9 people on the case. And then you got all of these witnesses that got to come to court, right? And when everybody get paid, the attorney that worked hard and stayed up all night and scratched all his hair off his head.
Wow, we're getting personal right now.
No,
I'm getting a shot.
You know how it go, man.
Shots fired. But no, the issue is.
You know how it go, man.
Look, I'm okay with tort reform. My issue though is this.
I'm talking about the money.
I understand that.
It's not right.
I know.
So you're saying Facebook need tort reform?
Not what I'm saying.
Amazon need to be able to cap.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If your theory is we have to regulate society,
yeah, you're right.
Regulate the lawyers.
That's right.
I'm for regulating
everybody.
And my issue with Facebook is, as you know, in my opinion, Facebook was looking the other way to let some of these Trump scandals go.
Oh yeah. And blaming it on the Russians.
Correct. When an idiot could have found out the Russians. Yeah. Because they were making money.
Yeah.
Because they
got rich off of it. Yeah. And now when it's over and the money ain't coming no more because Trump is gone, now they want to regulate it.
Well, you and I both know good news doesn't sell. Conspiracy is going to be shared on either side.
Lies.
You know, the Clintons were killing people. Share. Ooh. And you know, you start talking about it and gets a little excitement.
What did I tell you last week, Brent?
Clintons killed people?
Nope. I told you Polo told 10% truth and 85% was a story.
Right, yes, exactly.
And the other 5% was use your own imagination.
Correct. And I mean, but that sells.
It's sold though.
Yeah,
and people believe it.
Well, look, Howard Stern's worth $500 million.
Woo.
We're not watching Shakespeare. I mean, you know, that's true. So some of it falls on us. But I think as a government going, if they can affect my pocketbook, I'm okay with that if it's the betterment of society.
Yeah.
But that's when we have to come together and say, you know what? We can only sue the doctors for so much. Well, then they should only be able to charge so much.
That's right.
And we should pass Obamacare locally.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. As long as I tell people all the time, it's like taxing. I don't care as long as the tax rate's for everybody, the tax rate's fair, don't give me the 25% tax rate. And like you said, Gates hiding his money in the Bahamas.
That's right.
Gates made $1.
Yeah. All that crap. Yeah. Money in Japan.
Exactly. Let's all pay the same share and get rid of the tax lawyers and tax code.
Do you remember Bernie Ebbers?
Oh, yeah, MCA.
You think he's one of the smartest guys to ever come through?
He's dead now.
I know he's dead, but I'm talking about with numbers.
No.
He took a company.
He got caught.
Yeah, he got caught, but
he committed several violations.
Yeah.
I think, go ahead.
I used to eat at his restaurant, at his truck stop down at Brookhaven.
Okay. I heard.
He had some good food down there, man.
I heard he did the same thing that he got caught for there was a lawsuit. The lawyers used to talk about this. In 96, he got sued for doing the same thing.
I brought that up because the same thing that Facebook and Amazon is doing is what he tried to do. They had more successful lawyers and people in place that helped them put the pyramid together.
But that goes back to us. I completely agree with that. And take Uber. Uber's best year lost $6 billion.
How many?
$6 billion.
Woo!
But what I'm saying is everybody who started with Uber is a multimillionaire because people are like, ooh, this is going to change.
Can I send a shout out to someone?
Go ahead.
To the Catholic Charities. Today they had their annual fundraiser. Well, I'm not going to call it a fundraiser. They had their annual charity auction today at the convention center. And I want to send a shout out to those people that work hard to try to raise monies to help people that don't have homes, people that parents died and they didn't have nowhere to go. So I do want to send a shout out to people that's doing some good things locally.
Well, no, let me say this. As a youth court prosecutor, if you don't know about Catholic Charities, they're heavily involved in counseling of those who've been sexually and physically abused. Yes.
The priests?
No, the charities. They
man, you scared me, man.
No. Physically abused by third parties.
Okay. The nuns, really.
Wow.
Well, you know.
No, but they do outstanding work. So yes, but what my point was, in Mississippi, we don't dream enough. And you're right about that, Bernie.
We're closed-minded. We got the crowd mentality.
There's a reason.
Brett Hazard is going up. Let's pull him down.
There's a reason they had to take Bernie to Manhattan to prosecute him. Because he wasn't going to be found guilty here.
Oh, no.
He's the only person
that ever been transferred to go to the big court, the big house.
Because he's from Mississippi.
Sure did. I remember the picture when he got out the car, out of the Suburban. Yeah, I remember that picture.
But my whole point is, if he would have done it right, and he would have done it, this is what killed
him. He didn't have the right. He did not have the right.
Oh, he got greedy.
He did not have the right staff around him.
No, dude. He knew exactly what they.
He should have had you, Richard Schwartz, and all y'all guys around him that know how to wheel and deal, brother.
FedEx, Fred Smith of FedEx mortgaged one plane 6 times. He committed wire fraud and mail fraud 6 times on one plane.
Yeah.
But in 2022, he's indicted. But you say that.
But you got to have good lawyers around you.
But you say that.
Yeah, you got to have.
Favre's still walking.
Well, you know what's going on with that, right?
RDA won't indict him.
I can't say that. The federal have stepped in. The federal has stepped in, and I understand that
DAs haven't indicted him.
But I understand that we do have a new U.S. attorney that could be coming in.
Who is it?
I know, but I don't want to say the wrong name right now. But what I do want to say, we do have a new U.S. attorney coming in.
I heard they're appointing the same gentleman that was U.S. attorney under Obama.
I heard they appointed a guy that used to work for Congressman Thompson. He started out under Congressman Thompson in Washington.
My problem.
And he's elevated up.
We're in 2022. You're 2 years into it.
Yeah, but
they've wasted 4 years.
The wheel of justice goes slow.
No, Biden's administration needs to get some appointments.
Man, Joe Biden is doing the best he can do at his age. The man is 80-some years old now.
He's on the uptick.
Have you been around any 80-year-old people lately?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Okay, they don't move like Brett Hazard.
We're sitting in one studio right now, Socrates Garrett. And Socrates moves quickly.
Yeah, he get around good. Sock get around good. Him and Dr. Henderson, man,
they're both.
They gets around.
Yeah, they
how old? 90. I didn't say that. Nothing.
I said it. They're both 90. But no, I mean the whole issue is in Mississippi. Okay, we got way off topic.
Yeah, but we just having a good conversation.
Okay, so Malcolm really believes that no Democrats killed people. Do you believe the Clintons killed people or not?
No, I don't believe the Clintons killed them. I believe Bill loved the women.
The problem I have with the Clintons killing people is that they're too stupid to keep Monica Lewinsky quiet. If they were going to kill anybody, they would have smoked her. And, you
do know Bill had a child by a black woman.
Oh, I blank. Bill has. Well, let me tell you what it talks about.
Yeah.
When Bill was flying down to Epstein's Island, come on now. He ain't going down there to date a 40-year-old woman.
He could have been going to pray. Sometimes people go and pray.
Bill needs to be arrested today. Right? They need to get the Epstein book and go arrest everybody in that travel man.
I was in Arkansas one time, and I was right outside of Bill's hometown.
Okay.
And I was eating, and there was a book there. And I looked in the book, and this guy was in there in a local magazine, really just telling people that Bill was his father.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And his life did not change because his father, his name was William.
Oh, hang on.
He said his life didn't change.
Let me go ahead and say this. People forget Archie Manning was basically a swinger in New Orleans in the 70s.
No, man, not Archie.
Dude, that is in his biography. Him and Olivia hit the hard times, and they basically had an open marriage. They've whitewashed that.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I'm telling you, Archie Manning got around, and there's been rumors that he has some children wrong, but they done scrubbed that clean. Where there's a book of Manning now, but no, I mean it's like I said, they wrote about in their own books.
Wow,
about how
Olivia.
Yes,
I thought she was a Catholic woman. Catholic.
It's amazing how we purge ourselves as we get older.
Yeah.
Okay, we're running out of time. Who do you think should run the city of Jackson's water supply?
I think that the state of Mississippi need to appoint a council or maybe a board.
How many people?
Maybe a 7-man board.
Who's on the board? You name them.
From Jackson?
You name them. You're appointing them. Who's on the board?
I would like to see Howard Ketchens on there.
Okay, he's the engineer we talked about.
Well, he's a business guy.
Okay.
But he's made some $1 million investments in the past.
You got 6 more appointments.
I would have to go with my guy. I would have to go with Leroy Walker.
2.
Kane Ditto. Kane Ditto.
Leroy needs a little bit more trouble. He needs to start some good trouble every now and then.
Yeah, I would say Kane Ditto. He's been a past mayor.
I know.
He connected well. You got to have someone from the white community, bro. You can't just have a 7-man.
I didn't say have. This is your pick.
Yeah. I'm just saying I would go with Kane Ditto. I would like to look at maybe Andrew Jenkins, who's had experience in the water engineering.
4.
I would look at someone out of Wagner, that's in Jackson, Mississippi. He's a couple I can take a couple engineers out of there.
I think you have.
And then I would put a woman on there, and I would probably look at Miss Willie Jones. She's in the business community, but she's also open-minded enough to understand that the water got to be clean and the system got to be ran.
You got some good names. I would look at more. I would try to get a group, a segment more from the universities.
Yeah, younger.
Well, just engineering.
Yeah.
And not having I don't want to have any issues.
You got to stick with the business too, though, because it's a business.
Well, look, I mean,
that water association what is it, a law firm? It's a business.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yeah, no doubt.
It's a bit. You got lawyers, you got paralegals, secretaries, janitors.
Half of my cases turned into charity, I swear to God.
Oh, man.
But you know how it is.
Yeah,
people,
yeah.
And then people gonna scream at me about it. But look, I had to block some people. I'm like,
you know what? Let me say this.
Go ahead. You can finally explain to me why you called me a super talk boy?
We're gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that. Listen.
Go ahead.
Now, Brett, I'm gonna say this too.
Mr. Producer, can we move comments? Your mouse is in the way. Go ahead. We're running out of time.
One thing I would also like to say, and we would need a good law firm, a good lawyer on that board, because it don't make no sense to go out and hire a law firm
let me say this.
to represent the board when you can have one on there to give legal advice.
You ask about the latest filings, and we'll address this before we have to go. Robert Gibbs is local counsel for Lee Cabrazier that filed a class action. There's already 3 class actions. I filed a class action a year ago and got dismissed for not exhausting administrative remedies. I think these 3, now there's a class action out there for minor children who have been exposed to lead.
Yeah.
Lee Cabrazier is one of the biggest firms in the nation. They're in California. They run California. They are basically business partners. Robert Leaf has told me on the phone that his business partner is Don Barrett.
Wow.
So if Leaf is here, Don Barrett's in the background, in my opinion. They have literally drafted everything that they've done in Michigan. Now, the problem is with Michigan, it's a different issue, it's a different circuit. They've drafted a lot of things, 1983 civil rights violations. I don't think they're going to be successful in, but I think they're going to have to be ordered like we were to go to administrative remedies. But we'll keep an eye on that. We are running out of time. I want to thank people for tuning in. Share, like. Malcolm Johnson, Brent Hazard will be back here. I don't even know what we accomplished here today, but we rambled. You're just staring at me.
Well, let me say this.
Okay.
Super talk, boy.
Finally, we're going to get down to the bottom of it.
See you next week.
We'll see y'all next week. Thank you for tuning in.
We off?
No. We off.
It's not me, Brett. I promise.
Next week, learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate, illustrated by David
Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
Welcome to The Hurt is the Same. My name is Chantel Johnson, and each show is dedicated to my son, Christopher Johnson, who was the 109 homicide right here in Jackson, Mississippi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Felicia Marshall. As y'all see, I found my shirt she gave me. Thank you for joining me tonight.
Ms. Johnson, it's such a pleasure to be here, and it seems kind of weird that we switched places.
Yes, we have.
Because we actually met almost a year to the date in the parking lot recently. Yes. And at the time, Christopher had recently been murdered.
Yes.
So, and that's how we met.
And you know what? You was God sent to a hard-headed person. You know? And, hey, I love your spirit. I thank you for reaching out to me. And as someone who has lost a child themselves, you know, knew exactly how I felt. Mm-hmm. You know, and as we were sitting here before the show started, we was collaborating on that. And I was telling you, that's what I love about the God that we serve. He's the only one that controls time.
Right.
And who knew? It's like deja vu.
Who knew it would be a switch? God knew.
A switch. Mm-hmm. We stayed in contact with each other. We have built a friendship. You know, I'm very, very, very grateful for your organization and what you do for us mothers. I have met so many magnificent women from all walks of life that we share one thing in common, you know. And despite the circumstances, it's still a lot of love and something to look forward to.
Mm-hmm. Well, the one thing about meeting you, Ms. Johnson, was Grammy Justice at that particular time had just started. And initially I was just telling stories, just trying to find families that were willing to just tell their story. And then the opportunity came to be here and do the podcast actually from We Believe, and that's how I met you. But yes, I lost my daughter. I lost my daughter 5 years ago. She was murdered here in the city of Jackson, and I knew how I felt, and I wanted no other family to feel as alone as I did during the time Lexi was murdered. And so Grammy Justice was formed, and then we met, and I actually went to the funeral, had my green and white on, just like the rest of the family, because I felt like it was needed. And I did not want to be a person that said I was going to do one thing and didn't do it. And I wanted to be the person that was present, you know, because a lot of times once we bury our children, everybody else goes on and live their best life now. And we're kind of left to bear all of it by ourselves. And I didn't want you to have to bear it by yourself, and although we had just met, I wanted you to know that I was there, and I wasn't just there for a minute, that I was in it for life, and that's the way I feel about every family that I come in contact with. It's a serious matter to me, and I want to be a part, and I told you that from day one.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, to be a part of your life.
Yes, and let me tell you something. It is heartwarming, greatly appreciated, and I'm not submitted to few number of few humans. My family, I'm one that make my own choices within my dash. You know, but when I met you, I knew it was sincere. I knew your word was your bond. You know, and it was the small things like picking out the clothes. You know, I had picked out clothes for my father. You know, I had helped out with other family members and friends. But your child, it was a totally different feeling. You know, and you helped me get through those moments along with my other support team, you know, my family and my friends, and understood the path that I needed to take in this side that I was put on and forced on, just like you are, you know. But each story is different, and each life matters, you know, and each person grieves different. You know, I learned so many different characters with losing a child versus the characters that I seen with losing a parent and a sibling, you know. But as we sit here, I was like, you know, I had to get Miss Felicia on the show. I gotta get Miss Felicia
I
on the
remember
show.
when we first pulled up on the parking lot, and we had been talking on the phone, but we hadn't met in person. We took our first picture out in the parking lot. And I was like, Miss Johnson, you don't sound, on the phone, you sound different than what you look like in person. You sound like an old lady on the phone, but in person, you was just different. And we hit it off at the very beginning. And unfortunately, the thing that binds us is the fact that we both have lost our children. And I think that will be our common bond forever. But at the same time, I think over the period of a year, you know, I've been thinking about this for a while. I think we both have established a respect for one another, and I think we both have grown in that, in our relationships, and me understanding you and you understanding me. And I do know that you respect and you honor me. A lot of times when I'm saying something to you, you're just quiet, you just listen. And that means a lot. And the fact that you introduced me as your mentor, and I don't take that lightly. I don't take that lightly.
Well, it's true, because you know, when we met out there in the parking lot, you know, I have been hearing that my dad, you know, people hear themselves, but you don't actually hear your own voice until someone else, you know, points it out to you. And I was the person who was handling business on the phone at 7 years old. You know, whatever needed to be handled, it was mostly me and my dad. And when my uncles and everybody used to come over there to the house, they'd say, you didn't get our sister or cousin? My daddy said, no, I got Chantel. Chantel got that voice. Chantel is my secret weapon on the telephone. She called them folks. My daddy said one time I was sitting in there, I told her to call and get an extension on the light bill. And Chantel told the lady, well, if you give it to next Thursday, my daddy gonna get his paycheck and he'll probably own the light company. So, you know, I can't get away from it. You know, it is my stamp.
Yeah.
You know, and I love it. I embrace it. You know, people can hear me talking in the grocery store, and they'll scream my name across 2 or 3 aisles and say, Chantel, I knew that was you.
Yeah.
You know, but hey, it's been one hell of a year.
Yeah.
I can't say that, but I'm pushing through. I'm grateful for the counseling that Grant Me Justice provided us individually and group. You know, I love the ladies that's in it. You know, I look forward to going, marking it on my calendar, you know, and thank you for partnership and hitting the ground running with Grant Me Justice to be able to help me and other families that's like us on this side.
Yeah, one of the things that kind of helped me get through losing Lexi, and that's hard, you know, any type of death is hard, but when you lose a child from this type of tragedy, it's necessary, from my perspective, to get counseling. And so when Grant Me Justice was able to partnership with RTS Counseling Center in order to be able to provide counseling for our families, this is a first for them and a first for us. And so it was a huge win to be able to say this is what we provide, and know that you guys are getting quality counseling services for as long as you guys need it, and is covered by the generous donations of the people that donate and give to Grant Me Justice.
All right. Well, I know I ain't going. Hey, baby, I be mad. I gotta go, y'all. I gotta go.
Yeah. But that's one of the things that we wanted to do because we think it was so needed. I know once when Lexi passed away, I didn't know what to do with all of the emotions that I had. There was no one that I could really talk to that kind of could understand my experience, and so counseling was the thing that helped me. And I said, if there's nothing else that Grant Me Justice would do, one of the main things that we wanted to do was to be able to provide counseling to families.
Well, everybody want to know, where did you come up with the name?
Grant Me Justice actually comes from Luke chapter 18, verse 1 through 8, where the widow went before the unjust judge seeking justice. And of course, with the judge being unjust, there was no way for her to seek justice, to get justice. And so that the parable is actually about persistent prayer, but it's also about the fact that we, you and I, when our children have been murdered, have to go before judges, be it those that are righteous or unjust. And we seek justice. We are seeking justice for our children. We want our children's lives to matter. And so grant me justice is the name, because that's what we desire. We want our justice. Grant me, give me justice for my child. Mm-hmm.
And when we first met, and I tell you, that man upstairs, baby, me and him, boy, he just shows up and shows out over there in my house. I haven't seen this shirt. But I've been decluttering, I've been cleaning up, I've been, I'm OCD, so the season's about to change, so I'm doing what I do. And this shirt come up as we was hanging up a whole bunch of stuff and rearranging. And Monica said, look. I said, lay it to the side. Perfect timing again. Yeah. And I remember when you gave me this shirt. And when I washed it, I made sure I didn't dry it. And I hung it up on the hanger, and when it dried, I just hung it up in the closet. And hey, it came right on back up today. Perfect timing. Yes. And I knew right off what I supposed to be wearing during this time.
Yeah, well, when Grammy Justice first started, we didn't have anything. We didn't have any money. Everything that was given to Grammy Justice came from me personally, because I knew it was a God gift. God wanted me to do this ministry. This is ministry to me. It means everything to me, because I don't want to disappoint him. And so from my perspective, it's not about how many people, but how well I'm able to love, a Grammy Justice family is able to love one another. So it's not about numbers. It's about how I can care for people. So initially, when I was saying that these shirts were made by me, they made by my hands.
Right.
And it meant everything to me to be able to give that shirt to you and all the other mothers, because there are other families. At that particular time, it was Black Lives Matter, and everybody was saying, say whoever's name, but nobody ever says our children's name. Right. And I wanted to make T-shirts that say, say, his name too, or say her name too, and the name of the person. And I thought that was important, because whenever somebody read it, they're saying it in their mind and their head, it might be saying it out loud. So it was important to me to be able to make shirts that meant something to us, personally for us. And I gave all of the mothers one of those shirts.
Well, I sure thank you for mine and cherish mine, and I take good care of it too.
Well, you haven't worn it last year.
Well, that's all right. It was on reserve. This is where he wanted me to put it on.
This is true.
Perfect time.
Perfect time. Mm-hmm.
And guess what? His timing ain't our time.
It's not. It's not.
And I know after this first year, it's going to be many, many more to come. And I'm watching my other boys and other family members, push through, because it just don't affect me. Mm-hmm. I got the news that I'm fit to be a granny.
Oh, congratulations.
So that is very, very, very exciting for me. Because everybody know I don't play about that motherhood.
Yeah.
I takes it real serious. And my granny used to say, you get a lot of choices, but you don't get a choice of what family you're born in. And it's just like time. Nobody controls it but him. So, I think it's just the perfect timing. Despite everything, I'm going to do the worldly way. But as I said, the second day, spiritual-wise, I'm okay. It's the worldly part that I know I have the work to do.
I remember that when we first met, you would say, Miss Felicia, I got the Old Testament down. I ain't worked on the New Testament. I got the Old Testament, but I ain't worked on the New Testament.
And baby, let me tell you something. It wasn't nothing but the truth and nothing but the truth. But thank God for His grace and mercy.
Absolutely.
And me knowing, and as I said back then, I couldn't have made it a second nor an hour if it wasn't for my two grannies. If it wasn't for my aunties and my uncles and just mostly my family, because it started at home and spread abroad. You know, it's just my foundation that, as my granny used to say all the time, and each one of her children repeated, I put y'all a little bit above the rest. You know, both of my grandmother's houses is less than 1 or 2 doors down from the church. So any other worldly decisions that I made on my own, you know. But my foundation never changed. You know, I always had a conscience, I always had a heart, I always loved people, I always loved helping people, you know. That's just what I have been doing in my character, but that's also what I have seen my family do my whole life, you know. So it comes natural. You know, my dad used to get so mad at me. He used to say, Chantel, God got a job too. You can't do it. You know, you can't help everybody. You want to help everybody at one time.
I think it's important though, Ms. Johnson, that, you know, even, you know, as we're, both of us are sitting here, we both have lost our children, that out of that pain, we still have a desire to still help. And I think it makes us want to help more when you know from the pain that you're experiencing, and you know someone else is experiencing that pain, and you have a desire to help them. That's big. That's big.
And then, you know, with me, when you talk about pain and hurt, my character and who I am, these holes in my ear my granny put in there. You know, I don't have no tattoo. When it comes to pain and hurt, I've been a person who always stayed away from it. Or if I seen it coming, I went the other way. You know, so to be able to deal with a pain and a problem that I cannot solve, with being a problem solver, you know, I had to learn myself all over again. And I think it's a lot of other mothers, when we go through losing a kid, we have to learn who we are that second after we get that phone call. Not the minute, not the hour. It is the second after you get that phone call. You literally is learning who you are.
I remember you telling me, you said, Miss Felicia, I haven't even cried yet. I haven't even cried yet. That means that you were going off of pure emotion and getting things done to the point where you hadn't even cried yet.
And you know what? That was my norm. It's my norm, because even with my father, who was my pride and joy, you know, I did everything that I supposed to do, and I couldn't cry. But when I lost my cousin in a car accident, I couldn't stop crying. I couldn't stop crying for him. But I don't know, it's just me. But with Chris, if I would have, at that time, if I would have shared a tear, I was going to go to a side where I wasn't going to come back. Because I had so many emotions, and all of them was revenge. And I had the devil on this shoulder and God on this shoulder. And my mama, who thank God is still living, my mama looked at me and she said, Shan, do it the right way. She said, please do it the right way. She said, because I know you. And I looked at her and I told her, I said, I'm going to do that. And I kept my promise to her. And I'm doing it the right way. And I thank God that I choose that way.
Well, everyone doesn't. And it's a blessing that, you chose to take something so negative and make a positive out of it. And here we are almost a year down the road.
And I made it.
And you made it.
And I made it. All right, we're going to a commercial break. Y'all come back and join us and call in. Phone number 1-800-492-5186. Commercial.
Mike's off.
I can't even.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David.
Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him.
Okay.
Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
Okay, yeah. Well, one in jail.
Advertise on WeBelieve.global, a brand new digital media platform. Share your brand with our audience on our many global live stream TV broadcasts and over the radio. For more info, visit WeBelieve.global or call 800-492-5186, option 1.
And then we're going to move into the topics.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then I'm bringing it in on you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 5.
Welcome back to the Heard is the Same. Well, we're going to pick up right where we left off at. I'm going to give an update because the last time we was here, we was in reverse seats. And no one had been arrested. Nothing had happened, and I was, I don't know, a walking zombie. Mine was me versus me, calling all the resources that I done had in the last 30 years, from here to Dubai, to Jamaica, to Dominican Republic. Baby, let me tell you something. I was calling corners that I used to work for, because everybody know I had been working at the fair 15, 16 years. Honey, I was making all kind of phone calls. I told all my rich Republicans, let me tell you something. I want you to flex your white power. If not, they gonna treat me like the rest of them. And y'all know me better than anybody. I told my black Republicans the same thing. Y'all got to help me. Cause, do you want these folks to build me a prison like Castro and make y'all look bad, and I go in prison and write a book that's gonna be better than help number 2? Hey girl, I was a fact, baby, let me tell you something. And I meant every word I said, and I thank God for it. Let me tell you something. They knew one thing. We love Chantel to death, and she been loyal to us. And she mean good. And one thing for sure, she do anything for her kids. She didn't hold that boy up in no wrong. When he was wrong, she sat on the prosecutor's side and paid a defense attorney. And when he was being used in railroad, she went to the extreme. She went against Jackson Public School, any and everybody for that little boy. So, fast forward to this date, almost a year, I stood on the steps of the police station, and I told them I was coming for him. I told him I was coming for him. And guess what? I came for him too. I got one in jail. U.S. Marshals looking for another. And he can run, but he can't hide, but that ain't paying on it. And I'm working on the third one and the fourth. And boy, I'm closing in on y'all. So I want to thank God for his grace and mercy. I want to thank that it's revealing time. You know, my auntie made a point to me the other day. She said, Chantel, it used to be if you drop a rock off a cliff, you can hear. And when it hit the bottom in a little small pot of water. She said, but now let me tell you something. When you drop it off the cliff now, and you standing up there looking over, the seas you gonna hear, the water gonna splash back in your face. So nobody is getting away with anything. You know, they ain't in charge. And you know, I always went in courtrooms, schoolhouses, or any place I ever been because I was taught. You go talk to them and you look eye to eye. You know, that's how my granny taught us. And hey, I practice make perfect. I was looking you eye to eye at 6, 7 years old because she didn't allow us to look all off when she would talk. You know, you look and you paid attention and it registered. And that's all I know. So when I went to these people and to these places as a upstanding citizen and a taxpayer and a mother who lost a child, you know, I realized the experience that every other mother had been getting. And I couldn't let it happen to me.
And the fact that, you know, a lot of people don't realize is that you're doing all of that, all of the calling, all of the going down to the police station, all of the calling people. You're doing all of that while you're grieving and you're hurting. Because once the child is buried, then the judicial criminal justice system starts. And then there are so many different layers to it.
Oh, yeah.
And most families, this is the mother that's doing all of the calling and all of the making all of the ends and calling all the people and going down there. Is most of the time it's the mother. And it's a lot. It's a lot for you and for all of these other families that have lost children to violence to, number one, get over the hump of burying the child. And that's a hump within itself because you got a lot of different layers to that. And then you have to fight this criminal justice, what is called the criminal justice system. And it's hard. A lot of times, I'm sure, and you've said it many times, you know, you just showed up.
Well, I don't think they seen nobody with mine. See, my mental illness is a little different from Chris, and I said that on your show. See, my mental illness is OCD, consistency, determination, and finishing the job that I started out. I'm not a procrastinator, and I'm a firm believer that your word is your bond. I only can go off of what you say, you know. And as I said on the last show, I went on this side 24 hours before I knew I was being lied to. Because I'm born and raised here, you know. People hear me say all the time, my granny had 10 children here and I'm the 4th generation. And now, hell, we counting on the 6th or 7th generation. You know, they're still coming up right here. None of us moved out of town. I had one cousin go to Germany and he been there 60 years. But everybody out of my granny, 10 children, we all right here. You know, so to me, this is somewhere where no one should lose a child in. No one should lose a child in. You know, because it's senseless.
It is.
It's senseless. And everything that I said on them steps about, you know, the way things had started going in my city, you know, I went back to me being 14 and 15 in my head. mapping each neighborhood out how I knew it as a child. From the creeks to the railroad tracks to the churches. You know, I know this city. So in my mind, you gonna have to leave him. You know, if you think you gonna kill my boy and stay in this city that I know like the back of my hand. You know.
And the thing that I admired about you, Mr. Johnson, was the fact that you held everybody accountable. You talking to the mayor, Chief Davis, the detectives, everybody, you know, was getting phone calls from you because you were not going to lay down and allow Chris's death to be in vain.
Well, the thing about it is, I told them that was going to happen for 20 plus years. And that was one reason why I couldn't cry. It ain't a judge up there on the bench that didn't know me. It ain't a teacher in Jackson Public School that didn't know me. Hell, I got Parent of the Year 8 years in a row. They go to show you how my consistency is. You know? So everybody knew me and Chris. Every neighborhood I moved to, I went to the local precinct. You know, I showed them, you know, and let them know a mental ill patient stayed at this address. You know, I did everything I was supposed to do. And I literally dealt and talked with him every day of his life for 28 years, along with my other two boys. You know, my problem with Christopher on September the 23rd had never been nothing that hadn't always been a problem. People picking him up, people using him. You know, that was my problem for 20 plus years already. And I had been telling them that was going to happen. And I also told them, if the Lord forbid for one of them to trick my boy out of his life, and y'all know he's a 7-year-old and a 28-year-old body, you steady letting the damn career criminals go for this friendly favor foolishness. Then you get mad because I know the reverse psychology and I know the court, and I turn around and beat you with your own money, and you don't cost me nothing. You know? So when I beat you at your own game, or something so similar, less than a year before Chris passed away, I was fighting Byron. I was fighting Byron, trying to not get him out of jail, to get him some help, to get him sent to a facility like you all had, like they had been doing for 20 plus years already. But due to the governor couldn't legislate, I fought them, you know, fight for mental illness for 25, 26 years, you know, for the end up, for the shoot 'em uppers, not to hit the damn target. You know? No, that dog was not gonna hunt, and it's still not gonna hunt, because I'm not going nowhere. And as that other live that I made, that got about 16,000 views probably now, when I said I feel like Emmett Tillman, Mom, I still feel like that this day, because my family seeking justice will not stop. And when I say my family, I mean my immediate family, my children, you know, because when this happened to little Chris, you know, I had to shift their energy towards something positive.
What does justice look like for you?
Accountability. Accountability with no friendly favors. Just as my guest last week said, if everybody do the criminal justice system the way that it's supposed to be done, it'll be done right. Because it actually works. I did agree with him when he said that. You know, if the prosecutors just prosecute, if everybody just do their job in their field on each case, our statutes of the law will work for themselves.
Yeah.
You know, so I agree with him on that. You know, it will work. The problem is we have to take the worldly part out of it. We have to take the flesh out of it. You know, in some cases you got to put the flesh in because you're too cold on it.
I was talking to a mother today whose son was murdered, and there were 7 people that were actually arrested and convicted for the murder. So, you know, you're talking about burying a child, and then you're talking about where I had one case where there were 3 people that were convicted for Lexi's death, and so there was 3 different trials, situations, and the amount of pain that puts on one person is just crazy. It's just so crazy that this one family, from just one murder, you have 7 different trials. And you think about, we did the show, I did a show here that was called The Cost of Murder. And you think about the cost of murder, and we're not talking about just financial, because there are financial costs, but we're talking about and you talked about this, is that, Chris didn't have any children,
right?
And that's a cost to you.
Generation gone, and his father only had one child, so it is, and I have met other mothers where their daughters, and every mother know for a fact her daughter gonna have a baby, and her daughter is murdered, and no grandkids. So the senseless killings, that's why I don't understand it, why it wasn't addressed like the war.
Yeah, Ms. Jones, I was like, I get that the water is an issue. I get that. I get this is a state of emergency. I get that. But murder has been in this city, and from my perspective, a state of emergency for a few years now. And at least I'm not aware of the fact that Biden has been called and say, hey, we got a problem down here. Let's get some more folks down here to kind of help us take care of this particular issue. So I wish that we had gotten the same attention for our children being slaughtered in these streets as we did for the water crisis. You saw communities, you saw federal, state, and local leaders coming together to fix a problem. Why has that not happened in regards to the homicides in the city?
And the water is a self-conflicted wound. I tell you why it happened. Because they knew CBS used us like a pawn. They knew, it was hot news, and it exceeded more than any other city that they compared us to, where homicides at that number was regular and rare, and they knew that's the way it worked up there. They can expect that many homicides up in Chicago and all that, but now we to be Chicago, Birmingham, Atlanta, and all these other places that they wrote about all across the world. But yet, it didn't make it to the president. Or none of our city leaders or our mayor said nothing to the governor about it. At least come back and tell us he didn't care.
Yeah.
He wouldn't do nothing.
Yeah.
Hey, we took it to him, Miss Johnson.
Yeah.
But other than that, you got this. And I came in during election time. When I came in on this side, it was, once again, timing. And, oh yeah, they seen my determination, they seen my consistency, and they seen my strength. For the simple fact, I don't even know where it came from. I just knew it wasn't no time to buckle. It ain't no time to waste.
Well, you kind of, And the fact that you're very charismatic, you're knowledgeable, and you already said that you have the gift of gab. But there are some parents that don't have that. You know, they don't have the ability to make moves the way that you have. And that's kind of, you know, what kind of bothers me is that there are some parents that don't have.
They just got to come knock. If they just go to the city, go down there every day to JPD, I promise you, Mr. Young, let me tell y'all something about Mr. Young. I love Mr. Young. Mr. Young to watch me grow up from a little girl. He knew my granny, he knew my family. And let me tell you something, he right there at that desk. If you sign in and you tell Mr. Young why you there, he gonna call up there. And you just do it every day like I did. I just go every day. I just go every day just to see what they gonna say. You know, or you can't call, they don't answer no phone. They don't answer no phone at all. But I want to encourage the mothers, and like I said, all the time, it don't make a difference if it was 10 years, 5 years, 15 years, 2 months, 1 hour, last week, it don't make a difference. The homicide rate for this year is close to 100. Ain't nobody saying nothing. Ain't nobody even sneaking it in with the water. You know?
Well, I know we have to go to commercial break, but man, Ms. Johnson, we're almost at 100 already.
I know, and it's sad. Take me to a commercial break.
Socrates Garrett ENT.com is a diversified firm specializing in recycled aggregates and crushed concrete. Socrates Garrett ENT.com's recycled materials provide the construction industry with significant economic and environmental benefits by recycling clean concrete rubble into M.DOT grade rock materials. Recycled aggregates and crushed concrete can be applied to driveways, road construction, bank protection, parking lots, general bulk fills, and more. For more information, please call 601-896-0084 or visit us online at SocratesGarrettENT.com.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David.
Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
You know,
I can't even imagine finding him in the bed, shot to death. And the thing about it now is that the murderers now are getting younger and younger. It's just like you're talking about generations being lost. I mean, we're talking about 15, 16, 17, 18, 19-year-olds murdering one another. It just blows my mind.
I wonder what house they laying in with the gun. How much bills they paying. That's what my mind be going to. Because the money ain't flourishing on the streets like it used to be. Back in the day, we was standing on the corner. It was easy. You seen the money. Now, you can't even get nobody to trust nobody over here. They ain't send no work around here, on that level. That's why everybody else got a job now. That's why everybody else to change their life over. So, I just want to know, what house is they laying up in before they make these moves, and when they make these moves because they ain't paying no bill.
Yeah, it seems like it's just,
you know,
you want to hold the parents accountable.
Most definitely.
For the things that the children are getting into. Because when my kids were coming up, they didn't go, it wasn't no, I knew where you were at all times.
Most definitely.
You weren't going to spend the night with nobody.
Most definitely.
I knew if you were going hanging out with somebody, I knew who they were. I knew who their parents were.
Most definitely.
They knew who I was. They knew what my rules and regulations were for my home. And I know it's you know, everybody can come up with something, the reason why this is happening. But whatever the reason is, you know, our lives have to matter to us. They have to matter to us before we can go out and march for anybody else. We have to say that our lives matter.
And
Christopher's life matters. Not one time has anybody marched for Christopher. No one has ever marched for Lexi. You know, so if we're going to be marching, we need to march for us killing us.
Most definitely.
we don't.
And then your family call the people who your mama went to college with and do some friendly favors. Mm-hmm. You know, that's the foolishness you got to worry about after you even get somebody arrested. You know, what is going on? You know, you read up on the laws, like I had one mother call me, you know, she read up on the laws and stuff and knew how it's supposed to went and heard it in the courtroom. But when it come back, they had did something else.
Yeah, the mother that I talked to today was talking about the fact that, you know, she shows up in court. The DA has presented a plea that she didn't have anything, you know, no knowledge of. I mean, and that's the thing, the victims, one of the things with Grammy Justice is advocacy, because we are not knowledgeable enough of the law to be able to go in and stand for ourselves. Because most of the time we get these pleas just given to us, and these things are just happening in the back rooms, and we're showing up and we're seeing someone that has murdered someone getting 4 years, 5 years, walking out and all these things, but a drug charge will get 45 years.
That's why I told you when I first got on this side, I had talked with, you know, some of my friends, and I told one of my friends, I need you to represent Chris from the grave. I got medical records from 1994 all the way up into 6 days before he was killed from mental hospitals. So I need you to represent him because I'm not going to trust the state. You know, I've watched they make victims like they kill their own self in homicides. That courtroom is literally reverse psychology. You know, if you don't actually, I think back to when my sister was murdered. You know, when you sit in the courtroom, you got to hear everybody else's case. Well, it was a particular case that was out in Rebelwood way back in the day, right when my sister passed away. And I sat in that courtroom, and this was before my sister case came out, because they had the gentleman that murdered my sister. And I sat in there, and if I knew the victim, but if I did not know that victim, they had literally persuaded everybody in there. If you didn't know him, you would have thought he was alive up and walking around. I'm talking about they made everybody on the stand look like a lot, like it was not nobody that was killed. And I remember stepping outside using my phone, calling my sister's mom and her daughters and telling them, thank God he turned himself in. Thank God that he confessed. Because on this day, I don't know about how it go no other days, but on this day, with this judge and this setup that they got going on here, if he didn't, he would walk.
But see, they're playing both sides of the. This was one of the things that I experienced was that was telling me you need to accept this plea that's being offered to them. Just accept it, because if they go to court, they may walk. They're telling them you need to plead, because if you go to court, you may get 45 years. So if that's the case, then nobody actually gets justice. You feel what I'm saying? Even the evidence, you never hear the facts of what has gone on, because you never get to that point. You never get to the point to hear all of the facts.
And what did I tell you in the beginning? I'm not taking no plea. Whatever he said or whatever they say, I'm not gonna take it. I'm not gonna take it. I want to go to trial on each and every last one of them. And if they had some sense, they would too.
But see, they told me in regards to Lexi's case that I didn't have a voice in it. The victims don't. This is what I was told, that I didn't have a voice in it.
Well, hopefully that's where the lawyer come in at. That's why I had already said when that time comes, I'm gonna make sure I got him a lawyer to be able to speak for him from the grave.
Yeah. A lot of victims don't realize that they do have the right to an attorney. Now, a defendant is told that upon arrest. They're told that upon arrest. But we walk in and thinking that the state, whatever the state is going to represent us and represent us well. That's how we go in it.
Yeah.
And when you hear them read off the docket, it's the state of Mississippi against whatever.
I know.
So you're thinking that means you, but that means the state of Mississippi.
Right, I know. And I tell people that, but some believe it, some don't. But in my son's case, there was another thing that I want to make sure that I locked in the beginning. And hell, I told everybody downtown, I gotta get them. Because it's gonna be y'all versus them and Chris Lloyd speaking on his behalf through the medical records. Because I don't throw nothing away, I got everything. So I got documentation to bag up everything, that's being told for as he was a vulnerable adult.
I think the most important thing for victims is for victims to be present, be involved, to be there, to know. But just like the family that I talked to this morning said that she heard from somebody else that she had an hour and 30 minutes to get to the trial. They didn't even tell her when the plea was going to be.
Well, see,
that's another thing, is that we have to be able
I wish they would. I'm just different, Miss Felicia.
Yeah.
I'm flexing mine, because I read my little brochures, and everything. So guess what? You do anything. I'm talking about you do anything that got something to do with 109, and you don't let Miss Johnson know. Oh, baby, I think I can spare $85. I can spare $85. Man, I start filing $85 silver cases suing you. I got time.
More often than not.
I got time. That's all I got. Only thing I got to do is wake up and let the Lord give me some breath and let my feet hit the floor. And hey, I got a lot of 85s individually. So I'm not going to play with them no kind of way. And I'm going to get them folks to write them emails on you and tell your boss a boss. Because that's what it's going to take. Because, see, they done got away with doing what they want to do too long, and ain't nothing about protocol no more. When Miss Johnson know protocol. I know protocol, not no rules. And as someone who follow the rules, my granny used to say, you need to know two things. You need to know the Bible and the law of the land. You know, and that's something she installed in us. And I know him. So, no way, Jose. So, I'm walking around while everybody else talking about what they ain't doing. I'm sitting there. Then I already went down there and know what's going on, and I'm going to sit back and see what you going to say. Because I'm going to be there anyway.
Yeah.
I'm going to be there anyway.
Well, I think the other thing, as victims, I think a lot of times we're overlooked because we show up one at a time.
Yeah.
And I think it's so important for us to get on one accord. And there's so much power in numbers. You know, you have people that are out here for different reasons, you know, their own personal gain. But there are some legitimate people and organizations out here that's looking out for the best interest of every family in this community, every family that has lost a child, not just this year, but the year before and the year before and the year before then. But we have to be able to come together as one unit. They can't say no. They can say no to one. But I guarantee you, if 200 show up downtown, they're not going to be able to show.
It ought to be all 5. We ought to be 5 to 1,000 people that's affected by a homicide. And if I say go back 10 years, let's just go back 10 years.
Yeah.
You go back 10 years, oh my God.
Yeah, and what's happening is that although
we'll fill the stadium up,
everybody is not really talking about homicides now. These families are still hurting. Those 132 families from last year still hurting. The numbers, hundreds of families that was hurting the year before still hurting, and the ones that's hurting now still hurting. And so what happens? You know, do we just forget about them? You know, as a community, do we just forget about these families, the fact that they've lost their children? We can't just forget about these people.
You know, that's what I loved about Frank Milton. He put those homicides first. You know, he always said, nothing is more important than these homicides. You know, and I have yet to hear any of our officials to say that. You know, one lady was in the Waffle House, she was the other day, and she said, you know, they talk about the mayor this here and that, but you know, he had that happen to his brother. I said, you ever heard him say his brother passed away? Did you ever hear him say that he lost him? You always just hear him say he got shot. She gasped. Oh, I don't know. I say, well, maybe you need to find that out before you say that. Because I can answer it with no problem about mine. And I can say it and finish the whole damn sentence. You know? So, it's the small things like that that society, it gets their attention, you know. But at the same time, you also got to know it wasn't a loss. It probably was a hurt, but it wasn't a loss.
Not the same, Ms. Johnson.
It is not the same. Well,
and the other thing, Ms. Johnson, is that this stuff happens on our watch. You know, when we talk about voting, we have to know who we're voting for, not just. You know, we need to be more responsible in our voting, because what happens is these people, very people that you vote for, are the people that's gonna, when you need a judge, these are people you coming before and say, oh, that's who this was I voted for. You know, you don't realize that. You know, I didn't realize when I went to the courtroom that Faye Peterson was gonna be one of the judges. She was one that had been recently elected at that particular time when Lexi was going through Lexi's trial. I mean, we have to be knowledgeable of who we're voting for and why. We need to find out. If we don't know, we need to find out. Not just the judges, but all of our local officials.
Right.
We need to know. We need to know who they are.
They most definitely got to get involved and got to care, because it is a community problem. It is a state problem. It is a global problem, you know. And unfortunately, down here, we getting the worst of it. You know, I listen to D.L. Hewlett, and I don't too much listen to the radio, but I just cut it on at this particular time, and he was talking about the governor. And he said, you know, if you number 50, you would think you'd be trying to make it to 49, you know? And despite everything else he said, that right there stuck out to me. And I was like, you know what? He don't even have a problem with being 50. He don't even have a problem with being 50.
Well, he's not. You know, we have to think about that the city of Jackson is predominantly African American. Okay. And you have to realize that the median income for the city of Jackson is not Tate's income level. So, I mean, that's a whole...
Probably the price of his cheapest car.
Yeah, that's a whole different discussion with him. But, you know, we're going to have to take... This is what I told my stepmother today, that she needs to take her health in her own hands. We, as the black community in the city of Jackson, have to take our community in our own hands. And we have the power to do it. The power is in. That's the unique thing about democracy, is in the people's hands.
Right.
And we have to be mindful of that. We just got to do better.
But they don't even realize that they work for them. So the minute they realize they work for them and there's something in it for them, hopefully they can get involved. You know, that's what I like about Miss Angela that came on my show. You know, she shedded some light on some stuff that the hood is not knowledgeable of. You know, and trying to get black women signed up to vote. You know, and then bring 10 of your friends with you to vote. That what I had been saying all along, black women, we were the one in the past making the changes. It was just the males who was taking the credit for it, you know. And we done strayed away from that, because now it's so much hatred among us with competition and nothing about family morals, family goals, honor thy neighbor, treat people the way you want to be treated. Hey, my children go to your school. You know, we are all in this district. You know, I might be on this side of town and you on that side of town, but hey, my school, son's school, grandson's school need to be improved. You know, I need to volunteer for small things in the school, be involved. You know, now I look at when I'm driving in the morning time, there's no crossing guards. The crossing guards that's normally at the school are the people that's volunteering. When they tried to ask parents to do it, you see what happened. Nobody wanted to do it. But I know in our days, that was a reward for us. So we know you know how to do it, you know, and there's nothing to do but care.
Yeah.
You know, but it's the lack of care, just on each level, with the citizens, with the administration. You know, it's like I say, when I look around from what it used to be up until now, the whole world is acting like just like they did when Moses went up to get the 10 Commandments. I can't say that enough. I tell you that all the time. When I run into these different spirits that, you know, to me, how can you not? Or why not? You know, people say you do this, why not?
Well, we're living in a time now, you know, we used to talk about, and I know we don't have a whole lot of time, but we're looking at a time now when the Bible talks about we are lovers of ourselves, and We are selfish people. And now everything is geared toward self and sin, doing things different, wrong, outside of the will of God. That's where we are now. And so that's the reason why we have all the problems that we have now. One of the things that I wanted to bring, if you don't mind, is in regards to murders, is that these funeral homes and life insurance. We as black people need life insurance. Victims' compensation does not have to bury your child. It is not their responsibility. It just so happened that this is a program of the state of Mississippi, but it is not victims' compensation nor GoFundMe's responsibility to bury our children.
Well, I told you, my granny legacy is a little different. My auntie got a saying, if you get past our mental illness, we're a pretty good family because we stand on that. But the crazy part is they don't even like to have no life insurance. You got to do pre-burial plans, But when I lost Chris, a lot of people want to do traditional things, give you an envelope with a few conversations, few dollars or something in it. I wasn't allowed to take the envelope because my granny, that's just something she didn't believe in. She believed in the only thing you had to do would come with love. We gonna feed you, we gonna take care of you, and when you leave, your spirit gonna be fed just like your stomach. But when you come to a homegoing for inner Mariana descendants, you don't have to bring nothing. The only thing you got to do is come. And I joked about it last time with my cousin. Said, why we always got to serve the food when we the grieving family, And my auntie replied, this is what we do. And when it comes to our neighbors, people in the neighborhood that we grew up with or whatever, they'll vouch, for us. We show up and we do what we need to do. I believe in just those old values because they work. Even at the repast, I see people serving food without serving the grieving family first and the elders first and the kids first, when everybody's seated. The servers, it goes in sequence, it goes in patterns. Same thing when they finish eating. When they finish eating, the elders don't have to get up and put their plate in the garbage. We gon' do that. We gon' take care of that. And that's our way of showing our appreciation for you showing love, and that's all that we know, So that way ain't bad, and it saves the family a lot of heartache and pain. Where if you can't afford to pay a life insurance every month, and you worry about you working from paycheck to paycheck, I always encourage people of the pre-burial insurance. All funeral homes have them.
Well, I brought that to the attention our attention because we're talking about community and our community being responsible for us and we being responsible for the community. But in your words, some of our black funeral homes are part of the problem.
Oh, I've been told you that.
And so, with that being said, burial insurance is not that expensive, and if you don't know, a lot of people think it's a lot because they've never tried to get life insurance, but you can get a term life insurance very cheap.
Well, they want the prices that Nana had, and they not gonna get them. See, they want the prices from the little sleeve that they used to see that hang up from, I think they was United or wherever the people was that came around to the hood all the time. See, they want to see that 1975 and that 22. See, it ain't gonna be like that.
Yeah.
See, And when they hear that, they fall away from it because then they got all of their wants and all of their needs. But if you go and pick out something for $8,000 and you don't pay a penny over that $8,000, you pay it like a light bill. You know, for some it's better than nothing. Right now, we as a community got to get something.
Yeah, because one thing about it, the Bible says, so a man liveth, he must die. We don't want to talk about death. We don't know how we're going to die, but we do know that we're going to die. And so it's better for us to be prepared for it and than not be prepared and something happens and we're not in a position to be able to bury our loved ones.
Well, you know, as my granny said, you're going to pay to come in, you're going to pay to leave here. You know how many times I heard them words? I heard them words a lot, baby. You gonna pay to come in, you gonna pay to leave here. Yeah. Ain't no way around it. So I don't know why my people just take the long way around. You know, but in a society, what I hate about us is, and in the hood, we done lost that. We done lost that spark.
Well, our elders were the fabric of the neighborhoods, and they made it happen. They made us be respectful. They made us take care of ourselves. They made us love on whoever was next door, the old people. They were the fabric of the community.
But that's where their legacy come in at when it's carried on. So that's why I used to always say, I'm going to need for you to tap in, baby. You know. But hopefully, we so bad, you know, I hate to just say it, but it is, ain't nothing but the truth. We in such a bad shape now to where we can't do nothing but get better. You know, after you done hit so far down, no other way but up. And I feel like that's where we at with not voting. You know, it's just, we ain't watching nothing. We just don't care until it hit your front door. If a criminal case hit your front door, a traffic ticket hit your front door, a burglary hit your front door, that's when you care about it. But other than that, that ain't my business. You know? So, we just rambling, y'all. That's how it go when it's getting good. Take me to commercial, friend.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David.
Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
Welcome back to the Earth is the Same. Look, baby, we on the road. I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. Miss Felicia, I want to thank you as always. Hey, everybody know this Friday, it'll be a year for me, so keep not just me in your prayers, but all of us, because when you pray for me, you pray for all of us, because I'm going to do it. 1 down, 3 to go. You see something, you say something. It ain't snitching when you telling the truth, y'all. So be mindful of what you put in your dash. I'm going to tell you what we didn't talk about, but hey, you already know how it going to go. Water, same old, same old. The news done told you. Byron, they trying to break it loose from y'all, baby. They sick of that shock collar, baby. They trying to get an individual fence. They trying to leave. I'm just letting you know now. They finna leave. You stop counting that money. JSU, I know you didn't think I wasn't gonna let y'all make it. Now y'all vendors out there, seem like to me y'all better go to Sam's and whatever the name is that other store is and get stack up. How y'all gonna run out of water? And the whole Jackson is around here giving out water. And y'all know y'all to stand some over there now the house. People falling out. They already don't hardly allow you to bring nothing up in there. And y'all vendors. See, I'm gonna have to get my cousin over there, both of them, because I tell you, we won't run out of water. We'll come there with a whole U-Haul full of. See, y'all wasn't about getting y'all bread. I don't know what y'all thinking about this. Out of everything you run out of, you run around out of water? You must ain't been to the Metro Center. Or anybody else that's around here getting in on that water like they got a business and now they done told them they can get that little money. Boy, my people, boy, I tell you, y'all ain't gonna. But you know what? I ain't no hater. But guess what? You just know one thing. That young man is watching Mississippi Money. Y'all try to pull some of that PPP stuff. He coming for you. I'm telling you that now. Miss Felicia, I want to thank you once again. As always, say what you want to say, baby.
Well, thank you so much for having me, Ms. Johnson. Such a pleasure to know you and to be here. I want to invite people to, if they want to know a little bit more about Grant Me Justice and what we do, to go to www.grantmejustice.org. We will have some events that's coming up, and the one that I want to mention is Just Us Giving. And that event is where we give to families that have lost their children to violence. Last year we gave gift cards and gift baskets. And so this year we want to up it. We want to double what we did last year. And those who received it know what we did last year. And so we want to double what we did last year. And so if you're a family that has lost someone to violence, then go to our website and sign up for Just Us Giving.
All right, and hey, I ain't got to tell you about Heavenly Hands Cleaning, sir. You already know Miss Jones coming there you can eat off of. 770-866-3683. Good night, be blessed. Toodaloo, say your prayers.
Good afternoon. Welcome to We Believe Digital News Break. My name is Chris Young. I'll be your host this afternoon. My sidekick, Mr. Socrates Garrett, is, how would we say, detained elsewhere on official business. So we wish him well with that. Maybe have a little bit shorter show today, but we do have some important items to share with you. You know, we're broadcasting to you live from the heart of the Deep South in Jackson, Mississippi. A lot of times I hear the term mid-South, and I'm not sure I really understand that. It sure feels like deep South to me. So at this We Believe Digital Studios, we have all kinds of opportunities for people to get involved and participate. If you have a dream, a passion, a topic area that you would like to share with others. We're an ideal platform suited for you to be able to get your message out there. We like to say a hometown feel with a worldwide reach. We've got videographers and camera folks and engineers. We cut advertisements. We do graphics. We have all kinds of attractive packages available for you to put out your message. Maybe you do a pre-recorded message, say 30 or 60 minutes in length, and we put that on the schedule when we can work that in, or we lock in a time for you to go live for a 30-minute show, a 60-minute show, and we can do the graphics up for you, and very attractive. All kinds of ad placements for you. Really, there's a deal going on right now where really for $10 for a 15-second ad, and we will show that 15 times a week. So $150 a week, and get your message seen on all the platforms. YouTube, Facebook, WeBelieveDigital.com, of course, Roku TV. We'll announce find a way to do announcements in social media to get the word out. Twitter, Instagram, again, YouTube and Facebook. So we're all about serving our customers, and we want you to give us a call. You can always reach us at 1-800-492-5186. 1-800-492-5186. So welcome to We Believe Digital News Break, and really three major issues going on right now, and I want to start with the local one because this is what affects our citizens here the most. With this rain, these storms that we've been having, and expectation for more rain in the coming days, the reservoir had to start, our large reservoir here had to start dumping all kinds of extra water into the Pearl River so that the reservoir itself doesn't overflow, which would be, really catastrophic to lots and lots more people. Consequently, though, the Pearl River has been steadily rising. The National Weather Service had a report out at 10 o'clock this morning. The next one is due at 9 o'clock tonight. We really encourage you to stay up to date on that. If you don't have computer access, find somebody that does. Get on the phone with folks and find somebody that does, and go to that National Weather Service website and get the information that that you need. And that website is www.weather.gov/JAN. That's their code for Jackson, JAN. www.weather.gov/JAN. And that'll keep you up to date. Again, the next updated report about the flooding, current flooding, and potential for even more increasing flooding. The next report will be out at 9 o'clock tonight. So the mayor just had a press conference about 1 hour ago. He began a press conference and talking about the officials all getting together, county, city, reservoir officials jumping into the real-time command center and trying to speak about the status of the Pearl River. It's up over 33 feet right now as of when he came on the air at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and certainly expected to rise. He's cautioning the folks that had to evacuate from the last major flooding event in 2020 to please. He's indicating those are going to be the same areas, the same homes this time around, and so he's encouraging those folks to get plans in place right now and be ready to implement those plans right away. He's saying, please don't delay. For those that do not have transportation, he indicated that JTran is going to be available at their normal call number once the until, of course, the water rises to the point where they wouldn't be able to get to certain locations. But enlisting the help of JTran to help any of our residents in the low-lying areas, people that have been affected in the past, that are challenged with transportation, and want to help you out with that. Talked about the response from JPD and the Hinds County Sheriff's Office, different patrols to protect properties once people do leave. There's an expectation that people will evacuate the area, and just wanting to let you know that these discussions have been had with JPD and Hinds County Sheriff's Office to make sure that those areas are covered with increased patrols to the fullest extent possible while people are, away from their properties. So he's saying, please don't let leaving a vacant property be an impediment, is what the mayor said. Don't let that be an impediment to your personal safety. So the city plans to do everything it can to ensure homes are safe as these levels go up. There's a couple of pieces of information from the last National Weather Service update. Again, that was at 10 o'clock, 10:45 this morning, and it's definitely talking about the flood warning continuing for the Pearl River at Jackson, affecting both Hinds and Rankin counties. Upper Pearl River area, including Philadelphia, Edinburgh, Carthage, Walnut Grove, Lena, Kosciuszko, Ratliff's Ferry, Oklahoma, if I'm pronouncing that right, and Jackson. Major flooding is forecast. Again, major flooding is forecast. This moderate flooding is occurring now as we speak, and major flooding is forecast. The specific location is absolutely the Pearl River at Jackson is where that's happening and expected to increase. Being above 33 feet right now, they're really watching the level of 35 feet. Talking about at 35 feet, some businesses are affected near Town Creek. River waters will flood some of the streets of Northeast Jackson subdivisions, which are close, those that are close to the river, and a number of additional streets in downtown Jackson. At 35 feet and 4 inches, water approaches homes in the Hightower area. At 35 feet and 8 inches, water is close to entering homes in Northeast Jackson. So as of 9:15 this morning, the gauge over at on Lakeland Drive, the gauge at the Highway 80 bridge indicated 33.3 feet at 9:15 this morning. And as of right now, and again, this is subject to being updated with new reports as we learn more information, it's expected to crest at 36 feet at that Highway 80 bridge on Tuesday morning. The river gauge over on Lakeland Drive, further to the north, is expected to crest at 41.5 feet on Monday evening. So flood stage at the Highway 80 bridge is we're already there at 28 feet, and so again the National Weather Service is the place to go. Of course, we've got our local news stations, but in large measure, the local broadcast stations are going right to the source with the National Weather Service, who partners with the NOAA organization to get you the latest and provide you with the information so you can make the best possible decisions for you and your family. So once again, that website is www.weather.gov/JAN. www.weather.gov/JAN. So that's the story for the weather. I was listening to a elder statesman this morning, and he said anytime you're up over that 35 feet mark, it's really perilous. And was here, living here in 1979 flood, and so my ears were perking up. I was trying to take in everything I could learn about that, because he certainly lived through it, and we're pretty sure that there's plenty of our viewers that did also. So let's use this information we can get ahead of time and make the best plans, and then execute those plans at the right time for you and your family to be as safe as possible. Our call-in number here is 1-800-492-5186. Certainly open to hearing what's on your mind and answer any questions if you have any, or just hearing your thoughts on this subject or any other topics we talking about here on this platform, or maybe even need to be talking about here on this platform. So we're coming up on a break in another 30 seconds or so, and when we come back from that, we got just two more issues to cover, and then we'll be out for the weekend, and then we'll be back Tuesday afternoon, God willing. Be back Tuesday afternoon at I believe it's 1:30. On Tuesday afternoon. So let's dip out now for a break, and so you can meet Mason, and then we'll come on back when the commercial's finished.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate, illustrated by David. Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
And welcome back. Welcome back again. A local author, the author of Meet Mason, inquisitive little boy, and great story. 36-page book, a great learning tool with you and your children. So we really want to support Sherry Tate, the author of Meet Mason. I ordered a couple of books the day before yesterday on Amazon. I'm really looking forward to them showing up so I can kind of preview them before I send them away to a couple of younger little folks connected to my family so they can benefit from that. I want to thank you for your chat comments. Mr. Floyd Lewis, thank you for writing in to us. It sounds like he's knowing all about this Pearl River flooding. Absolutely utilized the Pearl River to make Jackson a resort area. Wow, that's the second time today that I heard that comment. So more to follow on that for sure. But it sounds like there's some talk going on once again about finding a way to open up the Pearl River more and really make this the centerpiece of a booming resort type area for Hinds County, especially Hinds and Rankin, but. So that's that, and then the last item wanted to share with you was this DOJ report that just came out today. God knows we haven't been able to turn on the TV or look at our social media for the last several days without knowing that this was DOJ report was coming. Heavily redacted report. This is about the documents found at Mar-a-Lago, the former President Trump's compound or what have you that he stays at, and 32 different pages. The redacted document was 32 pages long, with even more amplifying information, all kinds of information about probable cause to believe that there's obstruction involved. Actually, if I read a report correct earlier, there's probable cause to believe that there's still even more documents, classified documents, down there at Mar-a-Lago. So very you try to make sense of this. They said that thus far 67 documents down there. A total of 15 boxes. This was back in May. Of the 15 boxes that had been handed over, 184 total documents bearing the classifications of confidential, secret, and top secret. 67 confidential documents, 92 secret documents, 25 documents marked as top secret. In a non-secure location, certainly in a location that's nowhere near the security level that those documents currently exist in. I don't understand. I had a fine gentleman I met this morning, a wonderful guy, source of information, teaching me so much, about Jackson and about Mississippi and all, and he just, he really just wanted to know why. He's trying to find a reason in his mind where the former president would think it's okay to just take off with these classified documents and just have them laying up in a room at the house, So it's really baffling to people. Apparently, there's a number of different. The DOJ was concerned about the number of different civilian witnesses, that are apparently willing to testify to, seeing those documents there, seeing them accessed, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to learn more about that. But it really makes me wonder. I was telling my friend another friend yesterday, in 20 years in the Navy, I had a clearance the entire time. It was just the nature of my work, and that was necessary to have a secret clearance, not a top secret clearance. And then during the first Gulf War, I had a 1-year assignment where it was necessary to increase the secret clearance to top secret TSI, but just for that 1-year period of time, and then right back down to secret, because there was certain things that I needed to be able to have access to just during that one tour out in the Arabian Gulf and in the Red Sea and so forth during the first Gulf War. But it just got me thinking, the way that those documents, the way that we treated those documents and other classified material, let's say, was it was with the strictest attention to detail and focus, and always a two-man rule involved. Observing, opening the safe, removing the documents, inventorying the documents, reviewing the documents as needed to accomplish the mission. return the documents to the safe, 2-person signature, securing the whole works. And I just can't imagine what would, I think if I misplaced one of those documents or disturbed it in some way or altered it or damaged it or anything like that, I just, I have every reason to believe that I would have been dealt with very, very harshly. And so I don't understand. I mean, you might want to ask yourself, what would happen to you if somebody caught you in possession of U.S. secrets? I don't think it would be a happy ending. So I'm not sure. I don't understand what the mindset was of the former Trump. I came across that often, where I did not understand the mindset of the former president. But in any event, we're going to see how this plays out. And the last item I wanted to share with you was that, I'm very hopeful that we're going to have something good come out of a mediation meeting that's occurring today in Jackson by order of a federal magistrate. The city folks and the Richards Disposal folks were directed to mediate, were directed to sit down at the table and talk through their differences on things. And so I'm just very hopeful that we can figure that out and come to a resolution. We can get these people paid. I mean, we're rapidly approaching, just a few days away from the man out there doing the job for 5 months. April, May, June, July, August. And I know we all remember that the beginning was as rocky as it could get, and they got no turnover, of course, from the waste management folks. And so it's kind of like starting from scratch, forming up the roots and all that stuff. And God knows there were plenty of reports. But, after about 4 weeks or so, those reports started to dwindle. And the only reports I see now, I don't know, but I'm not sure it passes pardon the pun, I'm not sure it passes the sniff test, because it almost seems like they're ginned up reports. And then, of course, we've got some people, even council people, trying to, they're talking about illegal dumping. Now, illegal dumping and getting a vendor to pick up our normal trash, normal routes, normal pickup days, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Those are two different items. So I'm really surprised to see a council member trying to kind of confoozle, those two items. They're two different. We all know there's sites that have been used for illegal dumping for ages and ages. That's not directly related to what we're talking about here. So, it's almost like there's an effort going on to confuse the picture there. And I don't think that's helpful. I don't think it's productive. But I'm just one person. I'd like to see this Richards Disposal get paid for the work they've done. I'd like to see a signed contract in place so that we can move forward smartly. These people are going to save the city money. It might not be a perfect contract, but it seems head and shoulders more efficient and more productive for the citizens of Jackson than with the last vendor. It seems like there's ample evidence on the table now to see that the last vendor was really bilking the city. And I'm not, if that's true, I'm not surprised by that, because they are an international conglomerate. Waste Management is not like a company like Richards hauling in New Orleans and Baton Rouge and that's it. Waste Management is all over the planet. And I looked up one of their quarterly returns, and they file their returns. I mean, 4.2, another quarter 4.5, another quarter $4.3 billion in a quarter, just a quarter of a year. So I think we can get along okay without them. It's been demonstrated to us already that we can get along okay without them, and I hope this mediation meeting today can be productive. Wouldn't that be something if our elected officials could could learn the art of compromise, figure out a way to compromise and move forward with these people that have been out there running these streets and picking up our trash now for just a couple days shy of five full months. So I certainly hope that can be the case. Well, in the absence of any call-ins or any more online chat comments, we thank you for your attention, and please stay safe out there this weekend, and really give some thought to where you stand with the potential for flooding in your area. Make good decisions. Be good to yourself. We'll see you back here next Tuesday afternoon at 1:30. Take care.
Welcome to Newsbreak. We're broadcasting live from Jackson, Mississippi, and We Believe Digital Broadcast Studios. We're being seen in over 139 countries. You can find us on YouTube, on Facebook, on WeBelieveDigital.com, our very own platform, and on Roku TV. You know, our purpose is to bring you the news that's happening in our city and those things around the world. So 3 times a week, we come to you with a show called Newsbreak. You can join in the conversation and the dialogue by dialing 1-800-492-5186. Go to our website at WeBelieveDigital.com. And you can see all of the shows that we run over the last 3 years. They're all archived there that you can retrieve and enjoy for years to come. All you have to do is go down and find a channel that you like and go back and look at previous shows from 3 years back. For example, the New Horizon Church Ministry program that airs every Sunday morning is chronicled there in their very own channel, going back for over 3 years. And what a mighty presentation they've had over these past 3 years. This past Sunday's event with the children's choir was especially gratifying to see kids of 8, 9, and 10 years old singing their hearts out and praising God. You can find those kind of shows on WeBelieveDigital.com. As always, you know, my guest for Newsbreak, or my co-host, is Chris Young. Chris, how are you?
Doing just fine. It's been quite a day.
It has been quite a day, and so let's dive right into it and determine exactly what we're going to discuss about. So I'd like to start out with what everybody else is talking about in the water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi.
Yeah.
Can you give us a little background on our situation?
And what a difference a day makes, because so much has transpired since we were doing this show yesterday, sharing with the viewers. There's a lot of things going on in Jackson with the water. The Pearl River had crested on Monday morning below the level that was projected, so that was good news. And so there is some flooding along the river, and some pockets, apparently due to the topography of how the water moves around. Once it gets over the banks of the Pearl, there are some pockets, little portions of neighborhoods, portions of streets in Jackson that you can see definitely are flooding in. But that Pearl River is receding, and I think by tonight it'll be down right at the borderline of what's considered flood stage. So it's making its way back down, really dropping 5.5 feet in two and a half days. So that's really good. That's really good news on the flooding side of it. On the water system side of it, where do you begin? But what's different today than we could have to share with the viewers yesterday is that the cries for help from a lot of different quarters of the city, of this region and state, and across the country, the pleas from people to help Jackson were heard, and from our governor, Tate Reeves, who really makes it very clear that he does not like asking for help, from the federal government. He did just that last night. He asked the President of the United States in a letter last evening to help Jackson with this water crisis, declare an emergency, open up all the funding and resources, FEMA and EPA and Army Corps of Engineers, etc., to help Jackson. And of course, immediately the response was the request was approved by President Biden, and so. Things are starting to move along. President Biden called our mayor, Mayor Lumumba, today. That must have been quite a thrilling thing for the mayor of Jackson to get a phone call from the President of the United States. And, he just wanted to know what's going on the ground. How can we help you? What kind of define the issues for me so I make sure I fully understand it, and so forth. Apparently there's a rental pump that's been installed this afternoon over at O.B. Curtis that's really starting to bring the pressure back up. And so a lot of things going on since we last talked to our viewers yesterday.
Good. And so to the viewers, we'll give you just a little background information as to how we got here. Many of our citizens and some of our friends and neighbors are asking, why didn't we do something in preparation for this potential historic flood condition? That we've known now that the river was going to rise for 4 or 5 days. And some would say, why don't you just simply let the water out of the reservoir and make enough room for the new water to come in? And if it were that simple, then it would have been done. But Jackson has had a problem with flooding. We go back to 1979 when we had a devastating flood, when all of our businesses and many of our homes were underwater. In 1979, when the mighty Pearl River reached 39 feet and just flooded its banks and caused devastation throughout this city. And the greater Jackson area, along with the 5 mayors and others, have been working on the levee board, of which I was a member, trying to come up with flood protection plans. and trying to mitigate all of the different things that you have to be concerned about. Sea turtles, for example, disturbing the natural habitats of animals and turtles and things of that nature. You just can't dredge and fix waterways without getting approval from the Corps of Engineers and the federal government, and all of your partners have to be in sync to come up with a plan. So since 1979, that's 80, and this is 22. So we're talking 23 years. We've been fighting to try and craft a plan to deal with the flood hazards in Jackson, Mississippi. We still have not, as of this date, been able to come up with a plan that eliminates the flooding that can occur and did occur just last week in Jackson, Mississippi. This is very complicated. Where will the water go? How will it impact our neighbors down south, municipalities like Macomb, and all cities and counties along the mighty Pearl River's banks, all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico? Everybody is impacted. And when you dam up the water up on the north end of the reservoir, then the citizens in Lee County, Carthage, Kosciuszko, up in that area are all concerned about how that's going to impact them. So it's a very complicated deal, and we've never been able to get agreement from all of our Congress people, from all of the surrounding mayors, with the Hines County Board of Supervisors, which has a seat on the levee board. We've not been able to get a plan that dealt with the flooding in Jackson, Mississippi. Now, to move that forward to what my colleague Chris is talking about, the flooding in Jackson that occurred was very small in compared to 79 and 20. But we had a perfect storm where we had the failure of our drinking water plant, the old B. Curtis plant here in Jackson, Mississippi, lost pressure and was unable to supply water to our 150,000 citizens, mostly in South Jackson, below Interstate 20. And so when the raw water pumps failed during the flood, it was a perfect storm. Jackson was already on a boil water notice prior to this happening, and then we lost pressure. And it'll take weeks to put that plant back into operation and get that pressure back up where it needs to be. South Jackson comprised mostly of tanks that hold and supply their waters, like you'll see at many of our hospitals that have dug their own wells. Their wells are there, and they have storage tanks above ground that you'll see that water is stored in, just in case of emergencies. And so we were blessed in the fact that none of our hospitals lost water. It wasn't a significant event for them during this debacle that we're currently involved in. So we're here. Plans are not easy to come by. 22 years, and we still don't have a plan for flood protection. Plans for the rehabbing of a water plant and the reworking of a 200-year-old distribution system that's ailing, and we still don't have a plan. These plans are not easy to come by and not simple things to fix, but we have to deal with them. And so we find ourselves in this situation today where the citizens of Jackson, many of them in South Jackson, have been under boil water notice or no water notice for the last week. Chris, you mentioned that President Biden has gotten involved. Mm-hmm. How, again, did that come about?
Well, late yesterday, the governor forwarded a request via the appropriate FEMA channels for a federal emergency declaration for the water crisis in Jackson. Smoothed it all out, hit all the wickets with the FEMA people, and I guess they let him know exactly what needs to be in there in order to be, considered and so forth. And, he listed all the past storms and the impact that's had, and tornadoes and hurricanes, and so forth, flooding in the past, and it was approved very quickly. This was 10 or 11 o'clock last night.
Right.
And so then today there was a follow-up by the president himself calling the mayor. I mean, wow, that must have been something. You know, another piece of this too is 113 square miles. That's a lot of piping. That's a lot of because it's my understanding, you would know much better than me, but apparently different areas have expanded over time with that, within this MSA, and sometimes the piping wasn't the right size piping or it might have been smaller at the plant and then larger as it went out or something like that, and that all affects the pressure.
Oh yeah. It's the system has aged. Yeah. Some areas have clay pipes, Chris.
Yeah.
And that's a couple hundred years ago. Yeah. When they were installing clay pipes. So, the system is old. The infrastructure is wore out, and it has to be replaced. Now, the question is, why hadn't Jackson done something before now?
Yeah.
What are you hearing the response of our leaders to that question?
Well, the response from the leaders gets a little. I'm not sure it's that easy to follow. I see we got Mr. Lewis, Floyd Lewis, following us today. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I listened to a man this morning. He writes for something called the Dispatch. I'm not exactly sure where it came out of, but boy, he gave a beautiful explanation of it, and it dovetailed right in with the piece of writing that I was doing for the Mississippi Link on yesterday. And it seems like, the erosion of the tax base in Jackson may well be the biggest culprit, because how can you do maintenance? How can you do replacements if there's a constant suction off the tax base? The monies just are not there, and there's other things that have to be done. And so, I get the distinct impression that a lot of band-aiding was done, and maybe the estimate for that particular job was $300,000, but they only had $100,000 to give them at the time, or something like that. And so I get the impression a lot of band-aiding was done. So that's my take on it.
Well, and to add to that, the water issues in urban cities across this country are in similar conditions. And so we have a situation, and have continued to have a situation, where the wastewater treatment plant in Jackson is under consent decree, that it has to be upgraded to eliminate bypasses, to eliminate discharges into the Pearl River,
right,
and things of that nature. And so Jackson's under tremendous pressure, $1 billion or more required to fix this wastewater treatment plant. And so when we look at all of the things that are ill in the city of Jackson, and Chris mentioned a dwindling tax base, and a dwindling tax base occurs all across America, primarily when we experience the outward migration of white business people from the urban city. And when we see that loss in revenue that's associated with property taxes, associated with sales revenue taxes, associated with the employment of your citizens, you have a tremendous hole. Just think about it. Think about it like you think about your household. If two parents are working in that household and one parent decides to move out, the standard of living in the house is going to suffer. It's going to deteriorate. The children will not be able to go on vacation. There will not be any money for savings. There won't be money for repair, for home appliances, etc., based upon that lost revenue. And Jackson, while it lost revenue when its population dropped from 250,000 down to 150,000, it lost those rooftops and that population, and it lost the revenue. But it did not lose the square mileage that it was treating. The streets remained the same. They all remained open. The requirement to repair and maintain was even higher due to the aging that was occurring, even though you have lost revenue. And so this is nothing new. Now, the mere fact that Jackson has asked for help with this problem for a long time and nothing was done, even though everybody knows the condition that we're in as a city when it comes to a dwindling tax base. Everybody understands the shortfall. And in Mississippi, we ought to understand it more than any place else because we're a poor state, the poorest state in the nation. And so our urban cities are poor. Jackson's population, 40% of its population lives below the poverty level. So all of these things add up to why you can't fix your problem. Now, we're getting ready to go to a station break, and we want you to stay tuned with us and call us at 800-492-5186. And you can share with us. Go to our website, hit the share button on Facebook, hit the donate button on our website, and assist us with keeping these kinds of programs going so that we can get critical information out to our audience. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate, illustrated by David. Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
And we're live. And so you guys saw the quick, brief commercial there, but I want to spend some time and talk about Mason. You know, we want you to support our pastors and our sponsors out there. You know, you can buy that book on Amazon.com. Meet Mason is a book that should be in every household. And so take a look at supporting our sponsors. They are critically important to keeping this show going. Now, we were dealing with some critical issues. These are no fluff conversations. This is not a conversation about, you know, who shot John and when we get to heaven. This is a conversation about what must be done right now to solve this problem. And for the first time, as I was saying, Jackson has asked for help from our partners, primarily our state government over the years, and it has been denied. It's been denied because our state leaders, mostly made up of white male Republicans, have decided that Jackson was mismanaged to the point that they didn't want to invest any more money into the city of Jackson. And that kind of hypocrisy permeates throughout the entire state of Mississippi when we're the poorest state in the nation, and yet this governor had the audacity to end the rental assistance program and send money back to Washington, D.C., even though we're the poorest state in the nation. Our government decided that it did not want to expand Medicaid because it was called Obamacare originally, and I'm certain if it had been called Reagan Care, we would have it today. But we did not accept the health expansion of Medicaid that would have brought billions of dollars back into this state. And the irony of the hypocrisy, because we are a welfare state, as Chris, you mentioned on many occasions, that when we send $1 to Washington, D.C., we get $3 back. So we don't mind taking the money from the feds, but we don't want to help a failing city because of its leadership. But yet, Chris, the state of Mississippi has been listed as one of the most corrupt states in the entire nation for years and years and years. And that mismanagement and that lack of handling funds could be no more pronounced than what's going on now with the scandal in the Mississippi Department of Human Services, where $94 million is missing, and our former governor has been identified as a potential beneficiary of some of those dollars. Would you share with our viewers what's going on with that?
And the current governor has been implicated in at least 1.3 million of that. The current governor, the current sitting governor. So the TANF scandal. I mean, it really happened in the end of 17 and 2018, but it really didn't get out in the open. Pardon me, out in the open until I believe it was February 2020 when the state auditor made the big announcement or something that all this money, and the number keeps changing. The number keeps going up over time. When I first heard about it, I heard $72 million of TANF monies that were the pretty word for it is misspent, but that's not the way I feel about it. And then it went up to 74 million, and now we're seeing numbers as high as 94 and 95 million dollars of money that was sent from the federal government that was specifically as a federal safety net for the poorest of the poor. And as you had already said, Mississippi, the poorest state in the country. So it's just, and not only is Mississippi the poorest state in the country. You know, I was reading from the 2021 budget just yesterday. 44% of the annual revenue that comes into this state comes from the federal government.
44%
of the whole thing.
Wow.
So that's thank you, Mr. Williams, for joining in the chat. Mr. Lewis, thank you. We're seeing your comments here. It's just bizarre. And another thing that nobody ever seems to want to talk about, Mr. Garrett, is the debt. So you're the poorest state. You take all this money from the feds. I think I misspoke last week when I said $2.34. It's $3.34 for every $1 of Mississippi tax dollars that get paid to the feds. $3.34 comes back into the state. So we're a debtor state. But the thing that nobody wants to talk about is $40 billion in debt. So much so that the debt service, the payment on the debt that the state has, $385 million last year. $385 million just to pay service on the debt. It's just phenomenal.
And so if we play the logic all the way out, if the state says that the current administration doesn't have the ability to manage the money, so therefore we're not going to support them.
Sure.
Then the federal government could say to the state of Mississippi, why are you always on the bottom? Why don't you have enough money? Why are you last in education?
Why are you stealing from the poor?
Why are you stealing from the poor? And this federal government should say, we're not going to put any more money in Mississippi because of their inability to change their conditions or manage their budget.
They're not going to do that, though. The heart is too big.
The heart is too big.
Well, yes.
What heart do you? What do you mean?
Well, the other thing, the thing that we haven't included in this conversation is, I'm 60 years old. I think I got a pretty good handle on the difference between conservative and liberal. But never before did I realize that indebtedness was part of the game for conservatives. I mean, I thought conservatives were supposed to be the penny pinchers and always watching out for every last dollar and high on accountability and never spend more than you make. I thought that was part of the platform for conservatives in this country. But here we got all these conservative lawmakers, the vast majority white conservatives, and the state is totally indebted.
Right. Well, it's not conservative to the state as much as it is conservative to pockets in the state. So we're not going to put any money into our minority population, our congressional district, 2nd congressional district, right, which is probably one of the poorest congressional districts in the entire country.
Right.
We're not putting any money in there.
Right.
And so we're not going to put any money into Jackson, Mississippi, because, quite frankly, they don't know how to manage it. And right. So but we know how to manage things. That's why we are last in everything that we do. Somebody's got to wake up around here.
It's bizarre.
It is very, very bizarre. And so what we have here is a scenario where all Mississippians are going to have to come together, and they're going to have to focus on the greater good and how do we fix our problems. Our problems are very fixable now that we have a declaration from the federal government and President Biden, and we thank you, sir.
Yes.
We thank you for your immediate response to the governor's request and your immediate approval of the emergency status for the state of Mississippi. Now, what that means to our viewers and those that are watching out there is that now the state of Mississippi is eligible for federal assistance, and they may only have to pay 25% on the dollars that they're going to receive to fix this problem. Mm-hmm. That means more money is going to flow into the state of Mississippi and into the city of Jackson, because this time these dollars are not there for the state to redirect them and send them to other places. These dollars are earmarked to fix a crumbling infrastructure problem in Jackson, Mississippi. Mm-hmm. A lot of times money comes from Washington, D.C. into our state, and then it gets redirected from where the money ought to go. For example, there was not one shovel-ready project in Jackson, Mississippi that the state funded when the pandemic money came down, the COVID money came down. Not one project was funded. But our governor in the state of Mississippi could put $34 million over into Clinton, Mississippi, and they could put $10 million into private schools. But there was no money for Jackson. All Jackson was experienced was a depletion of the revenues due to a shrinking tax base and due to its inability to collect fees for water, for goods and services we're providing a citizen. And Jackson is trying. Jackson recently, and I'm opposed to this, Jackson doubled these fees for water and sanitation fees last month. It doubled its fees on the poorest people in the country. And so that taxation burden is not the way to go. Jackson has a 8% sales tax fee when you buy stuff at McDonald's and things of that nature due to an increase of 1% for sales tax on hotels and motels and things of that nature. So we're already the highest tax people in the country. We pay more for tags on our automobiles than any other state in the country. You know, if you buy a new car and you have to get a tag for it in Mississippi, you're talking about thousands of dollars for a tag to put on your car. So Jackson is trying every way it knows how to raise revenues, but it's under serious attack. Recently, the Environmental Protection Agency, in its infinite wisdom, gave a permit to Rankin County to build its own wastewater treatment plant. Upstream from Jackson's wastewater treatment plant. can't be 50 miles apart. Why did we need two? Because Rankin County, our surrounding communities, did not want to pay the fees associated with Jackson to treat their wastewater, which we had done all the time. We've always treated the wastewater for surrounding communities, and that's how they were able to survive and thrive and grow, because Jackson was handling that part till they got strong enough. But it reminds me of the old adage of when the man found the snake on the side of the road, and Chris...
it was the cold, shivering snake, and he wanted to warm up. Is that the one?
That's the one.
And the old man said, no, you're a snake. You're going to bite me. And the snake said, no, I know I'm a snake, but I'm just so cold right now. I just need to warm up. And at these Mississippi crossroads, and just let me warm up inside your jacket for a minute. I promise I won't bite you. And so the old man said, okay, why not give it a try? And there it was. And he warmed up, and he bit him good. And he said, why in the world did you do that? You said you wouldn't bite me. And the snake said, you knew what I was when you picked me up.
So we deal with this situation. And then when Rankin County got strong enough that it no longer wanted Jackson to treat its wastewater, it built its own plant. And that $5 million a year that it was paying to Jackson to treat the wastewater was removed from Jackson's budget.
Right.
Jackson's under tremendous pressure. You know, the black leadership thing is a critical thing for Europeans to get accustomed to. And while, you know, many have moved on and said that we got to work together and we got to live together and we got to come together because we're competing globally. We're not competing with Hines County is not competing against Rankin County. We're competing against China and Russia and Europe. We're not competing against each other. And so we have to come together and see ourselves as one. And the rhetoric that we throw out that Jackson is the trunk of the tree is just the worst rhetoric of all. If it's the trunk of the tree and you allow it to die, then the branches will die as well. And we see that. We see that. We see that right now. Chris, you have a point?
Well, I'm just saying, Mr. Williams is following along with the program today. He said he's heard that Byram is planning on building their own water treatment plant as well.
Yeah, Mr. Williams is absolutely correct. They would love to build their water plant if they had the resources to do it. Mm-hmm. But they're not. They froze right now. They're not haven't thawed out. They're not strong enough, and so they ride inside of Jackson's bosom.
Yeah.
Right now, but the day will come. The day will come. But you know what you got to know about Byram, Mr. Williams, is that Jackson attempted to annex Byram. That's what cities do. They annex the unincorporated areas next to them so they can grow their tax base and they can have the rooftops that's necessary to fund all of the infrastructure developments. But in Mississippi, our Supreme Court and our court systems up and down the line wouldn't allow Jackson to annex Byram. Would not allow Jackson to annex the area next to Tulu College on the north side. Jackson petitioned for annexation there on property that it owned. Would not allow Jackson to annex those. But did allow Byron to incorporate as a city, and it does not have the ability to provide for its citizens. It does not have the ability to provide water. And so what it does is it complains and gripes about Jackson's inability to provide them water. Well, if we were all one, with everybody paying into the pool, then we might have the resources necessary. But Chris, I want to close out today by just saying that, you know, The federal government has been good to Mississippi.
It sure has, and boy, you can really feel it at a time like this to have that instant approval. I mean, what a comforting thing that is in a crazy situation.
Jackson needed some instant care, and now with FEMA and the Corps of Engineers, the state of Mississippi, the National Guard, the Jackson Public Works Department, the business community in Jackson, all working together.
Yes.
I expect that we're going to solve this problem, and we're going to be a place that has great drinking water, and our citizens won't have to go through this again.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a tough job being mayor in the city. It's a tougher job being mayor in a broke city.
Yes.
And so, you know, we want to pray for our leadership. We want to pray for President Biden and his continued health, and Vice President. We want to pray for our Governor Tate Reeves and the leadership there, Philip Gunn and Deborah Holzman. We want to pray for them as well. We want to really have double prayer for our mayor, Chokwe Antar Lumumba, and what he's dealing with now. Because everybody's going to pile on when you're down. Everybody loves the winner, but when you're down, we're going to pile on as much as we possibly can. We want to pray for the Jackson City Council, that they would be enlightened and understand that the role that they play in uniting this city and bringing the resources necessary to move this state forward. We're not going to spend any time on it today, but I don't want to close this program out without mentioning Richard's Disposal Services. Have you heard anything else about his payment, Chris?
I have not. What I know was there was a mediation event. A mediation had been directed by the court between the city, the city and Richards, and that was to happen last Friday. Now, I don't know if that happened and it's over with. I don't know if it carried over into this week. Everybody's being very tight-lipped about all that, as hopefully, you know, they're coming up with a plan to work something out between the two of them.
Right. So in closing, let's just say this. Jackson has a provider, Richard's Disposal Services, an African-American owned company that has been picking up this trash for over 5 months and has not gotten paid. We're going to break this business. We're going to force this business into bankruptcy. We're going to destroy this man's reputation, all because we have the inability to compromise, to get in the room, and to come out with the best strategy for our citizens. And any time a poor city has a $1.2 million a year savings on the table, it does not take Einstein to know that we need that $1.2 million worse than a big hog needs slop. That's the kind of failed leadership that we gotta correct. And we can correct it when the citizens of Jackson come together and say to our leadership that that's our money, it's not yours. This is what a majority of Jackson citizens want. That's what the leadership should do.
Right.
And so until next week, I guess, Chris, we'll be back on Friday.
On Friday at 1:30.
Friday at 1:30. This has been News Break with your host, Socrates Garrett and Chris Young. Have a good evening and stay safe.
SocratesGarrettENT.com is a diversified firm specializing in recycled aggregates and crushed concrete. SocratesGarrettENT.com's recycled materials provide the construction industry with significant economic and environmental benefits by recycling clean concrete rubble into M.Dot grade rock materials. Recycled aggregates and crushed concrete can be applied to driveways, road construction, bank protection, parking lots, general bulk fills, and more. By using SocratesGarrettENT.com's crushed concrete products, anyone from homeowners to general contractors can help reduce land landfilled concrete waste, conserve natural resources, and gain significant economic savings on materials and disposal costs. For more information, please call 601-896-0084 or visit us online at SocratesGarrettENT.com.
Good afternoon and welcome, or good evening. Really, just past 5 o'clock. Welcome to We Believe Digital News Break. We're broadcasting live from our own studio here in the heart of the Deep South, Jackson, Mississippi. Trying to share some news with you on this midweek. Everybody's been drenched all across the southern states. We have a little bit of information for you on that. My name is Chris Young, and I'm a co-host of this show along with Mr. Socrates Garrett. How are you this afternoon, sir?
I'm doing extremely well. Chris, how are you?
I never had it so good, Mr. Good. Here we are. We're dry inside the studio. We never had it so good. You know, we're delighted to have you tune in to our programming here at We Believe Digital. We are just trying to elevate this programming. We have a worldwide reach, and we want everybody to know about the programming that we're doing here. We've got a host of different topics that we cover on this platform. I mean, we start the day a couple days a week with a prayer hour. We have a legal show. We've got sports shows, community interest type shows, crime prevention, mental health awareness. We've got a new show being very well received called Health and Habits, from a long-time health executive, Mr. Dennis Ayers. And of course, we're anchored down on Friday evenings with the founder of the studio, Mr. Socrates Garrett, Socrates Garrett Live at 5 p.m. on Fridays. We moved that up from 7 p.m. last week, so you want to adjust your calendars. But please, see us on our platform, WeBelieveDigital.com, or follow us on Facebook. Click the like button, Facebook, YouTube. We send out notifications, and just turn on your notifications for us, and we'll let you know when any new shows are coming up. And we'd love to advertise your products, your goods, your services, your dreams, your thoughts, topics, ideas. We'd love to advertise that here on our platform, and we have very, very reasonable prices for advertising, and also for you to do your own live show or maybe even a pre-recorded show. So just a little bit about the studio there, and. Mr. Garrett, I want to jump in with a big national item that came out today.
Okay.
Our president, Joe Biden, made good on a campaign promise about student debt forgiveness. And so he announced that $10,000. Now, this applies to, could be as many as 43 million folks that have an average, the average of all the people with student debt is $37,667. So that's a lot of debt to be carrying around. And he's forgiving $10,000 right off the bat. And then for people that demonstrate the highest need, an additional $10,000 will be forgiven. Pretty amazing, huh?
I think that is more than amazing. I think that is appropriate. Yeah. I think that, educating our children and making education affordable so everybody can have a chance, If education is the key, the foundation of our civilization and the foundation for us to be competitive in the world, then we have to have some relief on poor people that aspire to go to college but cannot afford it.
And so many places, have increased the minimum wage, but places like Mississippi have not increased the minimum wage. But you always have to ask yourself, is that minimum wage, is that a living wage? Is it possible to, take care of your debts like student loan, take care of your light bill, and take care of your rent or your mortgage? It's, if it's not a practical wage for the society that we live in today, we got to work on getting that up.
We do. And it's not a practical wage, and that's why you have more students in junior colleges than you have in senior college. Hines Junior College probably has a greater student population than Jackson State.
Wow.
And so the reason for that is they cannot afford the tuitions.
Right.
And so, and especially if you're coming from out of state, it becomes extremely difficult for poor families who want to send their kids back to their alma mater, places that they were proud to go to, but just can't afford to do so. So, yeah, the minimum wage won't send you to college.
And I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but we shared with the audience a 3 weeks ago the difference in wages for folks that have a high school diploma as opposed to folks that have a bachelor's degree. It's a phenomenal difference.
Phenomenal difference.
Yeah.
And now it's becoming for folk that have a master's degree.
Right.
A bachelor's degree is not enough.
Not enough.
So, the skill sets and the technology and the information world that we're in, this is the information revolution, no longer the industrial revolution. You're going to have to be tech savvy. And so, if you're not doing that, then you can't compete in today's society.
I was very fortunate. I had completed a bachelor's degree and, a college dropout, but completed a bachelor's degree as a grown adult and then a master's degree. And but I was on active duty in the U.S. Navy, and I had this tuition assistance program where essentially the government paid 75% of the bill. I paid 25% and my books.
Yeah, it was a way out and a way up.
That's right.
For youth back in your day and time. But there is no military assistance anymore.
No.
Okay, and so there are no fathers in the home anymore, especially in the African American communities in the Deep South. And so, how are they supposed to be able to go to college?
Yeah, you don't understand. And I know a couple of people that, are in college now, young people that are, and you got to take your hat off to them and pat them on the back because they're not living pleasant lives at all, but they are absolutely committed to getting that degree, and God bless them. They're scrapping and scraping and running and ripping, whatever they need to do. They're going to get that. They've made a commitment to get that degree done, and we know that that's going to help change their lives.
I'm just amazed at the number of children that come from such a humble beginning, from some of the poorest conditions that you might ever want to imagine, that are able to fight their way through it and even become doctors and nurses and engineers and architects and just good people. I'm amazed at how that happens. It doesn't not the path for the majority, but there are some that are able to navigate the most difficult circumstances.
God bless them. God bless them. So, I had a lingering thought. We were just talking a little bit about finances and wages, and I got to thinking, Mr. Garrett, that governor of ours, Governor Reeves, staunch Republican. He doesn't seem to care for poor people at all. And I don't think, and if you're poor and black, oh my goodness, he just doesn't, and he canceled this rental assistance program. Free money from the federal government, and he's turned his back. He thinks people ought to get to work. But I got talking to a friend yesterday, and he reminded him, isn't that interesting that a governor going to cancel a free federal program like that to provide emergency rental assistance, but yet he live in a free mansion. He live in a free mansion.
Wow, I hadn't thought about it like that.
I hadn't thought about it either. It just, I did a double take. He ain't paying no rent up in the governor's mansion. It's all taken care of.
All taken care of.
The lodging, the food, probably the housekeeping. I bet I know what those housekeepers look like. I bet I do.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think they happen to be black, do you?
I do.
Well, Chris, I don't know. The governor seems to be a bit out of touch.
Yes.
Eliminating the rental assistance program, refusing to accept Medicaid expansion, all of the dollars that would come into the state of Mississippi. And you mentioned being the poorest state in the nation.
Yes.
When you're the governor of the poorest state in the nation, you have to do things for poor people.
Yeah.
And so I don't get where the disconnect comes between the governor and the poor people in his state.
Yeah.
How can that be?
Well, it's baffling to me. I don't understand it. The other thing, too, these folks are always telling you that they're Christians, and they even list in their bios, which church they're affiliated with and all that, and they really want everybody to know that they're Christians. But that conflicts with the what I learned in my Christian upbringing, the basic fundamentals to do unto others, and but for the least of these.
Yeah.
And it's a total conflict.
They're a good Samaritan on the side of the road. I mean, we grew up understanding that you have to help your neighbor, and when you deal with the least of us, then it in fact is the quickest way of elevating the entire state.
Yes.
You see President Reagan with this trickle-down economic concept, it was a complete failure. It does not work. You can't trickle that far down.
Right.
You got to work it from the bottom up.
Yes.
And when the governor and those in power come to that understanding, when they see the burning bush, when God gives them some enlightenment, when they run into a circumstance that changed the heart of even George Wallace in Alabama, then they'll have a heart change in Mississippi.
Well, there are some signs. We told the viewers a couple of months back, Kay Ivey, this is the governor over there in next door in Alabama. And last year, was it 2020 or 2021, one of the two, for the first time in the history of the state of Alabama, she designated a black female poet laureate of the state of Alabama.
Wow.
So there are little bits of signs here and there.
Yeah.
But I know we're probably going to come up on a break here in a little bit. We still have a number of things, but there's a question I've been dying to ask you, because you are a businessman that has been doing this deal now for 40 plus years. And I just want to ask you, because you say, well, what would it take for them to, see the light, see that burning bush? And I just want to ask you, as a businessman, how would you you think you might do all right if 43% of your annual revenues came free from the federal government? How would that look on the balance sheet? 43%.
I think I could make a bigger difference. I think I could expand the operation. I think I could hire more people. I think I could pay them more than a minimum wage. I could pay them a livable wage where they could feed their families and house their families and send their kids to college. That's what I think.
And I think, and you would do just exactly that, but yet that's not what we do in Mississippi.
No, it's not.
43% of the revenues of this state, year after year, come from the federal government.
It just comes down to the fact that we're living in yesterday in 200 years ago. We should not be fighting a racial battle anymore in the state of Mississippi, where 40% of your population is African American.
Right.
We ought to be the most liberal state in the nation, capitalizing on our diversity, which is our strength, and turning Mississippi into tourism capital of the world.
Right.
But we don't.
We don't do that. Well, we're out for this segment, and please stick around. If you need to run to the fridge or something, okay, but turn the volume up so you can hear our sponsors, our advertisers for the program, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Are you dreaming of becoming an entrepreneur, but you're not sure where or how to start? At Entrepreneurs Academy 101, our online program will guide you step by step on how to start and grow your own business. We offer courses such as how to write a business plan, how to create a budget, and so much more. Our online training program is designed for you to learn at your own pace, and there's no set order to complete this program. Because our academy is online, you have the choice to learn with a group, with friends, or individually. Upon completion of the entire curriculum, you
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David. Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
And welcome back. Hope you guys enjoyed Meet Mason. I bought 2 of those books yesterday. I'm looking forward to them coming in. I want to look it over, and then I want to send one up to my daughter in Virginia, who's got a 2-year-old, my 2-year-old grandson, so he can meet Mason. And I've got another little young lady, Zora, up in Indian Head, Maryland, and she's going to get a copy of Meet Mason. So Meet Mason is available on Amazon. I want to say it's $6 to $10, something in that range. It's a 36-page long book. Wonderful resource. This inquisitive little boy, Mason. So thank you for supporting us there. You know, Mr. Garrett, that rain has been coming down here all through the southern states. You know, the National Weather Service this afternoon issued, flash flood warnings, and there's areas of I-20, this huge corridor across our state that they're labeling as a catastrophic threat in parts of I-20. They've closed the exit over in Morton, which is maybe 35, 38 miles away from here. And the rain just keep coming down. Also connected to that on the local level, the reservoir just shot right up, and so they've had to release, and I know you know much more about this than I do, but they say the normal release volume is 1,100 cubic feet per second. That's the norm, and right now they've got it up to 25,000 cubic feet per second. They're expecting that the Pearl River will crest on Sunday midday at about 27.5 feet. If it makes it past 28 feet, then you got flooding directly from the river.
Yeah, I certainly remember the flood of 1979, where the reservoir flooded and Jackson flooded. Mm-hmm. Water was over all of the homes on the east side of the Interstate 55 and downtown Jackson in a little community called Doodleville. It just floods out every time. I imagine it's flooded right now. And so you better pay close attention to the river stage, the reservoir, and see what that is. At 28 feet or 29 feet, at 30 feet, we got a problem.
Right.
And so I served on the levee board for a long time. So I watched that development there and tried to come up with some kind of flood protection for businesses and homeowners in the state. But like many things in Mississippi, we were unable to get together and come together as a community and get it done.
Well, it looks too like Roger Wicker and Benny Thompson are following in your footsteps, because they're having listening sessions in the Delta right now. The byline on a story I read was that despite promise of flood solution 80 years ago, the Delta residents are still pleading for help. And so the Republican Senator Wicker and our Benny Thompson are together in different community meetings this week, listening to what everybody has to say, so they can try to fashion some type of a solution.
Yeah, it's critically important.
Yeah.
Not only do we need it for flood control, but we need to develop the river. The Pearl River to us would create something similar to the boardwalk in San Antonio. I mean, Oklahoma City has got a nice artery of water that they pumped in because they have no natural river there. And so we are blessed to have the kind of environment that would allow Mississippi to be one of the premier attractions in the whole country. When you think about our beaches on the Gulf Coast, our white sand beaches, just beautiful down there. When you think about the weather that we have, play golf all year, fish all year, you would think that we would be Silicon Valley.
Right.
But we're not.
And that majestic river, I don't think I'll ever forget spending, it was probably about 4 years ago in Memphis in a hotel, 8 or 9 floors up, just looking down over that river for the first time in my life, seeing it up close. It just, I was mesmerized watching it and watching all the traffic, the activity going on the river. Old hat for you, but to me it was a new experience.
Oh yeah. Waterways are critically important to economic development.
Yeah, and the prevention of flooding is too. I was just reading before we came in the studio this.
Call, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, you're on the air.
Well, my question is to Mr. Socrates Garrett. He oftentimes talk about how that he hasn't got more contracts at the city of Jackson or Hinds County, but he's been a successful businessman for many years. Does he think it's a time for other small business to move in that area and him to not say move to the side, but allow other business to come in and start doing business with the city of Jackson?
Well, Carla, I would love for as many African-American businesses that we can recruit to come into the city of Jackson. And I certainly would agree to be a consultant, a mentor in any way that I possibly could be. It's critically important that we work together and not fight one another. We don't want to fight for the crumbs. It's too much of that going on now. So I welcome the opportunity to work with other minority businesses. We're one of the few companies that, have the bonding capacity and the licenses that are required to be a prime contractor. Our last work that we won, we bid against all white firms for Jackson Public Schools. And so, we renovated their libraries and their restrooms in 4 or 5 of their schools. We have to compete very heavily with white firms to do that work. So I'm all for it, Carla. Send us somebody to work with.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your call. We were talking about this water, Mr. Garrett, but the flooding, I was just seeing this right before we came in the studio, this child psychiatrist in Fondren, she got 1.5 feet of water in her home near the intersection of State Street and Choctaw. I'm not exactly sure where Choctaw is, but I got an idea, and she's owned that home since 2014. So coming up on 10 years, it looks like, and she said this has probably happened about 10 times before, and she thinks this is the worst, the highest level.
Yeah, I drove through the streets in Jackson today around lunchtime, and I saw more water than I've seen before.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Chris, I've been told by some pretty sharp people that the earth is changing, that the rivers are drying up, and that certain parts of the world and the country is flooding, some's drying up. The temperature is rising, the ice is melting, sea level is changing. And so there's something going on here in this country and climate. And the old rivers, as they dry up, they give up their old secrets. You see many of the artifacts of war in ships where slaves were obviously murdered. You see the earth purging itself and telling its story. So I think that all of us that are interested need to pay attention to what's going on in this earth at this time. My pastor categorizes these things as not only some virus that's going on, but a plague. And only God can send plagues. So I would say there's more water here than I've ever seen before. It's hotter here than I've ever seen before. Things are changing.
Things are changing, and I used to work and I was just visiting a short while ago. I used to work at the largest naval base in the world, and they have been underway now making plans for easily the last 4 to 5 years, because they've come to the realization, listening to the science, like you were talking about a second ago, that if they don't have, it's only going to be to 2035 or 2040, and the naval station will be underwater if they don't find a way to. They won't be able to bring ships in and out, but the piers will all be underwater.
Wow!
It's a huge undertaking.
Huge undertaking. Yeah. It's going to change. It's going to change the way things are done and where we live and how we live. And so the earth is making changes as well. And when I say the earth, clearly I have to say that I believe in creation.
Yeah.
And so clearly then I think that, God is making some changes.
Mr. Garrett, the last thing I was really wanting to focus on with you is I heard some information today at a luncheon, Working Together Jackson luncheon. Working Together Jackson is a great organization of organizations here in our area and also throughout the state. They too have a program on our platform here. Really just a group of people that are really well-intentioned and want to see change in the area. And one of the things that was talked about is the support, federal as well as state support for the water issues, water and sewer issues. And the price tag is really, really high if it gets done the way it's supposed to get done. But what the moderator of this event, Perry Perkins, what he really articulated, and we know this, we've talked about this, but I wonder if there's a way to dig a little deeper and maybe tap on your business experience, because he said the key to the whole thing really, because the funding is going to be available starting as early as September of this year. There's going to be different funding available. But he said it's all going to be predicated on our mayor and our council becoming one, becoming a cohesive, productive entity that speaks with one voice. And so, because once that can occur, then the federal government pays closer attention when they see that everybody's asking for the same thing. It's not a house divided. And same thing with the state government. These arguing, fighting, name calling, embarrassing stuff up at the microphones and all, that just gives the legislators at the state a perfect alibi for just saying, oh, these guys, they don't have their act together. The heck with them. We're not going to support them. And so, you know, what is it really going to take to get these folks to? You don't have to like everybody to be able to work effectively with them.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's a tough question. When will elected officials have the skill set and the ability to go into a room and come up with a consensus program? It doesn't have to be consensus that everybody believed in it, but the majority of the council and the mayor have to find a way to work together. It's not rocket science. I mean, we learn how to do that as kids. Mm-hmm. And so you're supposed to know how to negotiate. And you're supposed to know how to come together to fight for a common good. You're supposed to already know that before you get there. And so, you know, I'm reminded of the commercial that I watched as a boy that it just captured me, because two young boys were fighting over a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Mm-hmm. They only had one. And so they were fighting over it, and they were 9 and 10 years old. Mm-hmm. And the mother came in the room and she said, "Look, I want you to cut the sandwich. You cut that. Mm-hmm. But then, and I want you to choose
which half
you want. Mm-hmm. You cut, but now you get to choose.
Working together.
Now, believe me, now the guy that's cutting the sandwich has got a situation here. He knows that he better be as fair as he possibly can.
Yes.
Because he doesn't get to choose.
He doesn't get to choose.
And so we're going to have that in the state of Mississippi. The state legislatures can't hide behind the old adage that y'all don't get along, so we're not going to help. I think that's smoke and mirrors. Mm. I think we got to have leadership that see the need of the citizens. Mm-hmm. The infrastructure in Jackson, Mississippi is old and in disrepair. Mm-hmm. The water plant is old and in disrepair. Mm-hmm. The wastewater treatment plant is old and in disrepair. It is time for the state to take care of its capital city, regardless of who is in the mayor's office.
Right. Right.
It would benefit the entire state to make Jackson go. So goes Jackson. Mm-hmm. So goes the state of Mississippi.
Yes.
Nobody talks about they're going to fly into Ridgeland.
No.
Or Flowood.
No.
Nobody says we're going to fly into Pearl.
No.
They're flying into Jackson.
The auditor said that by a ratio of 5 to 1, the people that come to Mississippi to visit Mississippi, by a ratio of 5 to 1, they come to Jackson more heavier than anywhere else.
It's the only place to come in Mississippi. And that's why we ought to support it from the federal level mm-hmm. to the state level mm-hmm. to the cities and counties and all citizens.
Right. Well, thank you. And thank you, viewers, for tuning in. We hope we've given you a little something to think about, not only the topics, you know, but a little bit of context to go with them. And thank you again for supporting We Believe Digital. And we'll be back with you Friday afternoon. I want to say 2 p.m. on Friday afternoon, and stay, especially with this flooding going on. Stay safe out there, and we'll look forward to seeing you again on Friday afternoon.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David. Let's read and learn together. Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David. Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
Good afternoon, and welcome to We Believe Digital Newsbreak. We're really delighted that you're joining us today from downtown Jackson, Mississippi. It feels today like the eyes of the world are on our city, and it's a beautiful thing. Jackson, Mississippi, they're seeing us. It's a beautiful thing, and Mr. Garrett, before we get going with a major announcement of a contribution of water, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing extremely well, thank you.
Today, it's just one of those days it just feels like it just doesn't get any better than this. So we're coming to you today from our We Believe Digital Studios. We're so happy you're with us. We have a major announcement to make that's just released to the public just very recently, a partnership between J.P. Morgan Chase and the United Way of the Capital Area, two amazing organizations. And let me just share with you, and this comes to us from Justin Page and also from Gene Frazier, who is the corporate relations manager at United Way. And these two organizations are pairing up to help us in this water crisis that we're having here in Jackson, pairing up, announcing a $40,000 emergency water distribution, supporting Jackson area families and communities during the crisis. And so just a little bit deeper, the Water Crisis Relief Partnership of 88 pallets of bottled water scheduled for arrival in Jackson on today, with a commitment $20,000 from J.P. Morgan Chase. And United Way has matched that. The Water Crisis Relief Partnership now bolstered to a value of $40,000. The support from J.P. Morgan Chase comes at a critical time as the city's main water treatment supply failed, with limited supply to its fire stations to fight fires, leaving some community health care providers and centers having to secure water pumps for basic things such as dialysis and other support services. Little to no water in some households, notwithstanding drinking water that's for some folks it's questionable whether it's suitable for human consumption. Nikki Macelius, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right, Nikki, interim president and chief executive officer, welcomes the timely gift and embraces it as a lifeline for our families and our communities. She says, we're so grateful to J.P. Morgan Chase for this timely gift. The gravity of it will carry an exponential reach and support our families and communities. Our thoughts and prayers go out to all neighbors impacted by the flooding and to all of us who are suffering during the crisis. We're establishing this fund to assist in the basic need that we all require and have in common, the need for water. You can be assured that 100% of those funds will be used for this very purpose. And they have contracted with a company in, I hadn't heard this name before, Ottawaville, Alabama, a black-owned business, to coordinate delivery to sites throughout Jackson, including Sykes Community Center, Oak Forest Community Center, Westland Plaza, the IAJE Community Center, that's Immigrant Alliance for Justice and Equity, Grove Park Community Center, and the Mississippi Move organization directly across from Tougaloo College. Everyone deserves access to clean water, said Jennifer DeSalvo, Chase Market Director for Mississippi and Alabama. We're so proud to stand with the United Way of the Capital Area and deliver this critical resource to our neighbors in Jackson. This is the second time that J.P. Morgan Chase and United Way have partnered. They did it once before in March 2021. So we are just delighted that these people are coming together to be a life ring as Jackson is really struggling right now. And also they urge people to remember that they can always call 211 for critical services and assistance at any time. So we thank very much the United Way Capital Area and J.P. Morgan Chase for seeing Jackson, because as we all know, that's not always the case. So thank you so much for that. How about that announcement, Mr. Garrett?
Well, I think it was long, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was long, but we want to give the people, the whole deal.
Okay. I think it's an excellent partnership between United Way and Chase. Chase is a local entity that has not always been in the Jackson area, so I'm glad to see that they're moving in and taking some corporate responsibility, some civic responsibility for what goes on in the community. Mm-hmm. We asked the question, where are your Trustmark and where are your Regions and Wells Fargo and all of the other banks in the area.
Right. So, but it's just, it's really amazing how things just seem to be coming down on this day today, Friday. I mean, it was just Monday morning when the Pearl River crested, a little bit lower than expected, but certainly had already hammed up the works over at the O.B. Curtis plant. And so, in fact, we're expecting sometime today to have the head of FEMA be on the ground here in Jackson, and her name is Deanne Criswell, and she says she wants to ensure Jackson has absolutely everything that's needed to restore its water quality.
Well, I know that's good news. Good news for the state, good news for the city, good news for this 150,000 plus citizens that are affected by Jackson's water issues. We give just a little background to our viewers out there across the world that Jackson recently lost pressure in its drinking water facility. And we were under boil notices for several weeks because of the inability to get 2 consecutive days of positive testing from the Environmental Protection Agency. And then during that period of time, the storm hit and the flooding occurred, and I call that a perfect storm. And during the flooding, Jackson lost 2 of its raw water pumps that pulls water out of the reservoir here in Jackson, Mississippi. And so when the pumps went out, then we certainly lost pressure completely in our system and drained all of our storage tanks, and we were unable to provide water, the basic essential, to most citizens on the south side of Jackson, below I-20, south of I-20 especially, were hard hit with absolutely no water coming out of the faucets. So we then do, as Jacksonians and Mississippians always do, we chime right in and lent a hand, and Garrett Enterprises immediately dispatched, upon approval by the mayor of the city of Jackson and on request by the city council president, the city council member of the city of Jackson, we dispatched a 6,000-gallon tanker down to Forest Hill High School that will provide non-potable water for those citizens. The critical part of this situation is being able to have sanitized areas. You have to be able to flush your commodes. That's critically important. We can go 2 or 3 days without drinking water. Many of us can, but we cannot stand to be in an environment where we can't flush our toilets for 3 or 4 days. It just would be unbearable. And so many of us spring forth and start to deliver non-potable water to that area. And the team and the volunteers and the individuals that chimed in have just been astounding. Chris mentioned the United Way in their efforts, but every sorority, every fraternity has sprung into action during this particular crisis. The lines are long today. The lines are for miles and miles for people trying to get water, bottled water, at the key distribution points that Chris pointed out. So we're in no ways out of the woods here. We have a critical situation in Jackson, Mississippi. We have the support of the President of the United States of America, who called personally to the mayor of Jackson and to the governor of the state of Mississippi, and upon one-day notice approved a federal declaration that mobilized MEMA. Well, MEMA is a state agency. The governor mobilized MEMA and the National Guard. The president mobilized FEMA and the Corps of Engineers. And the mayor of the city of Jackson mobilized all of the public works personnel that the city had to offer. So now we look like a staging area in a war zone. There are green trucks and vehicles and tankers and armored vehicles all around Jackson. Now, when I say armored, I don't mean that there are guns on display. I mean that the vehicle is designed to shield itself from any type of attacks. And so we're in a critical situation here in Jackson, but with your hopes and prayers and donations and with the volunteers and the small business community coming in to rescue, I know we're going to get there. Chris, there's one major concern we have about our current situation. We have not seen the press conferences that featured both the mayor and the governor at the same time. I think we saw one for the first time this morning, late yesterday evening. There were dueling press conference, one with the mayor and the head of MEMA, and one with the governor and the head of MEMA, and then one with the mayor with his environmental protection people. So to see them come together is a great sign that we are willing and ready to work together here in Jackson, Mississippi. So I hope our governor and I hope our mayor come with a unified plan that addresses these issues in Jackson. And during the emergency, Chris, all of your purchasing procurement rules are suspended. And so the mayor needs to have the ability, the autonomy to select vendors and contractors to provide services in his city. He should not lose that authority to a state government or to a federal government. If he does, then it's tantamount to some form of a takeover. And so we certainly don't want that to happen, and the governor has indicated that the state has no interest in that. But let's just see how this $1 billion is going to flow in this poor community. Will it, in fact, not only fix the problems with our water department, but provide jobs and opportunities for black contractors and black businesses? And I say that because historically white businesses have always gotten the largesse, the most of it anyway. So now we need some specific emphasis on our small contractors and let them be involved in any way that they possibly can. Let Jacksonians help fix Jackson's problems. That's critically important to me.
Yes, and let's hope they can see. I mean, I think you can't turn on the national news now without seeing coverage going on this issue, and I think that, in some ways it just, puts a focus on things and encourages partnership. I know the president was asked early this morning, about the situation, and he said that he has released every resource that he can possibly release and called on the governor to act.
Well, that's good news. President Biden has gotten a lot done, Chris. I mean, I don't know of any president that has got as many things done this quickly as our president in Washington, D.C. has. I mean, the measures in terms of the anti-inflation bill, the way he responded to the pandemic, the ARPA funds that flow through, the PPP loans to the business community, the emphasis on poor schools and how the funds were allocated, where your poor schools were supposed to get the most benefit from the funding source. And so this president and Vice President Kamala Harris have just really responded during this crisis that we're in.
Yeah, and the student loan forgiveness, another thing on that list.
Yeah, tremendous. And I know he was terribly upset and defeated by the reversal of Roe versus Wade, but he still has had some tremendous victories, and the appointment to the young lady to the Supreme Court.
That's right.
I just think that Joe Biden is one of the best presidents that we've had of all times.
You know, I was just reading yesterday. Just to dovetail into what you're saying, I was just reading yesterday on one of these conservative blogs or whatever, and they were reminding the public again about how, when Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson went before the Senate and was grilled about, what is a woman, by Marsha Blackburn in Tennessee, one of the senators from Tennessee, and just, so many people are so invested in division, dividing our people, but yet here we're seeing now, as you just articulated, we're just seeing a level of cooperation and people going out of their way to help us in this time of need, and it's a beautiful thing. The more we can let go of this division and just realize that people are people, and human beings need water, and they need clean drinking water in order to survive.
Yeah. Chris, I know we're getting ready to go to a commercial. We're about halfway through our program here today. And so, you're watching Newsbreak with Socrates Garrett and Chris Young on WeBelieveDigital.com. We're being seen on Facebook, YouTube, Roku TV, 139 countries all over the world. We want you to go to our website and hit the donate button so that you can assist us in continuing to bring this kind of information to a broader audience than traditional media outlets are able to do. We want you to advertise with us. We want you to call us at 800-492-5186 to advertise with us, or to even participate in the conversation and the dialogue that we're having here today. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after this commercial.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Mary Tate, illustrated by David. Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his five senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
Advertise on WeBelieve.global, a brand new digital media platform. Share your brand with our audience on our many global live stream TV broadcasts and over the radio. For more info, visit WeBelieve.global or call 800-492-186 option 1.
Welcome back. Thank you very much for paying attention to our sponsors and our advertisers. And welcome back to We Believe Digital News Break. We, one thing that really caught my eye this first thing this morning, Jackson Public Schools, realizing that, parents are working. The state of the water in the households is in flux, and they're providing 2,500 grab-and-go breakfasts and about 5,000 lunches daily during this water crisis. Jackson Public Schools stepping up, working with different people to make sure that these children are being taken care of while all this chaos is going on.
Well, I tell you, everybody steps up.
Yeah.
All agencies, I'm sure Jackson State, Tougaloo College is no different, Belhaven, Millsaps, Mississippi College. We're rich in Jackson, Mississippi with prestigious educational institutions. And our superintendents like to call the students scholars. The scholars at Jackson Public Schools are in a virtual learning situation during this crisis, but I'm certain that they will be back in their classrooms no later than the first of the week.
Right. And early this morning, the mayor announced that significant gains being made with the OB Curtis plant, indicating that system-wide pressure is up to 80% now. The goal that they typically sit at is 87%, and so it's making its way back up there. And but at the same time, he cautioned that due to the aging infrastructure, they want to do that very slowly at this point because some of the pipes might not be able to, handle all the pressure. So they're just creeping it up slowly and getting back to the norm. He mentioned 6 of 8 elevated storage tanks had reached stable levels. So all this is really good news. Another thing, Mr. Garrett, there was a report early this morning, 47 extra people on site at OB Curtis. Eight folks from MEMA, 6 from the Mississippi Department of Health, 2 from the EPA, 8 from the Army Corps of Engineers, 2 from Hinds County Emergency Management, 6 from FEMA, and 1 from the Wireless Communications Commission. I didn't even know it existed. Additional staffers are en route from Louisiana. Amazing stuff starting to come together.
Yeah, it is. It is. And this is what we do as Americans.
Yes.
We come together in times of crisis, and we put away our differences for a moment to try and fix a problem that affects the greater good. Mm-hmm. I'm reminded of the cartoon that I used to watch as a boy with the fox and the shepherd and the sheep. Mm. That the sheep would be trying to eat the fox would be trying to eat the sheep, and the shepherd would be on guard. And then at 12 o'clock, the fox and the shepherd went to lunch together.
Right.
From 12 to 1. And then they came back and both assumed their role of trying to destroy the sheep.
Right.
And so here in Mississippi, I hope that we are on an extended lunch break where we all work together. All agencies, all hands on deck, pulling in one direction.
Right.
Not pointing the fingers and say, how did this occur? Right. Who was to blame? Who created poor management? All of those kind of superfluous questions at the moment should be put aside.
Put aside. And it sure looks with this staffing, which is critical, it looks like, and it reminds me all the time, you're reminding me about, we need to get the right people on the bus, and then we need to get the right people in the right seats on the bus.
Absolutely.
So it looked like hopefully we're getting the right people. It looks like a lot of different areas of expertise here, all kind of descending on this plant and doing what we can do it to get it back up to optimal performance.
Yes, yeah. It certainly, from a control standpoint, bringing all of the talent that you can to the team. Even though you can have but one pitcher at a time. Mm-hmm. And so all of the information and all of the best advice that you have has to be provided to these technical people inside of Jackson's own Public Works Department so that they can continue to operate and manage the plant long after this wonderful dream team has gone.
Right.
And so I trust that that's being done that way.
That'll be wonderful. The announcement was made as well. We have the state water distribution sites. I'll just run through that list with you quickly. Cardozo Middle School, Smith Wills Stadium, Metro Center Mall, Mississippi State Fairgrounds, Northwest Jackson Middle School, Hinds Community College, and Davis Road Park. All those sites open daily from 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. water distribution sites. You know, we got privy to a call just yesterday as far away as Michigan. Someone calling and looking to send a truckload of water down here. So it's just a beautiful thing.
Yeah, and let me just kind of toot my own horn a bit. Socrates Garrett Enterprises was featured on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. There's a photo there of 2 employees with a tanker truck providing non-potable water to the citizens of Jackson. We also were featured in the Root magazine as being a provider of water to the citizens of Jackson. So we're a small African-American owned business of some 42 years in operation. And we participated in disaster recovery all over the world. We were in Puerto Rico a couple of years ago, assisting them with their shelter-in-place program. We were in Houston doing Harvey, helping them with the drainage and all of the devastation that was there in Houston. We were there at Katrina under Governor Haley Barbour and assisted with the rebuilding of the southern part of the state of Mississippi. We were a prime contractor for Jackson, Mississippi on the April 8th storm, where we completed a complete recovery and removal of all of the debris in Jackson, Mississippi. So this firm, Socrates Garrett Enterprises, has been here for a while, and we've been on the front line every step of the way, and we're proud of that, and we're proud we're able to serve, and we look forward to continuing that tradition.
It's a beautiful thing. It's got to be very gratifying when you know that you've got the resources to reach out there and really make a significant impact at the time it's needed the most. It must be very, very gratifying.
It is. It's why you get up every day. You get up every morning to try and make a difference. Mm-hmm. You know, sometimes, citizens really don't understand the role of small business owners, and probably not large business owners either, but particularly small business owners, because small businesses are much like households, that it has to figure out how to feed the family every day. We have our payroll normally is a weekly payroll for most of our employees, and during the week you will have to do several advances, and that's even at Garrett Enterprises. We don't have anyone that's working for us that's less than $15 an hour. Most of them are $20 or $22 an hour that are employed by us. But yet, it still requires some additional assistance when we are in the poorest state in the nation, and 40-some% of Jackson's population lives below the poverty line. Then you have to do special things,
right?
And businesses have to be sensitized to the needs of its citizens.
Let me run through a few items for coming up for the weekend with at some of the usual places. So tomorrow, 11 a.m., Grove Park and Sykes Community Center. 1 p.m. on Sundays, Grove Park and Sykes Community Center. Water distribution, got all kinds of bottled water over there. There's another distribution that's opened up under the auspices of MEMA that's opened at the Hank Aaron Sports Academy, with Smith Wills Stadium in Jackson, and there's members of the National Guard that will load water for each vehicle there. Now that's from 9:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. daily until further notice. 9:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. over at the Hank Aaron Sports Academy, Smith Wills Stadium in Jackson. Trying to skip through some of these are already expired for today, so I won't share that with you, but Saturday, tomorrow, the CED Jackson is located at 505 Julian Street. I know a part of Julian Street was flooded earlier this week, but CED Jackson will distribute cases of bottled water, be limited to 2 cases of water per vehicle. Distribution will continue until supplies run out. That's 8 o'clock tomorrow morning over at CED Jackson. Also at 9 tomorrow morning at the Mount Helm, the oldest African American church in definitely in Jackson, if not the state. Mount Helm Baptist Church, 300 East Church Street, distribute cases of bottled water tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. in the church's breezeway. Non-potable water will also be available at the church's parking lot. So that's Mount Helm tomorrow at 9 a.m. And then St. Paul Church of God in Christ at 3328 Oak Forest Drive. Drive-through format, receive 1 case per car, 11 a.m. on tomorrow morning. And then at 3 p.m. tomorrow, the E.E. Rogers Seventh-day Adventist School, located at 5125B Robinson Road. First come, first serve, 3 p.m. on tomorrow. Now, I retrieved this information from the WLBT website. They seem to do a marvelous job keeping up on everything, so that's a good source for you to go and check. I know Mississippi Today and the Mississippi Free Press are also putting out the listings, as I'm sure APT and other broadcast stations are as well. So just to update you on that.
Well, yeah, and we want to just congratulate and see how proud we are of all of our citizens that have been interviewed on the national news outlets. We know that our mayor has been on MSNBC, on CNN. He's been all over the country on this crisis. We know that our governor has been featured on national news and media. And so, you know, those individuals that represent us have a tremendous responsibility to put forth Mississippi in the best light that we can, even in our darkest moments, even when we have trouble and tragedy. There's so much to be thankful for. You know, that God spared us from the flood that we anticipated here last week. The river did not flood at 36 feet as was predicted, went to 35.5 feet, and then it resided. So, you know, we got so much to be grateful for, and our leaders have to be there. I want to send a shout out to Onetta Starling. Her sorority has been bringing in bottled water. Matter of fact, we have cases of water on our dock here at Garrett Enterprises that will be distributed shortly. But Onetta spent 30 years as the assistant district attorney in the state of Mississippi, recently retired, and now is actively involved in this community, still trying to make a difference. And those stories are not told often by main media, but that's the job of We Believe Digital, to get a little deeper, to look into who's doing what a little bit closer, to congratulate those that have made a difference, to assist those that change their ways when they put forth negative concepts and ideas about what's going on in Jackson, Mississippi. And so we're very proud of Mississippi and especially Jacksonians. My prayers go out to this mayor. Mm-hmm. You know, it's a difficult task being a mayor of a city that lacks resources. You know, it's pretty easy to govern a family when you have all of the resources that you need to pay for college, to buy food, to provide shelter. It's pretty easy to manage that. But when you don't have enough to go around, when you have to decide between which child goes to college and which child does not go to college, when you have to decide which one gets shoes and which one must wait, that is a difficult management task. And, you know, that's what we have here in Mississippi. Not enough resources, not enough revenue, not enough tax base to take care and maintain and to fix an aging water system that includes thousands of miles of distribution lines that are old. Some of them still have clay pipes in the ground. And then let's not forget about all our citizens out here, because after this distribution system is fixed, you know, you tap into the main line, but the citizen is responsible for all of the laterals from the meter back to the house. And those lines are old and aging and need to be replaced. You know, Jackson still has 2-inch water lines in some of its main streets, and 2-inch water lines will not provide fire protection adequately. So we got some difficult days ahead, as Martin Luther King said, but I believe we're going to make it, Chris.
We are going to make it. That's some really, I just wonder about that. They keep bringing up the thing with the water pressure for the fire, but I'm not aware since last weekend of any kind of fires in the area. So another thing to be grateful for.
Hey, God, good.
Haven't had to put that under pressure.
Right.
Well, Mr. Garrett, I think we're just about out the list, and again, we want to thank so many people that have made donations and contributions of bottled water, and especially for this notice that we received from Mrs. Frazier at United Way, and that $40,000, 88 pallets worth of bottled water showing up in Jackson today for distribution. Thank you, J.P. Morgan Chase and the United Way, our very own United Way capital area. So we thank you for listening today. We'll be back with you again on Tuesday. We air on Tuesday at 1:30, and then on Wednesdays at 5 p.m. and Fridays at 2 p.m. So we look forward to seeing you on Tuesday. We hope you have the best weekend possible, and stay safe out there. Thank you.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David. Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
In some homes, no water at all. Not one drop comes out of the faucets in some areas. And it's just all kinds of issues surrounding flooding and the loss of water, as how it affects homes and businesses and individuals and small children and schools. It's just devastating, Chris.
Yeah, and I was looking at a picture just before coming into the studio, and this picture was taken on Sunday, and it showed Julian Street. I believe the cross street was Nichols, and that was on Sunday, and the street was out of commission. I mean, totally flooded out, and that's really, I'm not sure if that's just considered South Jackson or just south of downtown in the southern part of the downtown area.
Yeah, no, it's not considered South Jackson. I guess when you cross Interstate 80, Highway 80, anything south of there is particularly called South Jackson. That's a community called Doodleville. And it just gets pounded every time there's a big rain. Town Creek flows down through there, and it just gets hammered. And the poorest people in the cities live in that area and are unable to move out.
Right.
And so, Julian Street and down in that area are hard hit. If you have families and relatives in that area, you need to check on them immediately, because there are some serious issues there.
And everybody makes an issue of when the river is going to crest and all, but the river didn't crest till yesterday morning. But this photo was taken during daylight on Sunday. So long before the river ends up cresting, people in our area still end up seeing effects. It doesn't take the river cresting before people are seeing impacts of that.
Yeah, what many folk don't realize, Chris, is that all of our tributaries, all of the creeks that are running through Jackson, and we have some major arteries carrying water through the city. And so the flooding for that area comes primarily from the creeks overflowing, and not necessarily the reservoir or Pearl River.
Right.
Now, I served on the levee board for years, and so a real tragic and devastating scenario is when Pearl River is flooding and the town creeks are flooding, then you're going to see some real serious damage to the downtown area. And so something has to be done to fix that issue before we have a catastrophic event.
We've got some courtesy of Mississippi Today. There's a great listing. It was just published minutes ago of locations to go for water, and we'll why don't we? Well, we could just give those to you now. Rather, I was thinking wait till the other side of the break, but obviously it's going to be first come, first serve. So let's get that information right out to you today, and they've got it broken down by drinking water and otherwise. So today, for drinking water, at 5 p.m. Through Friday. Today through Friday, 5 p.m. If you are in South Jackson, Sykes Community Center, that's 520 Sykes Road, is a water distribution for drinking water in South Jackson. Oak Forest Community Center, 2827 Oak Forest Drive, is a distribution center for drinking water in South Jackson. When we move to West Jackson, the Westland Plaza parking lot, the IAJE Community Center at 406 West Fortification Street is a water distribution center. Please make note of that. For people up in North Jackson, Grove Park Community Center, 4126 Parkway Avenue, Grove Park Community Center, water distribution. On Saturdays, so that's during the week. On Saturdays, Grove Park and Sykes Community Center at 11 a.m. on Saturday. On Sunday at 1 p.m. after church, Grove Park, Sykes Community Center, and a entity called Mississippi Move across from Tougaloo College from 3 to 7 p.m. on Sunday. So those are your water distribution centers. Also for non-potable water, for your cleanings, for your flushings, etc., please bring a container with you if at all possible, but there's going to be tankers located at Forest Hill High School, 2607 Raymond Road, and at the Metro Center. 3645 Highway 80. That's for non-potable water. Bring containers if possible. There'll be tankers there. And so, and also, Working Together Jackson just announced maybe about an hour ago that they're asking that people with resources and the capability to do so to please bring water and water supplies to the New Horizon Church on the Hill. That's the New Horizon Church International, 1770 Ellis Avenue, and they want to try to be a major distribution location. The call's been put out to all the members, Working Together Jackson, and other entities to try and make that a hub for South Jackson for water distribution. 1770 Ellis Avenue. There was no specific start time on that, but those people are very engaged, and I'd be shocked if that wasn't starting before too long for now. So that's the distribution that we have right now, Mr. Garrett.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good. And many businesses are supporting that as well. I know that we're very, very pleased. Socrates Garrett Enterprises has a tanker located at Forest Hill, and we will be deploying a second tanker very shortly, maybe to the New Horizon area. And so we know that the mayor and his staff have made the calls for everybody with capacity to assist in trying to relieve some of this pressure that we deploy immediately. And I want to give a shout out to him for utilizing local businesses to help in this crisis, along with Councilman Banks, who is the council person for Ward 6, where our tanker is currently sitting there today. I understand that he had a press announcement yesterday evening and also sent things out on his Facebook page, making everyone know that water is available there. And so, Chris, when we talk about a water crisis, the devastation is so great, and the magnitude of what happens, we need to explore a little bit. Our businesses and our restaurants are unable to provide food.
Right.
You can't get a cup of coffee, Chris, when you don't have water, clean water. Our school systems are closing down. They have to go virtual because the kids cannot drink the water, and there is no flushing water there for the bathrooms, etc. So universities are impacted. So everything that moves and lives is impacted by water. And so there is no discrimination in terms of who it hits and who suffers during this environment. Northeast Jackson, where it's primarily more of our European brothers and sisters live in that area, are hit first when it comes to flooding from the reservoir because of the proximity and the elevation of where Northeast Jackson sits. And so we'll see a lot of flooding that's taking hits out there. Our hospitals, Chris, are under tremendous stress to try and continue with scheduled routine surgeries and procedures of that nature. So I don't know of any entity that's not affected when we have this water crisis the way that we have. And this is not our first time.
No.
This is not our first time, Chris. We have been dealing with a water crisis and flooding in this area. The real devastating flood was in 1979. In 1979, you know, everybody on the east side of Interstate 55 flooded out, and some on the west side, all hair and gear and all that area was underwater.
I saw a picture of the whole fairgrounds. It appeared
underwater.
The whole thing.
The whole thing underwater. And so you can go back as far as 1979, but I know in your research you probably have found that you can go back even further than that. And we've been dealing with this tragedy that we knew was going to occur. But we have not had the ability to get everybody on the same page to do the kinds of things that mitigates flooding in Jackson. And you know, most homes don't carry flood insurance.
Sure.
And so it's not like you're going to get a lot of help in rebuilding if you don't have flood insurance, and that's an additional expense on people that are already strapped. So we are in a bad, bad situation, Chris.
And you have to ask yourself, too, I mean, what about other places? I mean, are there other parts of the, you know, is it the topography? Is it the relation of the, you know, the way the ground is in relation to the river? Why it's such an issue here in Jackson, or are there other factors involved?
Well, it's a combination of that. But we have the largest man-made reservoir anywhere else in the country almost, Chris, and certainly the largest in the state. And it's a beautiful body of water, and it was created so that we would have recreation, that we would have boating, that we would have fishing, that we would have camping on the banks of the reservoir. And now you see beautiful homes that have been built alongside that body of water. But you dammed up the Pearl River, and you retain all of that water for recreation purposes. It's impossible to discharge it fast enough in the event of oncoming weather events.
Right.
And so you get yourself in a situation where you got all of this water here, and now you got to try and receive the water coming down, and you just can't do it.
Right. Well, when we come back from the break, we're going to continue on with this and try and give you meaningful information to help you along. And we especially hope that you enjoy meeting Mason on our one of our sponsors here. Thank you very much.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David. Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
And welcome back, listeners and viewers. We're happy you're joining us today. Again, our call-in number is 1-800-492-5186. You can drop in on our webpage, webelievedigital.com. Click that subscribe button, click that chat button, send us your comments. We've got a wonderful producer making all this possible for our shows, Dexter, and he is rocking it back there on those ones and twos, so to speak, making it happen. So, Mr. Garrett, we were talking about how that beautiful reservoir, it's a sight to behold and provides so much recreation and enjoyment for so many people. But when inclement weather comes, they can't get they can't get rid of it quick enough.
No, you can't.
And next thing you know, the Pearl River, which is already going to be rising, is now
right. And you could discharge it, but downstream.
Right.
You're going to flood downstream, worse than even Jackson if you discharge it at an abnormal rate that the river can handle. So it's all up and down that corridor. The mighty Pearl River is trying to get to the Gulf of Mexico, and it's going to get there. And so you have to gauge how much water can you release and how much of Jackson will it flood, but how much of Macomb will it flood? How far downstream people are going to be impacted down there, because their property loss is just as meaningful and important as the homes in Jackson.
Sure.
Same thing on the north end of the reservoir in Leake County, in that area where the dam is up there. If you don't open that dam, you're going to cause serious backflooding up in the Carthage area and the Lee County area. So it's the whole gamut of things that have to be managed, and sometimes you make decisions as who's going to get hurt worse. And that's the way it is.
You mentioned getting right back to Jackson for a second. You mentioned the tankers, and you've got a company that's sending tankers. Sent a tanker over to Forest Hill High School. Do those kind of tank? Because something that I heard this morning, sometimes things just go over my head, but I had not been thinking about the fire department. And I had not been thinking about their needs in the midst of all this, and that oftentimes when you hear about flooding, you often hear about fires. And so Are those tankers capable of? Can the fire department hook right onto those tankers, or do those tankers would, if need be, transfer water to other to fire department equipment? How does that work?
It would be really not practical to try to move water into an area in time to fight a fire.
Okay.
Fires raging so rapidly, and if you're not there and hooked to a nearby fire hydrant with great water pressure, you're going to lose the structure.
Too late. Okay.
And so by the time a tanker could get mobilized and try to move a tanker through narrow streets in Jackson, Mississippi is just not practical. And so what you have to do is that you have to plan for these kind of events, because you could not only could you be flooding, as you said, but your whole city could be burning down at the same time. It makes you think of some of Armageddon, probably.
Right.
And when you got flooding and fires that are occurring at the same time in your city. So, we're glad to be able to put tankers out there for flushable water, non-potable water, which allows individuals to flush their commodes. Chris, it's one thing not to be able to have some drinking water, which you can probably go without 2 or 3 days if necessary. But if you can't flush your commodes and your toilets, that creates a whole different health problems. Because people cannot hold waste that long.
Right.
And so you get built up in the houses, and then you start having unnatural behavior where people are defecating in the streets.
Right.
And then you have exposure to all kinds of bacteria and disease and things of that nature with untreated sewage in your home. So it's a critical, serious situation here in Jackson, Mississippi.
And in those schools too, because they had to go virtual because if you can't flush at those schools, I mean, you can't ask those kids to hold it, if they can't use the toilets at the schools.
Well, they can't use the toilets at the schools, and then they can't use the toilet at home.
At home.
So, you keep getting into a situation where it just gets worse and worse and worse. Until that event, something has to be done and to fix this problem. And I think the mayor of Jackson is doing all he can to try and fight with an issue that partly because of a failed water treatment plant that does not put water in tankers in the low-lying areas in South Jackson, and partly because of a natural act of nature that flooded the environment at the same time. It's one of these things where you call a perfect storm.
Yeah.
And you're dealing with it now in the worst way. So I'm interested to see exactly how the state of Mississippi is going to respond to the water crisis, and how the city is going to respond to it, and how the national media. I understand that our mayor's been on national TV. One of our local ministers, C.J. Rhodes, has been on national TV. NBC, MSNBC, all of your major channels are talking about what's going on in Jackson.
Yeah, I've gotten 4 text messages already today just from people back in Virginia, where I had moved here from, and they're concerned about it from what they're seeing in the national media.
Yeah.
So, but speaking of the state, Mr. Garrett, it was this yesterday when the governor, declared a state of emergency due to, what he called unsafe water, ability to have safe drinking water. And then this morning, just 2 hours ago, the State Department of Health has declared an emergency, public drinking water supply emergency in the city of Jackson. And part of that now they're saying these things, that there's an insufficient number of operators at the plants, there's an insufficient number of maintenance staff at the plants, There's a failure of multiple raw water pumps at the Curtis plant, low levels of water in storage tanks, low water pressure impacting proper sanitation and education opportunities. And then they talked about the disinfection levels, not consistently optimal disinfection levels is what they mentioned. And in the order, they say that the state health officer orders that the city of Jackson, including but not limited to employees of public works and emergency management, immediately cooperate with state response teams and contractors deployed to augment current staffing and to take remediation actions deemed necessary by the state incident commander. So they're going full bore now to do something.
Yeah, and I'm certain that the mayor of Jackson welcomes the assistance, and I'm sure that in many ways he's been asking for assistance, begging for assistance from our neighbors and from our state capital. Jackson, Mississippi is the state capital. This is where the state legislature all sessions are held right here in Jackson, Mississippi. And our legislators depend upon water when they're in session, when they're in the Jackson area. And it is a beautiful part of downtown. When you look at our state capitol, it's a beautiful structure. And so, we know that everybody visiting and those that live here are wanting to see all hands on deck.
Right.
Every agency, from the National Guard to the State Health Department to the MEMA, Mississippi Emergency Management Agency, to all of your counties and all of the surrounding cities. See, this is the MSA. See, that's over a million people, right at 1 million people in the Jackson metropolitan area. And so all of those people live and work and flow through Jackson every day. And so we have to come together now. And maybe, Chris, we'll go a step further because of the financial struggles of the city of Jackson due to low tax rates and low tax base, and property taxes are not as high as they should be. Low sales taxes because the surrounding areas now where most people shop, they don't shop in Jackson anymore. And so Jackson's revenue picture is down because it lost its wastewater treatment plant, which was a major customer to the city of Jackson. Since it lost that. And so Jackson has a tremendous challenge maintaining an infrastructure that was designed for 250 to 300,000 people, which is now only 100,000 people, but he still have to maintain the entire thing.
Right.
And so I think the MSA should pitch in now and create a regional sales tax. Harvey Johnson, the former mayor, the first African-American mayor, advocated that we create a regional sales tax that everybody shares in.
Couldn't get traction.
It couldn't get traction. But everybody says that Jackson is the root of the tree, and all of the other areas are like branches. But if the root dies, then the branches die, Chris. And
it is the root, yeah.
Yeah, and so it didn't get traction, but maybe now, after once again, nature says that you better pay attention to me.
Right.
Maybe we can get something done.
And we've shared with the viewers before that the state auditor said that when people come to the state of Mississippi, when people are visiting, they come to the state of Mississippi. People visiting Mississippi, they come to Jackson on a 5-to-1 ratio to anywhere else that they go in Mississippi. That's a pretty big number right there.
Yes.
And you don't want to. It seemed like that would be, especially with a state that's a debtor. It's a beautiful state, but it's a debtor state. It doesn't pay its own bills. It subsists on the generosity of the federal government. Yeah. And so it seemed like having your basic infrastructure needs, especially, clean drinking water for everybody, it just seems like that would be of the highest priority for the state.
Right. And to your point, there's going to be a lot of finger pointing. There are going to be a lot of people that says that the current administration has failed us. There'll be a lot of people who say it's the fact that African Americans are the majority in the city and that they have the majority of the government bodies in both the city and the council, that they are to blame. There's going to be a lot of finger pointing. But the problem with that, Chris, and I want to remind all of our elected officials and all of our leadership here, that in Mississippi, we have remained last in every major category that was fundamental to a good quality of life. Mm-hmm. Health care, prenatal care, infant mortality, education, highest incarceration rates. Mm-hmm. We remain last in everything. So who's going to point the finger at who? Right. And so African Americans certainly have not run the state. Right. And the state's in the worst shape that any state can be in, in terms of quality of life for people. And so what we have to do, in my opinion, is band together as Mississippians and so that we all share in what's happening in our capital city. Working together. We all share in that, and we all must work together to correct any deficiencies, and we must figure out a way to show up the revenue shortfalls that exist so that we can maintain that, just like we do in Ukraine, in Iraq, in Israel, just like we do all across the world. And I'm not talking about from a federal standpoint yet, but from a state standpoint, we do the same. Right. We invest in our most important assets, and that's our cities and our towns and our counties.
Very good. Well, I think we're running a little short on time. Let me just run through one more time this water distribution before we close out, and we'll be back tomorrow and definitely update this for the viewers. But for drinking water, 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Go at 5 p.m. Monday through Friday in South Jackson. That's Sykes Community Center, 520 Sykes Road. Also in South Jackson, Oak Forest Community Center, 2827 Oak Forest Drive. In West Jackson, Westland Plaza parking lot, and also the IAJE Community Center on 406 West Fortification Street. In North Jackson, Grove Park Community Center, 4126 Parkway. That's Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. for those South Jackson, West Jackson, North Jackson sites. On Saturday at 11 a.m., Grove Park and Sykes Community Center. On Sundays at 1 p.m., Grove Park, Sykes Community Center, and from 3 to 7 p.m., Mississippi Move, which is located across from Tougaloo College, from 3 to 7 p.m. on Sundays. Also, New Horizon Church International, New Horizon on the Hill, 770 Ellis Avenue is in the process of gearing up big time to be a South Jackson water distribution center for both drinking water and potable water. And Mr. Garrett, do you have anything else we want to share before we close out?
Well, I just would, because we're being seen all over the world, I would just ask that the country, that the U.S. understands that there's a tragedy here that we can fix. And that, beyond showing it on the national news media, beyond, portraying it as a city that's in crisis, there's something that we can do to help. I think of all of the support that we give all across the country. I mean, it's even saving animals, feed the hungry all across the world. When you have a southern state that's experiencing this kind of devastation, then we ought to band together and neighboring states ought to band together to see exactly what it is we can do to lend expertise. If Jackson is short on class 4 operators, then there are class 4 operators in Madison and in New Orleans and in Birmingham and in Memphis, Tennessee. Lend a hand, just like we do when tornadoes rip through our communities. We support one another. Jackson is in that situation now. No time for finger pointing and crying over what hasn't been done and when wasn't it done. And now is the time. Now is the time to come together, our state leaders and our national leaders and our surrounding communities and states, and offer Jackson a hand.
Many thanks, and thank you to our viewers. And we look forward to seeing you again on tomorrow at I believe tomorrow's in the afternoon at 5 p.m. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 5 p.m. We'll have updates on the situation that's going on, and hang in there, everybody, and stay safe out there. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David. Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com. Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David. Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
Welcome to The Hurt is the Same. My name is Chantel Johnson, and each show is dedicated to my son, Christopher Johnson, who was the 109 homicide right here in Jackson, Mississippi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to The Hurt is the Same. As you know, my name is Chantel Johnson. Y'all feel free to call in at 1-800-492-5186. I have a special guest here with me tonight all the way from Yazoo City.
Byron, Mississippi.
Oh, Byron, Mississippi. But hey, that's who we finna talk about tonight. Oh, Yazoo, so it's on my mind. Yeah, how y'all doing? Call in. I'm gonna introduce herself.
My name is Vera Bass Triggs. I'm the mother of Antoine Bass that was murdered in Yazoo, Mississippi.
All right. Well, tell us why you're here.
I'm here because I want some accountability for my son's death.
Okay, well, when did this happen?
This happened August the 15th, 2017 in Yazoo, Mississippi.
Okay. I gotta ask, are there any arrests been made?
It was one arrest being made, and he was free to let go after 6 days in jail. And I was constantly calling, trying to see when they was going to have the hearing and everything to be there, but they gave me the runaround.
So, someone was arrested?
Correct, yes.
But was let go?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Oh my God, you know, y'all, I have to humble myself in situations like this. Because being arrested is just the tip of the iceberg. Mm-hmm. You never know how many was involved?
3, 4 people. It was a lot of people, like maybe 5 that was involved in my son's death.
And only one was charged?
Correct.
But let go?
Yes.
Well, tell us the story.
Well, the story was that, I don't know how to begin.
Take your time.
Like I said, on August the 15th, 2017, I never forget. You know, mother, it's a call that you never want. And,
I know.
This how dirty these people were when I called them and asked them. Well, they called me. Let me get it right. And so when I called, said Antoine AJ been shot. So I said, okay. I kept calling, trying to get somebody to answer the phone. So when I finally did get a chance to someone answer the phone, it was one of them police's detectives, and he was like, "Ma'am, he's dead." They hung up the phone in my face.
So they never called you and notified you anything that your son been hurt or get here, get there?
Nope.
You had to call them.
I called and I said, "This is Antoine Bass' mother. Which hospital is y'all taking him to?" He said, "Ma'am, he's dead." Hung up in my face. Just like that.
Oh my. We got to do better, y'all.
Yeah.
We has got to do better with the water and everything that is going on. I just, you know, as 2 mothers that sit here who have lost a child, I look at how fast the footwork got done about the water. How senators got involved and everybody, y'all got the ball rolling. We on national, global about the water. And you all could have did the same identical thing with these homicides last year. And you didn't. What do justice look like for you?
Right now, I don't see any justice because the whole police department down there, the detectives, was like family to the offender. I don't see any justice. The way my son was murdered, he was set up, they plotted, planned, and they carried it out.
Well, what do they tell you the case said now?
The case I just found out about 2.5 weeks ago, which I had been talking to April Jones that was handling everything, and she told me everything was bounded over finally to the grand jury, and they supposed to call me and let me know what the grand jury came back with, a bill, a true bill or no bill. So when I called them and I talked to the lady that's now taking her, should have looked up her name, her spot, she gonna tell me, ma'am, I'm just here to answer the phone. I don't know anything. She don't work here anymore. I'm just here to answer the phone. So I called the district attorney's office in Jacksonville, and the lady said, ma'am, she is the one that's taking April Jones' place. So I called her back. I said, ma'am, you telling me you just there helping out answering the phone, but what's your son's name? And I told my son, I said, I was waiting on the decision to come back from the grand jury. And she said, well, I could just tell you this. It came back no bill. And I said, what you mean by no bill? It's over with and done with. Open shut case. She was so ugly and rude. I wish I had I know her. I can't think of her name. I got it wrote down in my work, in my office. I got it wrote down, but...
Yazoo City, man, what do y'all got going on down there?
The police is corrupt. They done went to 3 or 4 different chiefs. All the detectives all of them was corrupt. The boy had family in the police department, in the detectives department.
Y'all got, it's the same thing everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing everywhere with our own people that's over us.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad.
Mm-hmm.
I be so glad when the Lord just touch your souls and realize treat people the way you want to be treated. You know, how can it be bound to the grand jury and enough evidence to go to the grand jury?
I have my son autopsy report here, and I have his medical exam.
Well, you know what? You doing better than us. I done talked to mothers who have lost a kid 15 years, 17 years, 9 years, and nobody can get an autopsy report.
I have it.
So about that right there.
I have it. Mr. Shivers made sure I got it. Mr. Shivers, that was the coroner that pronounced my son dead at the scene when we made it there. And the way the sequences is on the autopsy report, he was killed in sequences, from my understanding. My son tried to get away.
When you say sequence, let the people know what you... Sequence mean order. We do know that.
In the order, that's what he was.
We do know that.
Telling me
and anybody at the scene that understand that it is numbered.
Yeah.
And detailed.
Mm-hmm. It's detailed. He said the 5 gunshots to the head. There were 5 gunshot wounds to the head, the torso, the left leg, the left artery, for descriptive purpose without regards to chronological sequence of severity of injuries. My son, after he knew he was finna die, they shot my son in the back, ran him down out of his shoes, and then they stood over him. And I'm telling you what the evidence telling me, that they pulled a bullet out of his brain, they pulled a bullet out of his liver, they pulled a bullet out of his spleen, they pulled a bullet out of his lungs, they pulled a bullet out of his kidneys, they put a bullet out of his leg, his buttocks, his shoulder. And you tell me how the grand jury gonna decide no bill. You tell me how.
Somebody that touched somebody's head,
yes, and I have proof.
Head, shoulder, knees, and toes. Somebody knows somebody somewhere. Cause this right here don't make no sense. And nor is it right.
But I'm doing my work. Trust and believe me, I'm doing my work. Trust me, the fight is just beginning.
That is absurd. That can anybody call in? Cause this is absurd. I have never heard. For number one, it's a homicide.
Exactly. That's what it says.
I think a homicide is self-explanatory. Somebody needs to be held accountable.
Exactly. Because I had one good detective, was Captain Neville, the white guy, and he made sure he upgraded it after he read the phone message. They supposed to told him to meet him near, meet him there, different places. And he said, Miss Bass, I'm going to upgrade it to first capital murder, because from looking at these phone records, he was set up. Well,
at least somebody did something right. So he didn't stay on the case long. He probably didn't stay in the department.
He said he had to get up out of there. So he's now at another department.
I bet you he
It's
is.
not Yazoo. I know what he is.
Especially if he was one who don't look like us, that with all the people that look like us trying to do what was right.
Completely right.
Yeah, he had to get up out of there.
And I thank God for him because he did a lot of work. If it wasn't for him,
they almost wasn't in the
nothing
Klan.
made it through. Nothing.
They wasn't in the Klan.
Nothing would have made it through if it wasn't for him. He said, this place is corrupt and I'm getting up out of here.
And he did just that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Well, that's somebody with a soul.
Yes, ma'am.
And did what their mom and daddy said and took a job that they love.
Mm-hmm. It's corrupt.
And can't work up under them type of circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I believe
So what's your next
everything
step?
Is corrupt.
Well, I'm like this right here. I don't put nothing past nobody. These is humans.
This right here was really so bad, and he also knew that when my son got killed, when my son got to Jackson Memorial Funeral Home, they was calling Jackson Memorial Funeral Home after he got out of jail, telling the people that worked there that they were going to blow the funeral home up. They were going to blow my baby head up in the casket. They was going to kill us, me and my other sons. Took all of our pictures off Facebook, threatened to kill all of us. Yes, all of this went down. I pressed charges.
And they didn't do nothing?
He pulled everything off the cyber unit. I pressed charges. He saw everything. I got everything printed out at home.
So what did they do for us that know after he was released, or after they were released and the threats came? Because see now,
they threatened the funeral home.
At this point, it's not about you.
No.
Now you putting innocent people in a public building at risk. So, you know, it's one thing for this to go on with you as a tragedy.
Yes.
But now, if they calling the funeral home and threatening them and doing everything, seem like to me some more action should have been
done
took immediately.
Because Damien, the owner, he had to take action to put more policemen there, security there, Hines County JPD there, because the threats they was calling the funeral home.
What did law enforcement give you any type of anything once they start calling the funeral home?
Well, I could just say,
or did he have to? Or did Damien had to provide?
He provided extra security for us.
Wow.
To the grave. We was threatened we was gonna get killed at the grave. We was gonna get killed at the Passover. So I had to change my son's funeral from that Saturday to that Monday when he just had one, so he could completely focus on my son's ceremony. We can so focus on his ceremony without knowing how many people, you know, they had to be people I approved to see my son.
But a mother already grieving, a family is already hurting.
Thinking about, you know.
And then you got the deal, and I'm just gonna tell you what it is. This nigga shit.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Some of us, let me tell y'all folks something. Some of us don't like the hood. Some of us made it up out the hood. Yeah. We don't want to live that life. That life is the tadpole life. That life is down in the bottom of the mud, and some of us, we done blossomed to a frog and to a toad, and we done jumped on out the damn lily pad and out the pond. Because I'm going to tell you again, it ain't the bucket. It's the crabs in the inside.
Amen.
The bucket is open. The bucket stay open. If you ain't got no lid on it. So the term of crabs in the bucket, you just remember, it ain't the bucket, it's the crabs that's in it. And I just can't understand how all these people in law enforcement and these detectives and all of this, that you got children, you got mothers, you got nieces, you got nephews, and you read a case file and you see a family hurting and you can't do what's right.
Exactly.
I don't get it. And then when somebody come out and hold a mirror up for your ass, as my granny used to say, and show you what you did. This is what you did.
You know.
Then everybody else is wrong. But guess what? It's a body over there in that ground.
Exactly.
It's a body over there in that ground. And somebody got to be held accountable.
Yep, that's my point exactly. I'm going to continue to fight this fight.
So I don't get it. And then, you know, society. And that's another thing I want to let society know. If you ain't on this side for us the loss of a child.
Exactly.
Leave us alone.
You don't know how it feels.
You don't know what we go through every second. Most people say one day at a time, but it's a lot of us that's 1 second at a time.
Exactly.
You know, if you ain't coming with love and pure and doing what's right, see, we already fighting the case and justice for our kids, dealing with corruption. That's why I tell people it's layers and layers and layers of this. Even when you get people arrested, you still thinking grand jury. Welcome to The Hurt is the Same. My name is Chantel Johnson, and each show is dedicated to my son, Christopher Johnson, who was the 109 homicide right here in Jackson, Mississippi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome to The Hurt is the Same. How you doing? How y'all doing tonight? Want to thank y'all for joining us tonight. I have a guest here with me tonight. Let him introduce himself.
Hey, man. How you doing, Chantel? And thanks for having me on. My name is Jarvis Jones, citizen of Jackson, Mississippi, you know, want to create change and, you know, be a part of change, you know, to try to create something, leave a legacy behind, you know, because I remember once upon a time in Jackson.
Oh, boy.
It didn't look like it look right now in Jackson, you know, so.
I can agree with that. Well, I want to thank you for having me on your show last Saturday on 90.1. It has really took off on my Facebook page.
For real.
I'm talking about, I think like over 2,000 views.
The ripple effect.
The ripple effect.
The ripple effect, yes. Yeah. Love
so,
it.
Hey, we ain't going to waste no time. We're going to jump right on in. Look on the screen. Feel free to call. Talk about what you want, how you want. Right now, when you want. Okay, we gonna jump right on in. You know the main idea of this platform. The hurt is the same. The name of the game is don't cause no hurt now.